So this is a supercut of a series that is already up on my channel. There will be a bit of new content like this here that I'm re-recording because I feel like my commentary in the 3 individual level videos that I did. So the series initially started off as me playing a Dark Souls 2 level that I liked and explaining why I thought it was such a good level. Because somebody in my Discord said it wasn't a great level, and I highly disagreed. So I made that video. And then I did one for the high wall in Dark Souls 3 in this game, because I didn't like the high wall very much. Or rather, I didn't like Dark Souls 3 all that much. And I don't think my commentary did my thoughts justice in that scenario. Also, I've come to like the game a lot more after finishing that series. And I've gotten better at live commentary and everything. It's been a very long time, almost a year since I recorded that. I say as I immediately get hit, Jesus. Better is relative. But yeah, so I wanted to redo specifically the High Wall, the Smouldering Lake, and Irithyll, because those are the 3 levels that I did on their own. And those are the 3 that I think I could improve the most in terms of the quality of my commentary, right? In terms, and also like playing better and just like explaining the game and how it teaches you how to play better. That is one of my favorite series that I've ever done, and I'm actually working on another one for Dark Souls 2. So if you're following that, if you watched the first video in that on Dark Souls 2, I'm also planning on doing a supercut for that once I finish the series. But obviously, I want to finish it first with the format that I've been doing. Anyway, with the preamble out of the way, Dark Souls 3. I'm not great at it. I'm probably the worst at it of the 3 Souls games, and that'll be a lot more obvious as I play more of it. Oops. Well, I don't know. I'm also kind of bad at Dark Souls 2. It's kind of hard to say. Oh, of course. It's hard to say that I'm bad, per se, at Dark Souls 1 or 2 at all, because Dark Souls 1 and 2 aren't really mechanical skill-based as much as Dark Souls 3 is. Dark Souls 3... Dark Souls 3 tests the ability of the player to, play the video game in a much more mechanical sense than Dark Souls 1 and 2. Dark Souls 1, I feel like, tests your ability to learn, and Dark Souls 2 tests your build more than anything. Like, you can trivialize that game with a half-decent build, right? While Dark Souls 3 is very much... Like, you can have a good build in Dark Souls 3. You can have the Twin Blades, for instance, and the entire game becomes significantly easier, but like overall, I think your build is less important than just your skill at playing the game, as opposed to Dark Souls 2, where your build determines the difficulty in large part. Yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy, hopefully without dying this time. Oh, that was greed. There we go. It's nice to just have that soul boost at the beginning of the game, especially because I want to use the Claymore, since that's what I used in my original series. And I didn't use that in Irithyll or the Smouldering Lake. I actually had a much more upgraded weapon at that point. So it also makes sense to go back through these areas with a weapon that you should have at that point. And I feel like my rustiness with this game will lead to me being about on par in terms of skill level when I recorded the original series. Anyway, I will see you on the high wall after all this preamble. And, okay, there's not really much I have to say about this place. I do want to talk about Gundyr because I think Gundyr is one of the worst tutorial bosses in the series. But I don't know, that's a fine tutorial level. There are a lot of enemies that just kind of attack you out of nowhere. Not necessarily out of nowhere, but there are a lot of enemies all grouped up in small spots. And it does a decent job of teaching you how you're going to have to play the game, in my opinion. Gundyr, however, not phase 1. Phase 1, oops, skill issue. It's been, what the? He turned after his weapon was in the ground? Okay, anyway, I should be better at Gundyr than I am. I'm not good at Gundyr. I fought him barehanded several times, and somehow I'm still not good at it. First phase is fine. I think first phase is actually a really good tutorial boss, and if it was just phase 1, this would be one of the best tutorial bosses in the series. But because there's also phase 2, it gets so much worse. Phase 2 is so terrible. because it's impossible to see what he's doing. His animations barely tell you anything, especially when you're up close, which you need to be to attack him. And you need to be also in phase 1. Like, I have no idea what he just attacked with. I think it was his weird sock puppet hand. It's just, there's so much going on visually that it's impossible to tell what's actually happening. And he has a lot of attacks that I don't think are very good. Like, really, really long range attacks. His jump attack is really hard to read and has a weird delay. Like, he just kind of stays in the air for longer than he should, which I don't think is good for a tutorial boss, especially since a lot of enemies in this game don't really have that sort of delay. Like, others do, don't get me wrong. Like, Pontiff has that kind of delay, right? But the Crystal Sage's projectiles aren't just gonna, like, randomly change speed in the air or whatever. So my commentary in these newly recorded segments might be a little bit incongruent with what I talk about in my other segments. So if you do want to go watch the original videos, I will link them in the cards, description, whatever. But I don't necessarily recommend it. Like I said, I don't think my commentary in those is the best. But if you want the context, more direct context for what I talk about when I mention those, that's there. Again, not necessary at all, hopefully, but it might clear things up if you're a little bit confused about what I'm talking about. Now, one thing that I did mention that I do still stand by in that original is that the dogs are very telling of an inconsistency with Dark Souls 3, in that their cycles are random enough that you won't necessarily always see them in a point in their cycle where you'll fight them both at once, and you won't necessarily see them in part of the cycle where you'll fight one of them at a time, right? So it's kind of dependent on how long you take or whatever, whether or not you'll be fighting both dogs at once. And the game does equip you, to be able to fight multiple dogs at one time, especially dependent on what class you pick, right? Here I have a very fast weapon with a shield, and that makes the dogs incredibly easy. But if you're starting with a different class that can't deal with the dogs as easily, it can be a lot more annoying. And so Dark Souls 2 allows you to use your environment a lot more than Dark Souls 3. Like with this ledge, that is one of the few instances I can think of off the top of my head in Dark Souls 3 where you're explicitly meant to take advantage of your environment, as opposed to Dark Souls 2 where there are explosive barrels all over the place or whatever, right? And Dark Souls 2 is a lot more explicit about that. I really wish I had fire bombs. I actually don't know if I'm going to be able to take this guy out very easily without fire bombs. Puss of Man are an exceptionally terrible fight in this game. The animations are extremely difficult to read. They have very long attack chains. Yeah, like that. It's insanely fast, and it carries them forward so far, and it lasts so long. I don't know, these guys are just really annoying to fight, and I do not ever fight them without fire bombs for reasons. Being they're incredibly annoying. Oh god. They also move incredibly quickly. Ugh, ouch. Yeah, like I said, their animations are stupid to read. I'm gonna grab fire bombs and come back to that. Of course, fire damage there being so explicitly and overtly useful gives a pretty big early game advantage to the Pyromancer class. Obviously, I started this game, my very first playthrough as a Pyromancer. I feel like a lot of people did. Pyromancy is extremely, extremely useful for the early game, and kind of trivializes a lot of things, like dogs are weak to fire and will basically entirely nullify them if you can manage to hit them with any fire damage. Puss of Man are also pretty much nullified by any fire damage for a short time and makes them so much easier, right? Like, I think 2 fire bombs should be more than enough to deal with this Puss of Man up here. And that does get you a Titanite Shard, which is a pretty big reward, like a guaranteed Titanite Shard basically immediately. But there's also just one on the ground, which I feel like leads to a slight incongruence with rewards that you're given. I don't know. Like with Dark Souls 1, you're given very, very few guaranteed Titanite Shards, right? So every single one you find, no matter what and where, is obviously extremely useful and feels like a pretty big reward. But then you can also just buy them from Andre. I'm not saying that, Dark Souls 3 does it particularly bad. It's just something I just noticed and wanted to point out. I don't know. I'm not good at this game. Yeah, am better than I used to be, but I'm not good at it. um, and through playing the whole game, one thing that I really, really hammered home in my original Smouldering Lake video is that the game very clearly expects you to play aggressively like I am. And in my opinion, that makes it the most fun because the game is clearly designed around that. But a lot of people were saying that you should kite and be cautious and slow and everything, which I just fundamentally disagree with. Like, you can, and that can make the game easier for a lot of people, right? I'm not going to say that, no one finds that easier or whatever. But in my experience, the game is so much easier if you actually do what it teaches you to do. Like with the dogs, they're so much easier if you can land a hit before they can, right? Or before the other one starts attacking you or whatever. Like there are so many instances in which being aggressive is very clearly the best play. Like here, it's best to kill this one as quickly as possible so the one in the back doesn't have, or so they don't have a chance to gang up on you, right? And if they do, you want to be aggressive and take them out before they're able to stun lock you or whatever, which is very much a real possibility in this game because you don't get any iframes after being hit. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like the way I play is exclusively informed by the game and its level design, especially the Smouldering Lake, which I will get to very much once I actually start playing the Smouldering Lake level. I should have equipped this first, but it's probably fine. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, see, it makes it not be able to move for a second. And then it has immunity to that stun for a little bit. I'm not actually sure how long that lasts. Get off of me! Ah. Not even given enough time to throw a firebomb. I'm just gonna toss a few. That's fine. I don't need to conserve these. I don't plan on using them pretty much anywhere else in the game. And that just comes from experience, right? Like knowing where I do and don't want to use certain things. So not even necessarily needing to worry about resource management or whatever. Actually, I feel like this hollow with the lantern up here, not this one, but the one down these stairs, is kind of indicative of the fact that the game expects you to be aggressive. Because if you don't immediately rush and take that one down, then a bunch more hollows are going to be attacking you all at once, right? Which just makes things a lot harder. So if anything, the game immediately teaches you right off the bat that you're going to need to be a lot more aggressive if you don't want to deal with, annoying scenarios or whatever. Come on. Like in that instance, I don't think that roll is necessary. I don't know, I did something wrong there. It's the point. I should have rolled away. Or done a rolling attack or something. Or not missed an attack, I guess, would have also helped. Oops. Oops. Okay. There's a difference between aggression and greed, I feel like. And I need to find that distinction. Again, my rust is probably gonna make me play worse than I should be right now. I'm going to grab the claymore immediately, I think. I don't know what the best way to go about this is. I think I usually just sprint straight to it and then deal with the fire after. Okay, yeah, so the fire doesn't actually hurt you off the bat immediately. For whatever reason. It probably does if you're closer to the dragon, though. Or Drake? Wyvern? I don't know. Claymore is going to be primary weapon in this entire playthrough. Even the stuff that I recorded before, because I just like the Claymore. I think it's a fun weapon to use. Going to unequip the shield. I also have an Ashen Estus equipped because I like using the weapon art. I don't use it very often, but I'm hoping that'll encourage me to maybe use it more, not really having to worry about the resource it consumes. I also like the stagger damage on the Claymore. It kind of requires a lot more stamina management more stamina management than stuff like straight swords or whatever, right? Which I also kind of enjoy because largely Dark Souls 3 doesn't focus on stamina management as a whole. And I think stamina management is really fun, even though Dark Souls 3 doesn't really require it in any real capacity. See if I can deal with this knight effectively. You can... I usually try to backstab these guys, but being aggressive works really well too. Especially with a weapon that instantly staggers them. I believe most weapons instantly stagger them. I think straight swords do too. I don't remember off the top of my head. But it's better to be super aggressive with them, in my experience. It makes fighting them so much easier. Oops. I don't tend to use a shield in Dark Souls 3 specifically. I feel like it more lends itself, like again, being aggressive doesn't really require having a shield, right? So that's why I tend to not use a shield in Dark Souls 3. I don't in Dark Souls 1 because I'm like used to that game. And then I don't in Dark Souls 2 because I like two-handing weapons as to get more damage for like, you know, the whole build aspect of that game. So shields I don't use too frequently in these games. As much as, you know, Dark Souls 1 definitely does encourage it in a first playthrough, and I definitely did in my first playthrough of Dark Souls 1. Also, Titanite Shard drop. Those are definitely not common in Dark Souls 3, and can make getting a +3, you know, as early as possible a lot more annoying than it could be otherwise. There's actually a... Where is it? There's a guy hanging off one of these ledges, and I don't know which one it is. I always forget about it. This one. If you don't know that's there, it is almost impossible to spot. You're almost definitely going to have an enemy ambushing you from behind. And there are a lot of instances like that in this game of enemies just kind of appearing behind you. And like technically it is possible to prevent that in a lot of them, but definitely not in all of them. Okay, I don't think I need to be conservative with firebombs here. Okay. There you go. Still incredibly annoying. Did I get an Estus refill? No, I didn't. No. I asked how the Estus refill worked in that original high wall video, just to give an idea of how long ago that was. If you're not aware, I made an entire video talking about the Estus refill system and how it works and everything. The gist of it is that there is a random chance to get a refill from certain enemies. It's entirely dependent on when you kill an enemy, you might get a flask refill. And the chances are based on individual enemies and everything. Also, another Titanite Shard drop. That's, again, really rare. Yeah, if you're curious about the Estus Flask refill system, it's not like Dark Souls 1, where like somebody activates a bonfire near you or whatever. It's not like the humanity drop system where it works on like points or whatever in Dark Souls 1 either. It is exclusively just a random chance if you happen to get that random chance dependent on the enemy. I could have swore there was an enemy that climbed over the wall here at some point. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I don't know. Right. I think the spear guys are more representative of why I think it's good to be aggressive with these guys, because even if they are blocking, it's pretty easy to knock the shield out of the way. They don't have that much ability. And then you can get a riposte, right? If you try to backstab them, they'll be constantly turning and trying to shield bash you and everything, which is incredibly frustrating sometimes. But it's very clearly there. Disencourage, that's not the right word. Well, to encourage not doing that, I suppose. So. Which, in my opinion, also encourages just being aggressive from the outset, right? I don't necessarily want to go through and grab every single item or whatever, but I do want to be a little bit, not thorough, but make sure that I get a lot of what this game has to offer, even though I'm like replaying these areas, right? Like I said, dogs are indeed weak to fire. I wasn't expecting that to one-shot that, though. Oops. I was hoping I'd be able to deal with them a little bit more effectively than that. Yeah, so like in this instance, the explosive barrels are there for this enemy specifically to trip you up and to hit you with the explosions. But you can use them to your advantage if a couple enemies happen to be standing next to one and get a little bit more bang for your firebomb, right? I'm gonna actually run up and take out the firebomb thrower because he's really annoying. Yeah, like I'm not gonna worry about grabbing the Astora's Straight Sword. I did a whole playthrough with that already. I think I got a refill there. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to watch that back and make sure, but I'm pretty sure I just got an Estus Flask refill, if you didn't know what I was talking about. And like the goal of the series initially was to explore the level design and see how it teaches the player to play the game. And that did make me enjoy the game a lot more. And I feel like I'm not doing that as thoroughly as I could right now, but just because I've done that already. um, that was a skill issue on my part. A lot easier to fight him if he's up here. This is a guy who doesn't like stagger, or has more poise than most enemies. So you can't be aggressive in the same way with him, but you can backstab him, which makes him much easier to deal with, in my opinion. Didn't mean to trade there, but it's fine. Ended up working out. I've never used that weapon. Could be fun. Maybe in another playthrough or something, on another character, in another life, as it were. Now, this connects up to where I knocked the guy off the edge. Like, this goes back to... oh my god! I forgot about this guy. There are two of them. This goes back to where I was before, so I don't need to worry about going back and making sure I get everything over there, because I already did. Which I feel like is one benefit of having knowledge about this game. Just like knowing when I've actually explored everything that I need to, and that I want to point out, and knowing what I want to point out as I go as well. Which, again, I feel like is going to make my commentary a bit smoother, on top of just being better at talking after having done so many more live streams and such. So, hopefully this is a smoother watch than those original videos were. The 3 original single level videos. Because I do think the series as a whole was fun to watch. Dark Souls 3 Super Armor still confuses me so much. Like, I know heavier weapons are gonna like go through with their attacks and everything, but active poise is so strange to me. I actually think this is a pretty good shortcut because it's near the end of the level, so you're gonna be able to use it to get to the boss quickly if you happen to die to it. But it also comes at a point like where, I was running out of Estus there. And I don't know that I would be exactly where FromSoft would have expected the average player skill to be, so I don't know if that's specifically why they had it where it was. But if you're not, as familiar with the game, it'll probably create a bit more tension and then relief that you have a shortcut there. Also that you can just drop down straight to the boss through that window or whatever, and you don't have to deal with very many enemies on the way. And also that these enemies are relatively easy to run past, all things considered. Ow. Oops, that one was a misjudgment of my weapon's reach. That one was a skill issue on his part, not mine this time. There we go. And a Titanite shard. The Lucerne is a really fun weapon too. I've done a playthrough with that. Oh, that was very, very greedy. I should not have done that. I think the speed of the game lends less to the player being encouraged to make full use of their moveset. Like, it's better to go in, attack one enemy, and take them out before other enemies have the chance to attack you, right? As opposed to Dark Souls 2, where the pace of the game is very much encouraging of you making use of your entire weapons moveset to deal with situations in as efficient a way as possible, despite the speed of the game and whatever. That's something I've kind of noticed. Like, Dark Souls 3 is very much known, infamously, for R1 spam. And I think that the speed of the game is the culprit of that. As much as you can, use jump attacks and running attacks and rolling attacks and stuff to your advantage, and that it will definitely not necessarily make the game easier, but, you can use them to your advantage is the point. I think Dark Souls 2 does that better just because of the speed, and because of your inability to deal with enemies before others are able to reach you. Hey, an Estus Flask refill. Okay, I was hoping I'd get one just to make sure that you know what I was talking about. That does happen through the course of the series, and I do talk about it a little bit more with less knowledge than I have now. Because, obviously I did the series before I made that video. But Oh, of course. Yeah, that attack having super armor is really nice. It does less damage than I anticipated, though, to be honest. That's a great backstab opportunity. When he's buffing up his weapon, I mean. I feel like there are a lot of instances where I might... Well, obviously I'm playing suboptimally, not intentionally. Just because of rest and, I don't know, also not being great at the video game. But I also generally know how to play the game well. And if I was playing at my peak, or because I basically can't play at peak ability, it becomes me analyzing my fights as I fight them and realizing what I could have done better and such. So I mentioned that in the stream I did yesterday, which was the Crescent X. If the day doesn't happen to be soon after I upload this or whatever. Actually, I have no idea when I'm going to upload this. I might stream before uploading this. We'll see. Anyway. Either way, that was the Crescent X stream if you want to watch that one. I feel like my streams are fun. They're obviously a different vibe than something like this, but arguably just as chill. I could have upgraded my weapon more, and I probably should have in retrospect, but I mean, it's Vordt, right? Okay, second phase. Oh my god. Having him charge while he's that close. Oh, normally he charges 3 times and then does his Ice Breath attack. I don't know why he decided to not do that this time. That's another one of the things like that prove kind of an inconsistency with this game, right? That much damage is very much unnecessary, but also very much fun. Anyway, yeah, this game does have some inconsistencies, and I don't hate it. I think it can add a lot more intensity to combat encounters and whatever, but it's also kind of frustrating sometimes, especially coming off of Dark Souls 1, where that game is a lot more consistent. Or even Dark Souls 2, which also has a lot more consistency to it. And so Dark Souls 3 is its own beast. I think tackling it as if it's another Dark Souls game doesn't lend too well to your fun with it. I think that goes for all 3 of them. If you treat any of the 3 as if you're going to play it like any of the other 3 or whatever, it's going to be less fun. At least that's been my experience with them. So, I don't know. I think it really just comes down to making sure you're playing the way the game expects. Anyway, I'm going to cut back to past me, and then I'll be back for the Smouldering Lake and then Irithyll as well. So as I was going through the high wall, I got my Claymore 2+2 and raw infused it because, I mean, I feel like that's the best thing you can do. The Undead Settlement, coming into this is a level that, off the top of my head, I specifically remember not enjoying very much, but I've been playing through it recently every now and then for various, challenge runs or to get profiles, or rather characters, up to points where I want to talk about certain levels. And because of that, I think my opinion on the Undead Settlement will have changed a little bit. I think I'm going to end up liking the Undead Settlement at least a little bit more than I expect. And okay, so see, as I said in my Smouldering Lake video, Dark Souls 3 does very much expect you to, like, take out the most present threat, right, as soon as possible. Because, enemies just kind of appear behind you. And I think that's going to be a big thing throughout this entire game, or throughout this entire video. I'll try not to focus on it all too much, but that's definitely something that I think you should look out for, and you will notice as I play through this game, that I'm not just, completely wrong about how this game works, because I have 200 something, probably close to 250 hours in it. Like, I know how to play this game. And I feel like, and I'm not going to say that this is definitely the case, but a lot of the people, I feel like, who are saying that I'm playing the game wrong, play through the game once. Since, like, I don't think most people who play through this game more than once will slowly go through the areas like you would in your first playthrough of Dark Souls 1, right? Like, you can play Dark Souls 3 like Dark Souls 1, but it's just not going to be as fun, at least not in my opinion. And I don't think that's what the game expects you to do anyway, so it's kind of a moot point regardless. Now, I have gone through these first 20 enemies in the Undead settlement, like, a lot recently. Because I'm trying to figure out how the Estus drop mechanic works. Because it's not super well known. There's one specific part of it that we don't know that we're trying to figure out. So these few, I guess I don't really need to do that. So these few enemies are just like drilled into my brain, all their locations and all that. This is an instance. Yeah, you can barely hear that. Him dropping behind you. But I think that's fine because, like, this, I don't think this is, like, unfair or whatever because, like, you should be listening out for that. But even if you don't end up hearing it, if it does attack you, it doesn't do very much damage on its own. You probably, and if you just, like, sprint past anyway, like, if you sprint straight down here, excuse me, in my experience, he doesn't end up following you down here very frequently. Like, he can. But usually he doesn't. What? Why are you just backing away? Normally I have a shield to deal with these guys, but because I don't have a shield, I'm... What the... Stop moving! He was moving significantly more than I am used to for these guys too. But usually you can hit them off your shield and they'll stop moving for a second. And then you can, you know, keep attacking them. Or you can just attack them and kill them in one hit. Last time I was here, I had a +10 Astora's Stray Sword, so this time I'm doing slightly less damage, but not all that much since, you know, Claymore. Oh god. Okay, I need to get better at stamina management. I used to be good at it, and then I didn't use the Claymore forever and started using straight swords and stuff. And usually when you're using dex weapons in this game, you just don't need to worry about stamina management. Oh god. Okay. Or delays like that. I should know the evangelists better than I do, but I usually just kill them really quickly, like with a backstab or whatever. So, the purpose of this isn't just to, like, talk about my opinions on the game. It's also to develop my opinions on this game further than they are, because right now, as I've been recording the newer videos about how I feel about this game, like, my opinions have changed quite a bit, actually, and I like this game a lot more than I did. And so this series exists just as much to further my opinion as it is to share it in the first place. So expect my opinion to change as I go through the video, but don't expect my playstyle to change or like the things that I said about how you're supposed to play the game, because I mean that had been developed for a long time. Whoa, hey there, guy. Okay. Yeah, okay, so like this, right? I didn't like this spot. This was one of my least favorite spots in the entire level before doing this. But now that I understand how to play the game, especially after doing the Smouldering Lake video, this is actually really fun. And if you meet the game on its terms and like understand that you're not going to be playing it, or that you shouldn't be playing it like Dark Souls 1, especially, like, this goes for Dark Souls 2 as well, but once you understand that you're not going to be playing this like other Dark Souls games, which is what I tried to do and why I ended up... Oh, wow. Okay, I did not see that one. If you try to play it like the other games, you're going to end up not liking it, is my point. And I was very much guilty of that, and I do not understand how people are telling me to play it like Dark Souls 1, how people think that that's how you're supposed to play it, because that's just obviously not true. I still do absolutely prefer how Dark Souls 1 and 2 did it, right? I do think the slow, methodical gameplay is more fun, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that this gameplay is fun. Does that make sense? And I'm hoping that through the course of this playthrough, my opinion on the game changes significantly more drastically, because right now, like, Smouldering Lake is my favorite level. And, you know, if you played Dark Souls 3, you'll probably disagree that Smouldering Lake is one of the better levels. But, I don't know, it doesn't have a lot of the... I still don't think Irithyll is very fun. Like, I don't think it's one of the better levels. Ugh, Jesus. I think Irithyll is, or rather, I think Irithyll is one of the worst levels in this game, and because of that, I think it's one of the worst in the trilogy, just in my opinion. But like, I did really like Smouldering Lake. I liked a lot of the high wall when I played through it again, and you know, just now I played through the high wall again, and I really liked that level. I didn't until I met the game on its own terms, which is why, you know, I'm doing this. Like that area, I don't think is like one of the most fun areas in the game or whatever, but I don't specifically dislike it like I did. Again, because I'm meeting the game on its own terms. Also, the fact that the game constantly gives you extra Estus seems to be very much pointing at the fact that it expects you to be aggressive and it expects you to take damage while being aggressive. So, if anything, the refilling Estus is a point towards not really worrying about unavoidable damage. Not even necessarily unavoidable damage, but damage, unexpected damage, I guess is a better way to put it. Like in Dark Souls 1, you know, you only have so much Estus. And if you get hit by the Drake after beating the Taurus Demon, you know, that can feel kind of cheap. And I get why a lot of people dislike that spot. Oh, Jesus. The lighting makes it really hard to tell that this one is real. Why does that one have so much less health? What? Okay. Anyway. But in this game, you know, because you're... Or even in Dark Souls 2, you know, you have the life gems. And in this game, you're constantly getting the extra little Estus refills, which, in my opinion, makes the unavoidable damage feel less bad. Or, you know, unexpected damage feel a lot less bad. Because in most scenarios, in all 3 games, you can entirely avoid all damage on your first playthrough if you're playing as the game expects. That's not true. Sorry, in Dark Souls 1 and 2, generally you can. And in Dark Souls 3, that's not really true. And that's not true of all of Dark Souls 1 either. You know, obviously, like the Drake. And there are certain areas where you have to take fall damage. When you're getting into Nito's Arena or the Stray Demon. And the Stray Demon, you know, the fall just... The floor just kind of falls out of nowhere. So I can see kind of being caught off guard and annoyed by that. Especially, like, if you got hit by the Torch Hollows and didn't really think about healing yet because you weren't that low on health and then you died to the fall, I could totally see being upset at that. And I don't know. Dark Souls 1 obviously isn't a perfect game. I don't think it's a perfect game, but I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change anything about it given the opportunity. I don't know why. It's just like everything in Dark Souls 1 really adds to the game, in my opinion, and it like makes it feel better. Whoa, I've never seen the Evangelist drop. Oh my god, okay. Someone said that I was trying to do a heavy attack when that happened in my high wall video. Like, I was trying to do a backstab. And it did the thrust, and it didn't hit the enemy, and I was like, oh, backstabs are kind of finicky in this game. And somebody commented that I was trying to do a heavy attack when I said that, and they were confused, but like, that's not a heavy attack. That's just the animation that plays when you try to backstab. And it just doesn't work sometimes. And like, I get that you should be able to connect an attack, but I don't know. I do not like the backstabs in this game. I think Dark Souls 2 probably did them the best, because it made them not overpowered at all, you know, because you can like take damage during them and stuff. I think Dark Souls 2 probably handled backstabs the best, or at least the player performing backstabs, not necessarily being backstabbed. I think all 3 games do that just fine. Dark Souls 1 backstabs are obviously overpowered. Dark Souls 3s are also overpowered, but also finicky. So Dark Souls 3 kind of just feels like the worst. Bloodborne has a completely different system for the backstabs, and I don't really think that that's worth comparing. Also, fun fact, specifically under the system that gives you the random Estus rewards, this Phantom is the only one in the entire... This is the only thing... I've been parried. This is the only thing in the entire game that's guaranteed to give you Estus. Nothing else. Like, I think other NPC Phantoms do give you Estus, but they use a different system. They don't use, like, the Estus refill system. Can you come down here, please? But, yeah, anyway. I think that's interesting. This is the only invader that uses that system that is specifically guaranteed to give you a refill. Or, you know, Estus. Can you stop doing that? Can you stop? Oh my god. Okay. I think Hodrick is kind of annoying, to be honest. I don't know if that's a popular opinion or not. This specific... I think most NPC fights in these games, or in at least Dark Souls 2 and 3, are kind of annoying. Like, Armour Dennis is super annoying. But, like, I don't know. NPC invaders generally in Dark Souls 2 aren't specifically annoying. Dark Souls 1, I like a lot of NPC invaders. I think they're fun. But they're also generally really easy in Dark Souls 1, so I don't know how fair that is. But they do, you know, kind of surprise you and add extra, like, pretty fun scenarios that you wouldn't experience otherwise. Paladin Leroy comes to mind, for instance. Yeah, I don't know. But Dark Souls 3, just because I don't like the PvP, that's totally a preference thing, by the way. I'm not saying that that's like a bad fight or whatever. I just don't like PvP in this game. And I don't like the fights that act like PvP fights because I don't like the PvP, personally. That's just not my preferred style of combat. I don't think those kinds of enemies are fun that try to mimic PvP. And then like the random NPCs all over the place. Like the ones before the Cathedral, right? The road to the Cathedral. Those ones, I don't like dislike them just because they're really easy. I probably should have talked to the giant first, but it's fine. I don't like specifically dislike them, just because, you know, they're easy and you don't really have to think about them. But I also don't really like that fight that much. They're not one I'm like, ooh, I can't wait to fight those NPCs. While in Dark Souls 1, I'll specifically go out of the way to fight certain NPCs sometimes, just because I think those are fun fights. If it's lagging... Oh, that is a spot where you are definitely expected to run through, especially if you haven't talked to the giant yet. So don't get on me for running past enemies there. If I had talked to the giant, you know, I obviously would have dealt with them as they came and treated that specifically, if you had talked to the giant, actually, honestly, if the giant wasn't there in the first place, that would feel a lot like a Dark Souls 2 encounter, where you just have a bunch of enemies coming at you at once and you need to deal with the group as they come. That's kind of true of in the High Wall too, where that spot that I said, or that I pointed out, the 5 enemies all coming at you at once. I don't know why I thought that was a negative, because Dark Souls 2 does pretty much that exact same thing. Bonk. Jesus. Like when you get locked in a room by Pate, you get attacked by a bunch of enemies there, right? So like, I don't know why I said that about that. And that's what I mean by my opinions changing. I don't think that was a bad thing. I don't know why I said that was something that the other games didn't do. Dark Souls 1 doesn't do that for sure. Dark Souls 2 definitely does. What died? Why did I get an Estus refill there? Estus refills do definitely come from enemies dying, and exclusively from enemies dying. I saw people saying that, like, oh, it might come from people, like, activating bonfires near you or whatever. That's not true. Dark Souls 1 is the only game with a system kind of like that. Because, yeah, in that game, there are... or you will get an Estus refill, or at least an extra Estus flask fill, if somebody kindles a bonfire near you. But that's the only system like that in any of the 3 games, as far as I know. And Estus refills in this game do 100% come from killing enemies. It's just like a random chance that might be impacted by something, and I'm going to make a dedicated video about that. So, you know... Anyway, this next upcoming part is an area that I think is generally, I think the areas are better if you sprint through them, just because going through them slowly only to, you know, get to the halfway point, and then die from some random enemy that showed up behind you that you couldn't possibly have seen coming. Like, that's not very fun in a lot of scenarios. But now that I'm, like, better at the game, I have gone through some of these areas slower at times, and I think the area coming up is significantly better going through it slowly. Also, it's really funny that this guy just teleports away while a cage is still unlocked. Or still locked, I mean. Anyway. I do think it's better to go through this upcoming area slowly because of the enemy layouts, and running past it is really annoying because the enemies are really fast, so you're obviously disincentivized from running past it, you know, that sort of thing. And a lot of the reason that I would generally want to sprint past this area is the dogs. Because usually I think the dogs are pretty annoying. But if you treat Dark Souls like it wants to be treated, if you play the game as it expects, if you are aggressive and play like you need to kill enemies quickly, I think the dogs work really well with that. And I don't know, like there are certain groupings of dogs that I think are really annoying. Irithyll is a great example, especially with the magic enemies. Like when it's all fast enemies, it becomes significantly more annoying. But when it's fast enemies grouped with slow enemies, like, you know, dogs with evangelists, or even just the hollows, which aren't slow enemies, but they certainly aren't like, you know, super fast enemies. I think it works a lot better. And yeah, this specifically right here. These fast enemies combined with like the 3 dogs or whatever, that'll end up, I think it's only 2 dogs, because there are 2 dogs over here. And then there's the one by the tree, I think? Actually, I don't remember. That specific combination is like all chasing you at the same time. Especially since these guys like throw their pot and then just sprint at you and relentlessly chase you. Running past this sucks. But if you take your time and just clear them out, it's really not bad at all. Oops, that was a much faster attack than the other one you used last time. Oop, I need to pay attention to where I'm going. And then there's another pot thrower? I actually didn't know this guy was here. Or, well, I didn't remember that he was there. Bonk. Oh god, I was expecting a stagger. The strong attack didn't stagger. Okay. See, this is fun. I like this game. This is a fun game. You just have to not worry about being good at it, I think. But there are more dogs over here. I don't think those ones end up chasing you unless you specifically go over here. Being around the corner is also, like, it's obviously meant to surprise you. So, and again, with the random Estus drops that you get constantly, and with these probably being the last enemies you fight over here, like, I don't know. I think they're fine. I think it's fine to be surprised and most likely take damage from them because of how fast they are. I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. Now let's see if I can take out the Outrider Knight. Then I'll fight the Stray Demon. And I just want to fight the Outrider Knight first because this bonfire is significantly closer than the Undead Settlement bonfire, and I don't want to have to run through all of that every time, just in case I die to the Stray Demon. If I die to the Stray Demon, I suppose, but given my track record, that seems pretty likely. Usually when I get to the boss of an area, and I don't know, it's not really like the boss of the area, but it's the closest this area has. Okay. I wasn't sure if that one would stagger, but I was kind of counting on it. Dark Souls 3 poise is so strange. Not necessarily bad. Wow, I am so good at this game. I thought I was bad at this game. Anyway, I usually end up dying to the boss because I'm bad at the video game. I died to Vordt twice, which, like, huh? I didn't in this playthrough. I beat Vordt first try because obviously I beat Vordt first try. I got hit once through the entire fight. I don't know how I died to Vordt twice in the high wall video. Actually, I did beat Pontiff and the Demon King first try, huh? Did I fight a boss in the... Yeah, I beat the Flex House Sentry first try. I don't know. Okay. Never mind. I did die to Vordt twice, though. So maybe I should be careful. Not jinx myself. And I'm going to talk to the giant for later as well. Because you end up in an area where he can actually hurt you in the cathedral if you don't talk to him there. Alright. Let's see how this goes. What is that screeching? Oh, it's the birds. Okay. I don't know why. I thought that sounded like hollow screeching. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see. Not awful damage. Whoa. Is this one different significantly? Ouch. From the one in the Smouldering Lake? I don't know, actually. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. See, I told you I'd die. And I'm not specifically going out of my way to experience the entirety of the area. I'm just kind of playing through, you know, somewhat casually. Just because that's how I tend to explore these games at first. Or at least that's how I did with when I first played Dark Souls 3. And I feel like that's how most people explore these games. Like when I played Elden Ring, I kind of tried to exhaustively explore it, but because of all like the random caves and stuff, um, that ended up being something that I didn't do. So, you know, like I said, I feel like most people... Jesus, that's such a fast attack. I guess that's why Secret is here, though. Wow, he does no damage. Okay, I definitely should not have get... Move! Secret! I definitely shouldn't have gotten hit by that, though. Okay. At least that doesn't do damage. This guy is so much faster than I remember. This, the enemy, I mean. Not Secret. There we go. I don't know why I was doing so bad. I guess I expect a giant enemy with a giant axe to be slow, but... evidently. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not specifically going on my way to try to experience everything. I didn't do that in the Demon Ruins video, or Smouldering Lake video, and I didn't do that in the High Wall video, and I didn't do that in the Irithyll video. I definitely didn't do that in the No Man's War video, so that's just not really what I want out of this. Because if you're going out of your way to explore everything, you're going to have a different experience anyway. That one looks pretty obviously different. Does it drop down? I guess not. Interesting. I feel like it should. Also, I think there are 2 evangelists up here. Oh my god, okay. This is where they drop down. Stop throwing stuff at me. Rude. Anyway, I think there are 2 evangelists up here. And that's a weird enemy combination because it's just 2 heavy slow enemies. But I don't necessarily think it's a bad combination. It's just a unique one that tests things that wouldn't be tested otherwise. But I don't think... I don't know. I don't think it's bad. That's my point. I think that's an interesting combination. Even if it might not necessarily be fun on its own. For me, personally. Yeah, they're making out up here. As a gay woman myself, I can appreciate it. That's not like a... that's not a bit. I am actually a gay woman. A lot of people in my comments seem to think I'm a guy, probably because of my voice. That makes sense. But no, I am, in fact, a woman. Anyway, happy Pride Month. I don't know if I'll be uploading this during June. Hopefully I'll be able to get it out by the end of June, but probably not. This will probably be uploaded in July. Maybe August. I don't know how long this will take me. I'm really bad at keeping with projects, especially long projects. And, I don't know, ADHD and autism make it... I think it's more ADHD than the autism. Make it really hard to stay focused on one, you know, really long project for a really long time. But hopefully I'll get this done soon. There's a whole chest here. I didn't notice this. Oh my god, okay. Interesting. I didn't know there were any enemies in this game that specifically attacked after you opened a chest. I mean, besides the mimic, I guess. Interesting. This area has a lot more jump scares than I remembered. Anyway, I think that's the entirety of the Undead settlement. And yeah, like I said earlier, this is a level that I disliked when I first played through it because I didn't understand Dark Souls 3. I didn't really meet the game on its own terms. I guess this one doesn't drop down, which is weird. And now that I've played the game, met it at its own terms, and all that, I do like it. Are any of these real? Oops. I do like this level. This is a good level. Especially in terms of like Dark Souls 3. Well, I don't know if that's fair to say. After understanding and learning Dark Souls 3, this is a really good level. I don't know how well it works as a tutorial, but I think that's just from me learning with Dark Souls 1 and then coming over to Dark Souls 3. I feel like if I had started with Dark Souls 3 and learned how to play the games with Dark Souls 3, that I would think this is a much better tutorial. But, you know, this is like a series, so I don't even know where I stand on that, whether or not this is a good tutorial. I think just the fact that I was so focused on playing the way I did for Dark Souls... Well, actually, I hadn't even played Dark Souls 1. I played a little bit of Dark Souls 2, then I played Dark Souls 3, a little bit of Dark Souls 3, and up to, I think, Irithyll, which is where I stopped. And then I got to the... and then I played all through Dark Souls 1, and then all through Dark Souls 2, and then all through Dark Souls 3. So I don't even know... Like, I didn't really start with Dark Souls 1. So I kind of started with Dark Souls 3, because it was the first one where I got, like, a decent amount through it. In Dark Souls 2, I got through, like, some of the gutter. I did the wharf, and then I did, like, I don't know, a little bit of other stuff. How do I even get out of here? Point is, I basically started with Dark Souls 3, because I did this before I did any significant amount of things in Dark Souls 1 and 2. So in that sense, maybe it's not a good tutorial level because it didn't teach me how to play. I did like this game a lot more before I played Dark Souls 1 and 2, but I think that's just because I learned that I like what Dark Souls 1 and 2 do better than this game. But I don't know, I can't really... Am I blind? How the hell do you get out of here? I guess I'll just use a bone. I was getting the Titanite shards that I missed, and I remembered this spot is a great example of you can't possibly predict that enemies will show up, or that certain enemies will show up. Like, there are literally grates over those holes that the rats are crawling out of, and they just come out anyway after you start attacking the first one. So yeah, like, that's a forced ambush, especially since you're most of the time going to be coming from this way after using the grave key. I did the grave key skip. Anyway, I think it's kind of absurd to expect that to not be an ambush. So I don't know why people think that this game doesn't force you to be in ambushes. It happens pretty frequently. Now, as far as I know, the Road to Sacrifices is considered one of the worst areas in the game, just because it's so, like, linear and short and small, and there's not really much to it. I don't know how much I agree with that assessment. I guess that's kind of why I'm playing through the level. I do not do very much damage. Normally I do significantly more damage to these guys. I need to get my levels up and get this thing heavy infused as soon as possible. Using a +3 raw here definitely doesn't feel great. I guess that's why I'm getting all these shriving stones, huh? At what point? Well, I guess I'll figure that out. I was going to ask when you get the heavy gem from the Crestfallen Warrior. But, oh, actually, that's not bad damage, I guess. But 3 hits from a slow weapon is kind of... Now, I don't dislike the Road to Sacrifices, including, like, the swamp area at the end. I don't think it's a bad level at all. But, I don't know, it's not one that stands out in my mind as specifically good or bad. Ah! Jesus Christ, that's such a fast attack. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's one of the NPCs that I don't think is that bad. I don't fight her very often, but, you know, when I do, it's really not that much of an issue, just because she has so low health. Are the twin daggers? I can't imagine the twin daggers are anywhere near as good as the twin blades, right? I feel like pretty much no weapon in this game is as good as the twin blades, so that's probably an unfair comparison to make in the first place. Is there anything up here? Whoa, there is. Crazy. I don't think... Yeah, like I said, I haven't explored these areas in a long time. I did explore most of these areas somewhat in my first playthrough, but, like, once I got to places like the archives, that's what it's called, I kind of just stopped exploring. So I don't think I've ever properly explored the archives. Maybe not even most of the castle. So that'll be a new experience that I will have to learn about when I get there. I feel like the backstab in this game is intended to be used in scenarios like this, where you have enemies like this that have a slow moment first. I really don't like the dagger runs. The dagger runs are so frustrating. Or at least more frustrating than the scythe ones. I don't know, the scythe ones aren't that bad. Oh god. The dagger ones attack significantly faster, though. They attack really, really, really fast and just combo, combo, combo. I think it's pretty annoying. I know that saying the game was annoying was a really common theme in my Scythe playthrough. And I know a lot of people didn't like that because they came for a challenge run. But it kind of ended up just being a critique disguised as a challenge run, and I really didn't meet the game on its own terms. And I still agree with what I said. I did find it annoying in that playthrough because of the way I was playing. But the game didn't really teach me to play a different way. And at the time, I thought that's how I could have the most fun at the game. So, I don't know. I don't really have any regrets or whatever. Oh, God. And I do still think a lot of this game is pretty annoying. I don't think I disagree that this is an annoying game at this point. But, or not that the game is annoying, but this game has a lot of things that are annoying, I guess. This is an area in which I think it's better to sprint through, because you don't have to deal with, you know, any of these enemies. It's really easy to run past these enemies, just because there's only a few of them. They're pretty slow, and there's a bonfire right past this. But, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily that much worse to deal with when you're actually going through slowly. So, I don't have anything specifically good or bad to say about this area. Should I go down here? I guess I probably should, huh? What the? Which one are you? What enemy did I forget? The world may never know. I guess enemies do just kind of appear out of nowhere. So, whatever. Okay, I don't know if that's how you're supposed to get down here, but it is certainly a way that you can get down here. Also, as far as I know, this bloated dog is entirely unique to right here. It might not be. In fact, it probably isn't. But it has like a grab attack, and I don't remember seeing it in any other area in the game. Okay, and then there's this red-eyed one, which I don't know if this one's actually any different. It might do more damage than the other ones, but other than that, I don't think that one's any different from any of the others. And I killed those guys a lot in my Scythe playthrough to get the Corvian Scythe. It took me so long to get that. That was so frustrating. And I'm not doing any NPC quest lines this playthrough because, I don't know, don't really want to. Not really any reason to. It doesn't significantly change level design or whatever. The NPC quest lines are a separate conversation that I'm not having in this video. I don't know, Dark Souls 3 questlines especially, Dark Souls questlines generally, don't know why I'm so bad at fighting these guys. Dark Souls 3 questlines generally are kind of but Dark Souls 3 especially, Dark Souls 2 I don't really do, but I like the characters in Dark Souls 2 a lot more than Dark Souls 3. And in Dark Souls 1 I only do them if they give me something cool. So, I don't know. Not really a part of the game that I enjoy focusing on. These guys, these lycanthropes, I feel like having the first one facing away from you in a very non-aggressive stance is a way to try and trick you, and to get them to, you know, ambush you, quote unquote. And I do like that, because generally game design language would say that if an enemy is sitting, or if anything is sitting and facing away from you, that it's not a threat in that specific moment, at least. But, you know, obviously it is very much a threat. I need to get this coal so I can do a heavy infusion, so. Usually, or especially recently, I've been going through this game with faster weapons, so I wanted to do this with a slower weapon, just to see if it's any different, and so far, oh god, I was expecting him to stagger, and I don't know why. I wanted to see if it was any, or like drastically different, especially since my first playthrough was actually with a slower weapon. I think it was with the Claymore. If not the Claymore, no, I think it was the Claymore. It's been a long time since I played this game the first time. The Black Knights in this game I enjoy less than the ones at Dark Souls 1. And I think, honestly don't know why. It In this game, they kind of just consist of rolling behind them to backstab them. Or, roll, attack, roll, attack, roll, attack. Just like, most of Dark Souls 3. But in Dark Souls 1, I guess they also just consist of parry, riposte the whole time. I don't know. I think parrying is more satisfying. That might be why. I couldn't tell you beyond that. Should I go toward the Crystal Sage first? Yeah, I guess so, since I'm not really going into Farron Keep for any reason other than going through it. And I should do that after, since that's like the next area I want to go through. Okay. I was hoping to get the dog out of the way before I was going to get attacked by the spear guys, but why didn't that backstab? Yeah, talk about finicky. I love how they have a massive weapon and are still fast. I don't know, I feel like once you get used to the speed of the game generally, it makes sense that most enemies are fast, but you can't really trust the visual design of the enemies to communicate how fast or slow they are, Which is very much something you can do in Dark Souls 1 and 2. At least generally. Not maybe 100% of the time. Ow, stop it! But a lot of the time you definitely can assume that giant weapons are significantly slower than smaller weapons, and vice versa. But Dark Souls 3, you have this massive, incredibly fast weapon. Same with the Stray Demon from earlier, the Fire Stray Demon. That was really, really fast, despite its size, and using an axe, which are usually slow weapons. But I guess, like, the Black Knight Greatsword, or the Black Knight with the Greatsword earlier, was pretty slow, relative, all things considered. Yeah, at least these guys stagger in a single hit. I don't think they're that specifically annoying, or whatever, or bad, or whatever. I don't like how many of them there are. Like, there are a lot of them here. And I don't think that's necessarily a fun way to add challenge with them. But I don't necessarily think that this is a terrible area because of that, or whatever. So, I mean, I could go either way. Also, why didn't that one stagger? Why did that one have super armor? That's, okay, like I said in the, was it the high wall video? I don't remember if it was the high wall video or the Irithyll video. But I really don't like the inconsistency. Immediate poison, Jesus. Why was that so fast? I don't like the inconsistency of this game because it's less consistent to deal with than the inconsistency in Dark Souls 1 and 2. I don't think the inconsistency itself is bad, but I do think how inconsistent you are dealing with the inconsistency is bad. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, in Dark Souls 1, all the bosses are going to be using different moves in different orders every time you fight them. In Dark Souls 3, it's going to be the same. But in Dark Souls 3, that boss might use an attack that's way, way, way more difficult. But in Dark Souls 1, all the boss's attacks are, relatively similar in terms of difficulty. So, like, I guess it's more the inconsistency of the difficulty itself rather than the inconsistency of dealing with the inconsistency. That's a terrible word to say over and over. You get what I mean, though, right? It's inconsistently difficult in Dark Souls 3, while in Dark Souls 1, there is still inconsistency, but it's still the same difficulty every time. I hope that makes sense. This is another area that I always run through, like 100% of the time I run through this spot, just because dealing with all the mages is, like, not super fun, personally. I think... I don't know how common of an experience that is, but especially with how many random enemies there are. Oops, my bad. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick you in the balls. Yeah, how many enemies there are, and it's like, especially with like the magic user and stuff. But I suppose if you rush the lamp, or the one that wakes them all up, and the magic user, it's not too bad. And, okay, another thing that I should point out as an inconsistency, I think, is how there are certain spots where you are expected to, like, cautiously look around corners like you would be in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Like, in this spot, if you don't look around that corner, you're not going to see that guy. I guess the spear is pretty obvious. But, like it expects you to slowly look around that corner there, right? To avoid that enemy. Avoid getting surprised by that enemy. But then, like I pointed out in Like I pointed out in the Smouldering Lake video, there are a lot of instances where slowly looking around corners, you know, will get you hit. So you kind of just need to deal with the ambushes as they come in those scenarios. But in some scenarios, you can avoid the ambushes, and in that sense, that's inconsistent. I don't know if I consider that a necessarily bad thing. Having that level of, you know, flexibility, like being cautious in the first place, but then dealing with the ambush as it comes once you know what's happening, or if it comes, you know what I mean? Like, I think having that level of flexibility is a fun skill to test, but, yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's see. I don't like the Crystal Sage. I don't think the Crystal Sage is a particularly great boss fight, especially since I do such low damage. I should have much higher damage at this point. But anyway, Crystal Sage, not a great fight. First phase is fine. Like, it's not good, but it's not like a bad first phase. But then the second phase gets really, really annoying, in my opinion. Get as much damage as I can here in the first phase. And then the best strategy I found is to run back here and then deal with the clones individually one at a time. Hey, I got very lucky. Anyway, this phase is really annoying because actually reaching the real one, assuming you're not colorblind and can tell which the real one is, can be unnecessarily frustrating, and it does a lot of damage. Far too much, especially that attack for how quickly it comes out. That is, thank you for demonstrating that so well. That level, or that attack specifically, does a ton of damage and comes out insanely quickly for how much damage it does. I do like the franticness of it. I just don't like if it did less damage, I think this would be a much, much better boss. Not just because it's hard, but because it's like nearly unfair to dodge those attacks sometimes. Like that, like, are you kidding me? Especially when you're far away and you're not focusing on the main one. I don't know. Not a great fight. Also, I think technically counts as a gank, and a lot of people say that Dark Souls 2 has a lot of gank fights that are really annoying, but no one has the same criticism for Dark Souls 3, despite it having more gank fights, especially early on, relative to the total number of fights generally. And I think that's because it doesn't feel like a gank fight, you know? You're fighting clones of the same boss. You're not fighting several bosses at once or whatever. And then, you know, Abyss Watchers or whatever. It doesn't really feel like a gank fight because they're also fighting themselves. Yeah, anyway. Real quick, before going to the Cathedral, I want to run through the road, or, you know, this part, get to the keep, specifically so I can get my weapon to +4 real quick. I'm just going to sprint past the crab, just because I know for sure that I really don't like fighting the crabs. They're kind of an exception in this, you know, trying to learn the game again thing. Or not learning the game again, but forming opinions on the game again. Now the real question is whether or not I make these guys fall to their death, and I think the only correct answer is yes. So hopefully they both drop to their death. One of them might climb on the ladder. That's usually what ends up happening. One of them drops down just fine, and then the next one ends up trying to climb down the ladder. Or, you know, successfully climbing down the ladder. Whoa. Where's the other one? Hey there. Oh, see? Yeah. Darn. Though I guess it's probably better that I do fight them. Do they not slide down the ladder? I thought they ended up sliding down eventually. I'm like looking up in real life as if that's going to help me see up in the game. I don't like fighting them both at once. I think fighting them both at once is kind of annoying. Just because, you know, there are two NPCs that attack at relatively similar speeds because all the player, or all the weapons that the player can use all attack at relatively the same speed. So fighting them at the same time doesn't really feel great. But I suppose if you're at the point in the game where you're doing as much damage as me, it doesn't really matter all that much. Let's see. I should have got a dagger, but I guess it might be better that I'm not using a dagger. I'm going to go through a little bit of Farron Keep now. Not all of it. Just up to the point. I'm going to do the first 2 fires. The third one I'm going to leave until after I come back after the Cathedral. Right now, as I'm recording this, I'm not sure if I'm going to make this one long video. So I guess that kind of depends on how long it is. I don't know how long this video is going to take me to make either, like I said earlier. I don't know if this is going to end up being one long video or a bunch of shorter, but still long videos. At the very least, I want to get up to Irithyll again in this part. Whoa, okay. That was a weird delay. What the hell? That was so long. Damn. I really wanted to avoid getting poisoned yet, but oh well. Getting poisoned is kind of just inevitable in the Farron Keep, so. I don't dislike poison swamps. I don't think a level being a poison swamp immediately makes it a bad level. In fact, the Farron Keep, I don't hate the Farron Keep. I don't drastically dislike it either, but it's definitely not one of my favorite levels. It's kind of a level that I just run through and forget about. Like, the path that I'm taking is the one that I usually take through the level. I don't usually kill the Grues, though. More recently, I have been, just because I've noticed that not being chased by 7 Grues is preferable to, you know, being chased by 7 Grues. But I'll fight the ones up to this point and then get the fire and just run straight to the bonfire, since, you know, the bonfire's right there. But I guess for this video, it would make more sense to slowly take them out. And I did upgrade my claymore to heavy. Not upgrade, I guess, but I infused my claymore with heavy. The Crestfallen Warrior gives you the heavy gem after beating Crystal Sage, so that's cool to know. And was the perfect timing for me, especially since, you know, it was right after I got the coal. Or, yeah, right after I got the coal. Also, you don't need Shriving Stones. Wait, the Poison Mist doesn't matter. You don't need Shriving Stones to infuse with a different infusion? I thought you had to go back to normal infusion to then infuse with something else, but apparently not. The Grues are not as bad as I remembered. I don't know why, but I remember the Grues being one of, if not the worst enemy in the game. That is not the case. They are not that bad. Especially if you deal with them as the game gives them to you, instead of, you know, running past all of them and then dealing with 17 at once. I like exaggerating numbers, I'm sorry. It gives it more punch if it seems like you're fighting way more than you actually are. Slugs suck. I hate these slugs. I can one-shot them? Okay, sorry, I'm thinking Dark Souls 1. These guys are still annoying, but just because they're in such large groups. But I guess they're not that bad. Okay, my opinion is actively changing. And my previous opinion was purely down to misremembering. Fake news or whatever. Still don't, you know, think they're great enemies, but they're certainly not bad enemies. The fire ones have really high physical resistance though, right? I think they do. I think the slimes are the ones that I don't like, not the slugs. Though I did remember getting that Undead Bone Shard to be significantly more frustrating, but I suppose I was incorrect. Also, usually I will sprint straight here after beating Vordt. Yeah, like I'll beat Vordt and then sprint straight here so that I can get this to get my weapon to +3 as soon as possible. But, you know, you can just find shards all over the place before this point. There's really no reason to get this ash. Or, I mean, there's reason to get the ash, like, you know, if you want to change weapons or whatever. But usually I get here so I can buy the shards instead of finding them through the levels. But if I'm going through the levels slowly anyway, whatever. And it's probably better and faster to just find them in the levels anyway, since you can get enough to get to +6 without grinding at all. So I don't know why I don't do that. I am not going to be full of hubris, and I'm going to send the elevator back down. There we go. This is another instance where I remember this boss fight being annoying, but recently I came back and fought it, and it was really easy, and I don't know why I ever thought it was annoying. So I guess we'll see how that pans out. I think I thought it was annoying. Oh god. Stamina management. I need more endurance. I think I thought it was annoying because, like, the tail swipe attack or whatever. Where you can't just stand under it and be fine. And I thought that that was something that should be possible. Also, that slam attack is a lot faster than the demons in Dark Souls 1. I mean, the game is faster, obviously. But, but also the area of effect on it is significantly smaller. That was incredibly easy. I don't know if I got lucky. I know, like, the rock spew attack is really annoying. But that was really easy. Anyway, the area of effect on that butt slam is much smaller. which also makes the speed less of an issue, and kind of just changes the dynamic of the boss entirely from, you know, like a turn-based, positioning-based boss to like a reaction-based boss, which I think is less fun, like I said, you know, but I don't think it's worse or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Reaction-based enemies aren't bad, but in my opinion, strategy slash positioning-based enemies are more fun. That's kind of why the Pursuer is actually one of my favorite bosses in Dark Souls 2, because it's very, very, very heavily positioning-based. You barely have to dodge with the Pursuer if you are, you know, in the right positions, and that makes it really fun to fight for me, I think. It's like honestly, probably one of my favorite bosses in the series. I just think it's a really great boss because it's so heavy on like focusing on the positioning rather than dodging or whatever. I think most of Dark Souls 2 is like that though. A lot, like most of Dark Souls 2 focuses entirely on, not entirely, but primarily on positioning around enemies rather than dodging as attacks come. You want to be in positions where the attacks, you know, won't even be able to hit you in the first place. I really like that, which is, you know, another thing that I like about the combat in Dark Souls 2. This area doesn't really have much to it, so I don't know. Kind of hard to give a critique for an area that has like, what? Not very many enemies. And if you take out the Screecher, you know, before it alerts the other enemies, then it's significantly easier, but even then it's just a few hollows. And at this point, if you're not capable of dealing with a few hollows all at once, then, you know, I think you have bigger problems. Because the game very much does teach you, not necessarily teaches you directly, but puts you in situations where you will learn how to do that. Anyway, I am now prepared to go to the cathedral, so I will see you there. This last little bit of the Road of Sacrifices probably won't have much to talk about. This is a very short area with only a couple enemies, and all of it is incredibly easy to run past. Not that I am going to run past it, but like, regardless of how, you know, this area is, wouldn't have a significant impact on the game whatsoever just because it's so small. What the? Why did that first one go over me? Okay. I have no idea how poison this game works, or if it works. I know Dark Souls 3 poise is weird compared to the other games entirely, and a lot of people think that's funny, including me. But I just don't know how it's weird. Because I know it mostly focuses on super armor, more so than actual poise. I really need to level up my endurance. I really like the look of the Herald set. I think it's one of my favorite armor sets in the game. Though if I remember correctly, it is significantly worse than the Knight set. Oh yeah, in pretty much every way except weight. But I do like how it looks more, so I'm going to put it on. If I end up struggling somehow, you know. Wow, I think I think the face looks like that because it was completely covered in blood. Yeah. So if you go up and fight that one first, you're going to get ambushed by this one. And I think that's good because you should be, you know, exploring properly. Though fighting two NPCs at the same time is annoying. And that is a scenario that you should be able to avoid because, you know, the other one's right here. I think they have the Fallen Knight set, which is my second favorite set in the game. If not my favorite, it looks really good. I like the Farron armor in Dark Souls 2, but I don't like it nearly as much in this game. Oh, right, this little bit right here sucks. I forgot about this little area. I talked about this in my Scythe playthrough as probably one of the worst little areas in the game. Like, it's awful. I believe this gives you the spider shield, yeah. This little spot right here. There's not that much here, but it's like 3 or 4 dogs. I think 3 dogs. And then a bunch of archers. Actually, I think it's only 3 archers. It's 4 dogs, okay. It's 5 dogs. That's too many dogs. Way too many dogs. Oh. I wish I had a sweep attack. Actually, is the R2? No, it's a stab. Okay. Very much a single target weapon. I think dogs would be a lot less annoying if you could roll into them to stagger them like you can with hollows. But their poise works completely differently. And you can't even stagger these ones with a roll. They must have more than 0 poise. Anyway, that little area is awful. Just because there are, 5 dogs and one's going to be coming from behind you if you don't take it out first. Though, to be honest, that one that would come from behind you, the one that spawns over there, probably shouldn't be coming from behind you. It's pretty obvious that it's there and is arguably the most present threat. However, the archers also really make that area annoying because you can't really run from the dogs. You just kind of have to... Not annoying, sorry. I should be more careful with my words. It makes it... You have to actively be dodging the archers while taking out the dogs. And because of the nature of the dogs, that's not... I mean, it's... It's not fun for me personally, right? That's... I need to be careful with my words because I do like this game, like I said. This game isn't inherently annoying or whatever. I do like a lot of what this game does. And again, it is growing on me. Going through that, I don't know if it's just because of the specific stats that I have right now, because I do have pretty high health. What is it, like 20 something? Yeah, 24 vigor. I do have pretty high health relative to what I would normally have at this point in the game, because I had the raw upgrade and I went basically entirely into vigor. But that was not nearly as bad as I remember. And I think building toward my strengths in this game really helps with that, though I don't know if the claymore specifically would be toward my strengths. I should have got a torch. I forgot about that. These guys suck. I don't like these enemies. Just because if they hit you once, you're going to lose a ton of health. It's like an unnecessary amount of punishment for, one little mistake. You can't really run past the grave wardens. Like they chase you a lot, like the dogs actually. The dogs also relentlessly chase you. The grave wardens are the same, and for that reason, I thought they were annoying for the longest time. But just when you're actually fighting them one-on-one like you're supposed to, it's really not that bad. I believe the giant should take these out, right? No? There it is. Which makes this group of, what are they called, infested corpses or whatever, significantly less annoying. No, this is one of the few enemies that I would call like actually annoying because of how harsh the punishment is if you even get hit once. Because you have the 3 bleeds that you have to suffer if you get hit once before the maggots actually go away, unless you know that you can equip a torch to get rid of that. I think there are other ways to do that, not just grabbing a torch, but I don't know what they are. Granted, they are pretty slow and easy to dodge, but regardless. Why did they immediately get up? That happened twice in a row. The first time I thought it was just because of the terrain it was on, but that one was on entirely flat ground. Weird. Usually I just come right here for the bone shard or whatever. Jesus, I didn't know you could shoot all the way up here. Usually I just go down there for the bone shard and don't even bother talking to the giant, but I did talk to him this time, specifically because of that, when I said that I was going to talk to him later. Is this a shortcut, or does this... I know this goes down to, like, a couple Titanite lizard, or, crystal lizards, and I think a Titanite crystal, like the giant crystal lizard guys. Oh, these things, these are even worse. Oh, and they don't stagger. Okay, I should have grabbed a torch. I wish it was more... I don't know if there's an item description that you can read that the fire gets rid of the maggots. If there is, I've missed that completely. But I wish it was a little bit more obvious that these things were weak to fire and that the maggots would get rid of that. Like, I wish they at least had red eyes, because it is kind of a theme in this game. that red eyes means weak to fire, and these guys don't even have red eyes. So kind of either breaking the design language, or they don't want to clearly communicate that, but they still want a way for people who find that significantly annoying to bypass it, which is kind of weird, especially because you basically have to either find it by chance or, you know, use external sources to find that you can do that. I believe these guys just give you Twinkling Titanite, which I will generally not be using this run. Though when I do use Twinkling Titanite, I always forget about these two for some reason. The 2 crystal lizards down here. Titanite shard. There's a lot of like weirdly placed upgrade materials. Like in the DLC, you should probably be like at least +6 minimum, right? By the time you get there. But you can get Titanite shards and large Titanite shards there, which is strange. Like I guess it's a good way to get them early, but alright. This one I have to fight without a shield, which honestly shouldn't be too bad, but you'll see more of how I generally play this game than you would have seen with the one that I fought in the tutorial. You know, assuming I don't obliterate it before it's capable of attacking. Okay. I'm only at +4, so I don't think I'm like overly leveled for this. Yeah, no, not really. I mean, normally I would have gone here and done this with the +3 had I not specifically gone out of my way. I didn't know this was here. Had I not specifically gone out of my way to get the 2 extra large Titanite shards from up by the Stray Demon, but I don't know. I feel like +4 is a very normal level to be at this point, if not the expected level. And then the 2 giants in here, you know, also drop the large Titanite shards, though they're not really worth killing, since you also get a ton of large Titanite shards in Irithyll. I hate these things. Specifically because they infinitely respawn, and because they can just block your pathway. A lot like that one specific hollow up next to, or just before the gargoyles. There's that one that just kind of always blocks the doorway up to the gargoyles, or the door, you know, the room that leads to the room with the ladders. They can drop Estus flasks. That's really interesting, actually. That would be very helpful to learn how those work. I think I'm gonna start using these to figure that out. Anyway. Yeah, just, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Oh yeah, upgrade materials. Yeah, the point is, I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. Especially because this area is so early on in the game, you know? Oh, I got my healing stuff. Because it's so early in the game, it makes sense that I should be able to kill enemies quickly. That was a scenario where, you know, the enemy came up behind me, but because I was playing as the game expected me to, taking out the most present threat in the moment, and then going back and looking around and dealing with the other ones, I was able to deal with it incredibly easy. Even though... Where the hell did this one come from? Huh? Okay. Even though I was also being attacked by the archer. I feel like that one probably would have gotten up and attacked me had I not taken it out there. Oh hey, wow, 2 more that just appear out of nowhere. You know, it's almost like Dark Souls 3 forces you to be ambushed sometimes. Crazy how that is, huh? Crazy how I was right the whole time. My inner H-bomber guy is coming out. Being incredibly smug. Incredibly smug and condescending, but only because I know for sure I'm right. Yeah, I feel like if I had learned to be aggressive when I first played this game, I probably wouldn't like Dark Souls 1 or 2 as much. I like the people who dislike Dark Souls 2 an unnecessary amount probably just don't vibe with the playstyle, and because they're trying to play it like Dark Souls 1 or 3, they end up not liking it because they get in situations that seem unfair, even though if they had played the game differently, they wouldn't have had to deal with that situation in that way. This being vastly better at this game than I was when I first played it, really Oh, hi there. Whoa, there's two of them. Really changes, like, how I feel about it. Most of that being better just comes from understanding how to play the game. Not only how to deal with encounters, but also, literally dodge timing and attacks and whatever. And it makes me like this level a lot more. I think I am, once again, changing my opinion on this level, because I didn't like it. And that was because of, enemies just kind of appearing behind you, or dropping down on you in a way that you couldn't have predicted. Like, I don't think it's fair to say that you could have predicted the enemy dropping down, or the two thralls dropping down directly on top of me when I was right here, right? Like, you're supposed to get ambushed there. And I didn't like that at the time, but after understanding that the game, like, is built around that and expects that to happen to you, and playing with that in mind, it makes it a lot more fun to deal with, and it just becomes a new scenario for me to conquer, more so than, a grievance that I have with the game. Hi there. I knew that one was there, and I still got hit by it. I was expecting it to be further in the room, though. Oh, hi. Once again, an enemy dropping down on top of me, though I probably could have seen that one. Yeah, and again, understanding the game's mechanics, too. Like, understanding that it will give me a lot of Estus. So, being hit during being hit during an ambush that I couldn't have possibly seen coming isn't really against, or, a mark to give against the game's design. It's just like how the game works and how the game expects you to play. I know people talk about how life gems break the balance of the healing system or whatever, but Dark Souls 2 wasn't going for that, and in the same way, Dark Souls 3 isn't going for that delicate balance either. And that's communicated a lot more in the gameplay than the actual healing system itself. But the fact that you get those refills nearly constantly, like, I haven't gone through a single level yet where I didn't get at least one Estus refill. Like, that, if anything, destroys the delicate balancing system that Dark Souls 1 had. Like, it's gonna be that. And again, that's not a bad thing. It's just different. And I'm starting to like it a lot more. We'll see whether or not I end up preferring it over Dark Souls 1 or 2, which I don't think I will, because again, I played this game a lot. And have been playing it a lot more recently and understand that I like it more than I used to. And I so far, I definitely don't prefer it to Dark Souls 1 or 2. Jesus, stop it. Where did this one come from? Okay, one thing I definitely do not like is how often these guys attack. Like, wow. Not even how often, but how long their combos are. That's really annoying. Just the constant slamming of their axe over and over and over and over. The ones in the high wall do that as well. The deacon hollows. And it is just as annoying there. I know that you're supposed to be able to, or you're supposed to learn to deal with that. And I don't think it's like necessarily outright bad. But I don't think it's fun to do that. What did that do? Did it do anything? I don't think it hit me, actually. I need to level up my strength as much as I need to level up endurance, jeez. Also, most of the time I play through this game, like I said, I sprint through. So I don't get that many souls. And I think that affects how I see the game. Because in my mind, you are intended to play through the game at a much weaker, or much lower level than I am used to. Or rather, a much lower level than you're actually supposed to. I'm used to a lower level, which changes the dynamic of the game in a lot of ways. Because at that point, when your health is below a certain point, you're just not allowed to make that many mistakes. And because the game expects you, not necessarily to make mistakes, that's the wrong way to put it, to take more hits, right? The game expects you to take hits all the time. And if your health is too low, you're not going to be able to take those hits. And I think that really changes my experience with the game. That said, going through and killing, nearly every single enemy every single time I play through the game isn't something that I'm going to be doing. That's just not fun to do every single time. It's fun to do every once in a while. But if I just want to, go through the game with a specific build or whatever, That's a scenario in which I would want to run past everything. This is also a scenario in which I think it's entirely reasonable to run past. And I think is expected to do. Just because you can't really kill the giant from here without specific gear. It just makes sense to me that you're supposed to run past before the giant obliterates you. Though, whether or not you learn that beforehand is a different story. That sounds like an evangelist. But I don't remember an evangelist being up here. Never mind. What do you know? Every day you learn something new, huh? Oh my god. The stamina recovery in this game is so much higher. Like, the stamina management in this game is so much less focused on than the other two games as well, which is why I'm not good at it in this game, because I'm just expecting to not have to worry about it, which is definitely on me. I don't think that one's axe was supposed to be hanging over the wall. But the one that was on the ceiling was a bit more obvious. Where did this one come from? Huh? That one wasn't attacking me, though. Really? Okay. Wasn't sure if that one was trying to run up toward me or not. I believe the mimic is in here. Yeah. And then there's like that weird beast thing that you also see in Anor Londo. Oh my god! Okay. You know, people complain that the mimic can grab you from behind in Dark Souls 2, which is admittedly extremely egregious, but I wouldn't say the hitboxes are that much better here. They're definitely a lot more dodgeable, though, I suppose. Because in Dark Souls 2, you kind of just have to stand back, otherwise you will get grabbed, which I can understand that being a frustration. Ow, ow. Rude. I don't know if you're watching this long, because this is going to be like, what, I'd say probably almost 2 hours into the video at this point, if not over 2 hours. I haven't really been keeping track. If you're still watching at this point, why are you watching? Like, I'm curious if you're genuinely just interested in my thoughts on the game, if you want to like learn more about this game's level design that you might not have thought of yourself, or if you're just interested in like me as a personality. Why do you watch these videos, and how can I make it better? I would love to know. Because I want to make my videos enjoyable to the most amount of people, to the highest degree possible. This is where that enemy drops down. I thought it was further along. Drops down right there, yeah. Can't really see that one coming. But it is pretty easy to run away from it. What the? Already? Okay. That was incredibly easy. I remember that enemy being extremely annoying. But, wow, okay. I am either significantly better at the game than I used to be, like way better at the game than I used to be, or this game is way easier than I remembered. Or a combination of both. It's probably a combination of both, to be honest. Yeah, I got another Estus refill there. I'm getting them constantly, I'm just not pointing out every single one. This is a weird place for an invasion, in my opinion. I'm probably not going to be embered for the whole playthrough, but I am trying to stay as embered as possible for as long as possible. In my opinion, this is a weird spot for an invasion because you're already getting ambushed by all the thralls. And it's very difficult to know for sure that you have gotten all the thralls and that you're not going to be attacked by them while fighting Kirk. Though I guess that's why there's an invasion here. I don't know. He's not very strong, I guess. He's actually stronger than that beast enemy, though. Oh. Ouch. Uh-oh. Or at least has significantly more health. There we go. I wonder if the game expects you to trade blows with enemies. Because you're definitely going to get hit by enemies at some point, right? But I don't know if in the flow of combat it expects you to trade blows. Because, you know, how the game has hyper armor, right? And that's how it deals with poise. I think it does expect you to trade hits, at least with most kinds of builds, which no other game other than Bloodborne does. and Bloodborne has the rally system. But I think in this case, the Estus refills do kind of, not necessarily incentivize that, but allow that as a playstyle, which I think is cool. Now, okay, so when I first heard about the Estus refill system, or when I first figured out about it while I was playing the game, I thought of it as kind of a way to make the game a little easier more than anything. But now that I'm playing it and understanding how the game expects you to play more, it definitely feels more like a way to facilitate a certain playstyle, right? So instead of playing passively like you would in Dark Souls 1 or 2 and avoiding all possible damage, it definitely feels like, and the mechanics facilitate playing a lot more aggressively and taking hits, not intentionally, but, you know, not going out of your way to avoid all possible damage. And that system specifically is one that definitely feels like it incentivizes it a lot. Okay, I was hoping to one-shot, but they have a lot of resistance, I think. Either that or... Well, no, I think they have a lot of health either way. They take longer to kill than I anticipate every time. A lot of poise, too. Where do I go? Hey, I found it. Oh, it's here. Okay, that's weird. Is that why that ladder is there? Wait, no. Oh, this comes back to here. Okay. I confused myself. And I believe that goes back this way. Yeah, okay. Somebody in a forum post said that vigor is the most important stat in this game. And initially I was inclined to disagree because, you know, in my experience with Dark Souls 1, and a little bit of 2, not entirely, but specifically 1, which a lot of people say this game is more like than 2. You're intended to not get hit, right? Like, your whole goal is to not get hit. But but now I'm more inclined to agree with them, because having more vigor means you can deal more damage in a shorter time. Just because you can trade those blows, right? Which definitely feels like what the game expects you to do a lot of the time. Oh wait, there's a whole area up there that I can go to here, huh? I don't think I can reach the... I don't remember what these are called. The buttress, yeah. I can't reach the buttress from below, so you have to drop onto it from up here. I think I am going to do this in multiple parts because, you know, a several hour long video is already way too long. And if I do the whole game, it's probably going to be closer to like 7 or 8 hours. And I do not want to upload a video that long. I don't know how far I'm going to go for this part, though. Guess we'll see. Oh my god, I was expecting a stagger. I don't know why I was expecting a stagger. These guys don't stagger that quick. Okay. Purely a skill issue on my part. I'm fully willing to admit that. Notice how I haven't gone below, like, what, 4 Estus yet? Actually, maybe while fighting Kirk, I don't remember. But I've had a lot of Estus this whole time just because of the Estus refill system. The game is extremely generous. As it should be, because, you know, its combat really facilitates being hit a lot. Which, you know, isn't a bad thing. It's just not what I was expecting when I went into this. And now that I am playing like that, now that I'm, like, understanding that you're supposed to get hit sometimes, okay, goodbye, I guess. And, like, individual hits are less annoying. I'm really starting to like this game a lot more. Like, a lot more. You really don't need to worry about being hit every so often. Hi there. Also have a lot of souls, wow. I don't really want to go up to Rosaria. There's not really any reason to. Just because, like, I don't want to do anything with her covenant. I don't want to, like, respec or whatever. Oh god! Okay. I wasn't sure if I'd be quick enough for with Dark Souls 3 menus. I do not know the inputs to quit out quickly in this game. I'm much better at that in Dark Souls 1. Definitely not something the game expects you to be able to do quickly, though. Uh-oh. Okay. You're definitely not supposed to backstab here. That was very close. I'm gonna stop fishing for backstabs and play the game the way it expects me to. Very dangerous. Backstab fishing there. Come on. Well, okay. Gonna have to run back up there and grab my souls. And see, this is where, in my opinion, the game's level design gets worse when you have to run back through areas, because I don't want to kill every single enemy again. Like, I guess now I know where all the ambushes are, which does make running back through less tedious. I know, which branching pathways I don't need to go on or whatever. But running back, I do think, is still significantly more annoying in this game than it would be in Dark Souls 1. Just because in Dark Souls 1, it's really easy to run past enemies without them ganging up on you and blocking you in a pathway. In this game, it's very difficult to run past enemies without getting stuck, without getting pushed up against a wall or trapped between enemies. Ouch. In like a narrow hallway or whatever. Somebody is shooting darts at me. Oh god. Oh, Jesus. Okay, fighting this guy here is annoying. This guy is probably gonna also be annoying, actually. Specifically because he has a shield. Oops, okay. Skill issue on my part for sure. Okay, well, I guess you can just do that. Never mind. Not as bad. Bonk. I should get a giant hammer and play with that instead. It's probably safer to go around it here rather than on the narrow walkways. Oh my god. Okay, that works. I'm good at this game, I swear. Yeah, okay. Fighting these big knights on these narrow walkways is definitely difficult. I wonder if you're... well, I suppose you don't have to fight them on the narrow walkways. You could definitely bring them over here. But then you'd have to deal with more than one at once, and that's a cool risk-reward system, actually. I like that. Plus, you can just do that. Get them to fall off the edge like the other one did, too, so... Didn't even have to hit that second one. I believe in order to get down to Rosaria, you need to take fall damage. You just drop down right there, which is not a bad thing. Mostly because it's an optional area. I've had instances where I took like a lot of fall damage here, though. Yeah, you take quite a bit. Is fall damage proportional to your health? Oh my god. I forgot about these guys. Is fall damage proportional to your health in this? Like your embered health in this game? Like it is in Dark Souls 1? And I believe 2 also does fall damage calculations based on your... No, Dark Souls 2 has flat fall damage, huh? Not percentage based. That is so gross. Anyway, if I remember correctly, this game does fall damage calculations based on your embered health, I believe. And it's percentage based like it is in Dark Souls 1, rather than flat like Dark Souls 2. Oh my god. There are so many of these guys. This is so gross. These are actually a lot like the slugs in the Jesus, Farron Keep. Couldn't remember what it was called. Where there's a lot of them, but they die really quickly, so they're not that bad. I don't think these guys have a chance to drop Estus, but it's right before, they only appear like right before the bonfire, and then there's one somewhere else, so that makes sense. I know I said there was literally no reason for me to come here, but I did it anyway. The first time I did the Deacons of the Deep with the Claymore, I had a lot of difficulty, just because the Claymore is, much more focused on a single target, but I just have the running attack, which should deal with groups significantly easier. I never actually get the shortcut. I don't I just run from the top one straight to the deacons and then beat the deacons first or second try. It doesn't even matter. I also should have definitely grabbed a dagger, but so I could like dagger walk through here. But I guess that's not really an issue. And it would also make sense for me to not have it right now, just because normally I wouldn't, like playing casually, I wouldn't just like grab a dagger for no reason and then figure out that I can use it to get through the sledge quicker. So maybe it's better that I don't. Okay, I'm going to not necessarily just spam roll and actually be careful about timing my rolls so I can dodge. Nice and easy. And I have the Estus Shard and Undead Bone Shard that I haven't used yet. Can I kite these guys? That would be easier. Oh, they have ranged attacks, I forgot. How close are they going to come? This is one of the few instances where it definitely feels like you're supposed to kite enemies because, you know, the threat is right in front of you. So you don't really need to, like... It's not like coming out of a narrow hallway or whatever. It's like you're right out in the open. There are a bunch of enemies. And you can deal with them however you want. And in this instance, I think it makes more sense to kite them. And is easier to kite them. It's not like only one method of fighting them works through the entire game and that's it. You're obviously supposed to use different strategies for different scenarios. Jesus. And I think that should be expected. I don't know if these guys end up aggroing on you or not. Yeah, I almost always run past these guys, and it's super easy to do so, and there's no reason not to. I don't one-shot the deacons. That's going to make the boss so much fun. I do think the running attack does a little bit less damage than the R1, but still, that's annoying. There's a lot of criticism, in my opinion, rightfully levied toward Dark Souls 1, or sorry, Dark Souls 3, for the combat being very R1 roll. But I don't know how fair that is, because that is true of, like, most one-on-one bosses. Like, the best strategy you're going to have against, you know, Dragon Slayer armor, or, hell, arguably, even the Abyss Watchers or whatever, is going to be to dodge, attack, whatever. But against a boss like this, you're going to want to use the full moveset of your weapon. Like, the running attack is just the best attack for me to use here. But, like, I'm not going to end up using that in most scenarios. So, I don't know. It does make sense. Or, it does make sense that a lot of people have that criticism because a lot of the fights are like that. But, a lot of the fights also aren't like that. And I can understand not liking a lot of the fights that are like that. But saying that the whole game is just like that doesn't really make sense to me anymore. After having properly experienced the game, you know. Also, wow, that was really easy. I don't know why I had trouble the first time I did that with a Claymore. I think I did it with a +3 heavy. With actually pretty low strength. Or, yeah, strength, but whatever. I just realized I completely forgot the curse-rotted Greatwood. I need to go fight that real quick before I go on and fight the Abyss Watchers. I think the Abyss Watchers will be a good place to end this part, just because, you know, it's like the first major boss. That's the welcome to Dark Souls 3 moment, I would argue. That is like the first properly difficult boss, in my opinion. Well, I don't know. Like, other bosses are definitely difficult. Crystal Sage, Curse-Hearted Greatwood, I would say they're difficult in your first playthrough. But Abyss Watchers is like where you need to understand how to play the game, especially in boss fights, in order to get past it, and is a, in my opinion, pretty big difficulty jump. You know, especially after like the deacons or whatever. Though you don't necessarily have to fight the deacons, obviously. And then Wolnir is one of the easiest bosses in the game. But, you know, you know what I mean. I'm a little over level for the Curse-Hearted Greatwood. But I do enjoy this fight, actually. I think it's, I don't know, I feel like it is definitely a gimmick fight, for sure, obviously. Oh, I one-shot that Bustral is cool. It is obviously definitely a gimmick fight. And I understand why people would dislike this specific gimmick, but I don't know, it's really easy. And that doesn't make it bad. A lot of people are like, oh, it's so easy, why would you like that boss? But like, I don't think being easy makes it worse. And I mean, in this scenario, obviously, it's way easier than it's supposed to be, but like, I don't know. I think this is a fun boss with a relatively unique gimmick. It's actually kind of similar to Wolnir in a lot of ways, but I think it differentiates itself enough to be interesting and fun. And figuring out the gimmick in the first place is fun too. Anyway, I actually wanted to get that specifically so I could get Havel's Ring, but I accidentally used the Soul of a Stray Demon or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't get to use that. I got my strength up to 27, which I think is essentially the soft cap if you're two-handing, because that multiplies your strength by 1.5, question mark. It does in Dark Souls 1. I assume it's the same here. I will do research. And now I have 20 endurance, so I'll probably get my vigor up to 30 or 40 before leveling strength again. Alright. I'm not going to explore the entirety of the Farron Keep, because there's not really any reason to, I don't think. In my experience, and also in my initial playthroughs, I didn't really explore the Farron Keep all that much, unless I specifically needed something from it, because like I was doing a sorcery build or whatever. So I'm going to keep that going, and just get this last flame. And I know exactly where this is, but I feel like it's pretty reasonable to follow this anyway, because, you know, it's like a trail of islands out of the poison. Do I want to dodge this guy, or do I want to kill him? I think I want to kill him. I remember him being relatively easy to kill, especially if you're not in the poison while fighting him. But he's really big and scary. Oh my god, that is so much bigger of an AoE than I was expecting. I wasn't even expecting an AoE, to be honest. Ouch. Ouch. What is this? What are these projectiles? Ah! Oh my god, stop. Okay. Pretty easy, but a lot more projectiles than I was expecting. I also don't think that being poisoned is all that bad. I don't know if I mentioned this on my the first trip through Farron Keep to get the Lord Shards, but I don't know, being poisoned takes so little health from you that like it puts pressure on you for sure, especially if you're at a lower health level, which you probably will be the first time you get to Farron Keep. But like, it's such a small health drain, and it's gonna happen when you're in the swamp. That's just kind of, it's less of a, this makes this area more difficult, and more of a, this is this area's gimmick. You kind of got to go a little bit faster than you normally, which I think kind of is incentive to specifically not explore it, which is definitely unique. I forgot there were basilisks here. Hazel. Okay, I'll fight them up here. What? Are they invisible? What's happening? Were they supposed to be invisible? Interesting. Maybe it just didn't render, actually, because of my position. Don't do that. Stop. Stop it. Okay. No, don't heal. Okay, they're not that bad. Oh, I have 4 attacks now. I forgot I leveled up my endurance. Also, the fact that you get the Homeward Bone, like, right here makes sense. Because, again, it's like another incentive to not necessarily explore it. So, it's an incentive to not explore it. Not necessarily a disincentive. And, like, if you really want to explore it, you absolutely can, and it's very easy to do so. But it definitely feels like the game is communicating, like, hey, there's not really much of a reason to be exploring here, unless you, like, really want to. I think the same goes for a lot of the poison swamps in the series. The Lake of Rot is a good example of that, in my opinion. And so is Blighttown. That's a good example of that. The Earthen Peak. Honestly, the Earthen Peak is the one exception to that, in my opinion. It definitely feels like you're supposed to explore the Earthen Peak. Just because of all like the side pathways and the little caves and stuff. But in that sense, I think Dark Souls 2, the way the poison works in Dark Souls 2 lends to that a lot more. You know, because it's really, really fast. Like, it does a lot of damage really quickly, but it also goes away really quickly. So, if anything, it makes sense that the poison swamp that you're supposed to explore is the one in the game where the poison isn't as dramatic, or isn't as, you know, long-lasting as the others. It's less of a long-term time crunch like it is here, and more of a, like, don't stay in this specific area for too long kind of thing. A short-term time crunch, I guess. And I never really realized that until now, actually. That's really interesting. I really like the Earthen Peak. Somebody mentioned that they didn't like the Earthen Peak recently. I don't remember if it was in the comments of one of my videos or in the Discord, but I didn't understand why, because I really like the Earthen Peak. The Dark Wraiths fighting the Grues is interesting as well. I know I keep saying interesting. I don't mean to. Words are hard. It is intriguing that they would fight each other, because, you know, most enemies don't fight each other in these games. I know there's the bonfire. I will be getting that. I just want to take out the enemies here first. And I guess in that sense, that's not really something you do in a first playthrough. Anyway, them fighting each other is interesting because, like, not a lot of enemies do that, and I think in this sense, or in this scenario, they're only fighting each other because the Dark Wraiths are a relatively difficult enemy. So, like, the fact that you don't really need to worry about killing the Dark Wraiths entirely yourselves lends to, like, justifying putting a relatively difficult enemy here. They're also very fast. I think there's one in the high wall. Ow! That hurt. Jeez. Okay. I think there's one in the high wall, which is a bit weirder, but... What is that noise? Was that the summon sign? Do summon signs make noise in this game? They do. I didn't know that. That's really weird. Anyway, having such a difficult enemy in the high wall is interesting. I need to stop saying interesting. It's like having the Black Knights, right? But that one's out of the way, and I think you also need a specific key, and I don't remember where that key is. So, yeah. There's another Titanite, lizard, whatever, guy over there that I am not going to fight, just because there's not really any reason for me to. And I don't think that exploring that area will let me give a significant amount of commentary. It is interesting that there's a shortcut all the way back to the Road of Sacrifices, especially considering the fact that the game is extremely linear generally, and, you know, you already have fast travel unlocked, so I don't know why they would have gone out of their way to specifically create a shortcut like that. It might have been to just strengthen the layout of the world. Oh, that's coming from in here. That's them fighting. Okay. Anyway, I think it's to strengthen, like, the layout of the world in your mind. It's weird that you can't see them fighting, even though there's definitely sound effects. Also, I know this music is a lot of people's, like, or, you know, one of most people's favorite boss themes. It's good. I like it, but I wouldn't say it's one of my favorites. The Dancer is my favorite boss theme in this game, personally. Okay, so the Abyss Watchers. I don't like the Abyss Watchers, just because... How do I put this? It's a very interesting way to do a gank, right? It's unique, and I think it's a fun way to do a gank. I do like this idea, but the fact that they can't all hurt each other, only the red one can hurt the boss, but the red one can also, or red-eyed one, can also hurt you. That's kind of weird. I don't like that discrepancy, that inconsistency. It makes it feel a little bit more unfair than it probably should, with them trying to equal out the gank to make it more fair. Also, the fact that that red-eyed one can go directly after you without even fighting the boss in the first place, depending on who's closer. Like, yeah, see, it's directly attacking me. Oh my god, let me out! Oh, hey, okay. There we go. And then the phase 2. It sucks. The fire trails incentivizing you to basically spam roll because you need to roll more than once. It's not like Gale's Cape where you have to roll more precisely to dodge it. You literally just have to roll more than once. That really feels like it's kind of encouraging spam rolling, which it probably shouldn't be. I don't think that's a very good thing, personally. Though, actually, it might be incentivizing keeping distance, especially when when the boss is attacking, so you can, like, learn the attack pattern. I don't know. The lesson I learned was that I should be spam rolling. I don't know if that's the lesson that you're supposed to learn here, but either way, it clearly didn't teach me a good lesson. And that, I don't know if that's specifically on me, but again, like, it's not like I had played a Souls game before, so I did learn that from here, and then eventually I learned to stop spam rolling as I played Dark Souls 1, and as I played more of this game, I just kind of unlearned that. That was gonna be the end of the video, but it didn't really feel like a good ending. I'm not really sure why, but it just kind of felt unfulfilling as the first part of this experience. So instead, I'm going to try to get past Irithyll to, like, beating Pontiff or whatever. And I also want to do the Profane Capital. I'm also kind of worried that if I start now, or rather if I stop now, the next part will be too long. But I'm also worried that if I go too far, the next part will be too short. But either way, I'm going to do the DLC as its own part. So anyway, these guys getting up immediately, I think it teaches you that really well. Or not immediately, but like you take them out and then they get back up. Because there's the item here that you're probably going to get after you take this guy out, and then you'll turn around and see that he's back up. So I think that is a really good teaching moment for how the skeletons work. The Catacombs is a level that I usually run past because the skeletons are pretty slow. The big ones aren't. The big ones are, I don't want to say, like, annoying, but they're very fast for their size, which can easily throw you off. But the small ones are very easy to run past most of the time. Though I feel like the Catacombs, just like based on vibes, is meant to be a lot more like, how do I put it? Like, a lot more slow and not scary, but you know what I mean, right? Like, you're supposed to be cautious about it. Oh, also the fact that you don't get souls if the skeletons don't actually die. I feel like that's pretty obvious if you're, like, paying attention. And you don't hear the soul sound, you don't actually get the souls. So the souls are actually, while not diegetic, still a really good indicator for whether or not the enemy is dead. I've never been down here. That's not true. I think I have been down here, but I don't remember what's down here at all. I remember this enemy specifically only appearing at the end of the catacombs, so I guess it's been like a really long time since I've been down here. Oh, also, I realized that the hollows that, like, alert other hollows, the ones with, like, the lantern or whatever, are a really good indicator that you're not, or that you're supposed to run in and deal with the most present threat before anything else. This wall is really inconspicuous. That's a very obvious invisible wall. I don't know if that's just me. Anyway, yeah, the guys who alert the other hollows are a very good example of my entire point and kind of prove what I mean, right? Because, like, it's obviously, you have to kill this specific enemy or it's going to be significantly harder. And you have to run in and kill them as soon as possible. You can't just, like, slowly start picking them off. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with a lot more enemies and it's going to be a lot harder. So if anything, you know, I feel like if you really don't think that that's how you're supposed to play the game, and there are just, like, a couple enemies that you might fight like that or whatever, I don't know. On top of the guys that have the fireballs that constantly attack you, like, it definitely feels like in everything, especially with, like, the Estus refill system and everything, that you are supposed to run in, kill the most present threat, and then deal with what comes afterward. Because generally, if you kill the most present threat, the lesser threat will be, you know, even lesser. Is this where I think it is? Oh my god, I dodged all of that? Okay, yeah, this is where I thought it was. Ooh, didn't dodge all of that, though. Yeah, so this is right down the stairs from where I first came into this room. What the? Oh, skeletons. Also, the fact that not all of them die, or not all of them revive, rather, after they die, is kind of weird. But, again, the souls are a good indicator of that. Is this where I came from? I don't think so. Yeah, no. I think the ones that do revive are generally put in good positions. Because, like, if you're just trying to run past and you end up, you know, cornered, that's kind of on you, to be honest. That's what makes me think that this level is supposed to be a little bit more slow, a little bit more cautious, a little bit more methodical. Because the skeletons feel like they're supposed to ambush you once, and then you pay attention and it never happens again, right? And that's somewhat unique within the scope of Dark Souls 3. So it does feel like you're supposed to play this level a little bit more cautiously. There are other levels like that. Like, I'm not saying that you have to play every single level super aggressively, because obviously the game doesn't expect that. There are situations in which the game would expect you to not play cautiously. Though this ambush, I'm not sure if I think this one is well telegraphed, but you do have the archers that you're probably going to be trying to run past anyway. And you can easily get down to the bottom of the stairs, so you won't go flying off if you get hit by it. You're likely to make it to the bottom of the stairs before the ball reaches you, if you're running because of the archers anyway. So, also that guy breaking the skeleton ball, or rather killing that guy breaking the skeleton ball, feels, I don't know, it makes sense after you notice that it happens, but that would not be my first thought. That killing this one random skeleton dude that's running away from me would break this completely separate ball of skeletons. Also, these homing dark projectiles, especially the ones that come into the pots, are really annoying. Because, like, you'll be rolling through the pots to get an item or whatever, and you'll just be bombarded by projectiles. I don't know what telegraphs that a projectile will be coming out of the pot. Is it like... No? I do know... Yeah, like that. There we go. I don't know what causes that. Or I don't know... Not what causes that, but like what tells you, hey, this one's going to be dangerous. Oh, it's those ones. Oh my god. It's the ones without the bones in them. Okay. Never mind. I learned. I'm learning. Carthus Smouldering. I know that makes you invisible when you roll, but isn't that more of a PvP thing? I don't know if it actually impacts PvE whatsoever. And if it does, it's probably pretty minor. I don't know if it gives you more iframes or whatever, though. I'm not going to step on that switch. I saw it. I know. I know how to play the video game. Okay, so I wonder if this one respawns. Though, okay, so it's kind of difficult to kite this one because it has the ranged attacks. Oh my god! Stop it! Stop! Jesus. It's kind of difficult to kite that skeleton because it has the ranged attacks. See, using the traps to my advantage. Sends Fortress over here. So, oh, does this one respawn? What the hell? Going up. I didn't know any of the big ones respawned, actually. Anyway, it's kind of hard to kite this small skeleton because it has the range attacks, which does kind of feel like in this specific scenario it goes against the doing everything slowly. I don't know how to get over there. Is that... Can you just drop down and go straight to Wolnir from here? I didn't know that. I always thought you had to run to the bonfire. Huh. Cool. Yeah, and that is not getting back up. Crazy how I accidentally found a shortcut. Ouch. I don't want to deal with both of these at the same time. So I'm going to try to take this one out ASAP. There we go. Okay, and it doesn't revive. I don't think skeletons that are going to revive will drop an item either. So even though that isn't diegetic, I don't know, I think it works well enough. immersion isn't really what I'm going for when I play the Souls games, generally. But I can definitely see why you would want more of a diegetic tell rather than only the soul drop or whatever. I think that also is near the room just prior to the skeleton bridge room. Oh my god! How did I forget about that? I am suffering from skill issue, apparently. I should not have gotten hit by that. Especially since I already knew it was there. Like, I always just run to the bonfire from there because I know the ball is gonna chase me. Okay. I might be a little bit tired, but it's fine. Hopefully. I don't know how much I'm gonna explore of the Profane Capital. Because, like, I don't ever explore the Toxic Swamp area. And I probably should, but, like, it's kind of out of the way, right? And somewhat hidden. So I don't know if it makes sense to in this. I will. I think I will, just for the sake of the video. But ordinarily, I wouldn't really explore that. Like, I didn't find it in my first playthrough. Granted, that was at the point of the game where I wasn't, like, trying to explore everything. And that was before I really got into Souls. If this was my first Souls game, then I would have probably been more inclined to play that, or to explore that. Or rather, if this wasn't my first Souls game, if I had played Dark Souls 1 and 2 first, I would be significantly, or I would have been significantly more inclined to explore the whole game rather than how I played it initially. But, you know, time has passed. We all change. Something philosophy, pretentiousness. I think pretentiousness can be annoying, but if someone does actually have a good take, pretentiousness can be really fun. Or even if it's, like, not necessarily genuine pretentiousness, but like self-aware pretentiousness. That's not the kind of discussion that this video is made for, but I hope you know what I mean. That doesn't sound absurd. There are a lot of slimes down here. I did not know that. I feel like I did know that, and my brain just didn't recognize it. I don't know how you get this ball to break, actually. I think there is a way, I just don't know what that way is. There are a lot more embers scattered around in this game, too. This game is very generous with health items. Whoa, Sorig. I have never been invaded by this guy. Oh my god. Is that the Fume Ultra Great Sword? Okay. Whatever you say. Dark Souls 2 invader now. Oh my god. Dark Souls 2 PvP here, too. Not even just a invader, or NPC invader. Hyper armor, or super armor is so annoying. That's why I don't like PvP in this game. That's why I don't like, that's why my view on Friede is also a little bit lesser than most people's. Malenia too. I just find the super armor to be more annoying, especially because on Malenia it just kind of happens randomly. My thanks, huh? Probably should have checked what I got from that. I gotta be careful. Don't get hit by the giant rolling skeleton ball, I guess. Probably the play, right? So yeah, when you see... So you only see this guy, this specific enemy type, on their own up to this point. And by the point you get to the Smouldering Lake, when you see two of them, right, it makes sense that you would want to kite them because you've only fought them individually before that. And in my experience so far, their walk cycles have been separated, so that's a possible thing to do. You know, rather than with the Lothric Knights where it's kind of just by chance whether or not you'll actually be able to separate them. And, you know, you've only seen literally one up to that point, so you don't know if the Knight one, or rather the... Oh, this is how you get the Skeleton Ball to break. So you don't know whether the... Oh my god! The Spear one will be, like, slower than the Sword one or whatever. I thought you were dead. Because, like, if they're going to combine more than one enemy, usually in the other Souls games, they'll use a fast one and a slow one. So, like, gank you in a way that feels like you can deal with both of them at the same time, rather than that, like, you're supposed to kite them. but in Dark Souls 3, you know, that's kind of different a lot of the time, especially when you have a bunch of dogs on you all at once. Dark Souls 3 definitely feels more like it expects you to deal with enemies of the same speed frequently. Okay, I guess you see these guys. Well, I don't know, the archer one. Seeing this enemy type combined with the archer definitely doesn't feel like you're fighting two of them at the same time. So I think my point about the Smouldering Lake, seeing two of them in the Smouldering Lake together, still stands. But I can see why you might think that that's not entirely fair. Come on, hurry up. I don't want to deal with this for longer than I have to. The Catacombs is pretty small. There's a lot of like hidden passageways and stuff that I didn't go into, but all in all, it's a relatively small level. I don't remember what drops out of this giant skeleton ball. That's a weird illusory wall. Why is that even there? What's the point? I guess it's crab. I guess it's so you go up the other way instead, and you encounter the archer and deal with the other skeleton first. I think it specifically wants you to have that experience that I went through, because if you go the other way, you know, you'd fight the one on its own first. I don't know. I don't know why it would specifically want you to go in that order, but... Oh, right. I forgot it does that. Usually, you can run past and this one won't notice you, so... Oh god, why did my game lag so bad there? Uh-oh. I shouldn't be trading blows this much. That should not be my fighting style, especially once I get to the harder hitting enemies later on. Suspended bridge is wearing thin. Is that a developer message? I think that is, yeah. Okay, so this is another instance where the game, it definitely feels like the game expects you to run past, right? Because dealing with, what is it? Like actually dozens of skeletons. Do they all just get up one by one? Actually, wait a sec. Hold on. Gotta see how quickly these skeletons get up. Do the rest of them only get up once you get on the bridge? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they all got up at once. If you go up this way. Are they getting up? Oh god, they're getting up. I need to go cut the bridge. Run. That is incredibly satisfying, though, watching so many skeletons fall down. Ooh, and an Estus refill. Nice. Perfect for the boss. Wolnir is not a bad boss, in my opinion. I don't dislike Wolnir. But it is kind of... feels easier than it should be. Especially after Abyss Watchers, and then immediately before Pontiff. Definitely feels out of place. But, I don't know. It is a cool gimmick. I do like the gimmick. I am one to be known to like gimmick bosses. I like Bed of Chaos after all, so... Who am I to say what isn't a good boss, I suppose. If you don't go for the other hand first, he can pull out a sword, which makes that hand almost impossible to get to. I think he's doing it now. And he swings that sword around a lot, and even in his idle stance, it's harder to hit the bracelet on that side. So generally, it's easier to hit that bracelet first. The weak points are super obvious and whatever. Doesn't really feel like it fits the theme of the Catacombs itself, but like, I don't know, bosses don't really need to do that anyway. Generally, I feel like a lot of bosses kind of do, but yeah, like again, I don't know, it's a fine boss. So I did basically just sprint straight here, so I might be a little bit under-leveled, but I don't know, I should be fine. I did prioritize getting to 27 strength and then heavy infusing, so my damage should be fine. And obviously I have a decent amount of health. I have 27 vigor right now. I also have 15 endurance, so levels should be largely fine, even if they're not exactly preferable. I was hoping the Mimic would come down here and help me a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be happening. I don't know why it's being so passive. Phase 2. What the? Where did it fall down? It did fall down. Blending attack does do quite a bit of damage though, so. At least the skeletons are helping me, even if the Mimic is kind of useless. What the? Okay, well, the skeletons are no longer really helping me that much. It's almost dead. It's fine. Hey, thanks for the stagger. That was big. Nice. I don't know if it drops anything on its own. Any like physical stuff, I mean, I guess not. Only drops the soul. Alright, my weapon is still only at +3, so I'll probably try to go get the large shards before continuing in the level. Yeah, this is the level that I've been most excited to replay, just because it was my favorite level at the time that I did the original series. I really, really enjoyed going through this level proper. Not the lake itself, but, you know, up in the Demon Ruins area, right? There are lots of large shards down here to grab, too, which means I come here basically every... Oh my god, I didn't realize that was so fast. Okay. Anyway, I come here basically every single playthrough to get the large Titanite shards, so... I'm very familiar with the lake area itself, relatively speaking, anyway. I decided to not worry about the large shards from the Cathedral, though. Just wanted to get the ones from here, because they're significantly easier. Oh, god. I say as I get obliterated by a massive arrow. Alright, I think there's one more in here. It might actually be a chunk. I don't remember off the top of my head, but either way. Let's see. Twinkling. Is there another crystal lizard? There is. Okay. I knew there was something over here. I'm gonna disable the ballista before anything else. Or before trying to get anything else in the lake specifically. There we go. Okay, yeah, it is a chunk. I don't know if any of these are large shards then. This big area is here because you fight Horus here as part of Henri's quest. So that's kind of why it looks like an arena, because it is. Okay, so there are a couple large Titanite shards. I did remember somewhat correctly. I need one more to get to +5. Is there one in the lake that I can grab right now? I don't think there is. That's unfortunate. I mean, there might be. But I don't think it's worth exploring that right now, because there are a couple large Titanite shards throughout the rest of the area. Maybe I should run into Irithyll and grab the one at the very beginning there real quick, just to get to +5 for this area, because this area is pretty rough if you don't have a decently upgraded weapon. I don't know, it's probably fine. I can maybe be good at the game temporarily, right? We'll see. Wasn't expecting that to go basically perfectly around the tree. It's fine. Tree? I don't know. What else would you call it? This might be a large shard. It is! Perfect! Oh my god. I'm pretty sure you can actually get the ballista to shoot the worm while being completely safe. But I don't know how to do that, so I'm not going to worry about trying. Hopefully this thing isn't too loud. I have the game down at 2, and my... Well, I don't know. I have audio settings to what I normally would for Dark Souls 1, is the point. And I don't know if that's good enough for Dark Souls 3, because Dark Souls 3 can be a lot louder sometimes or whatever. Oh, hey, okay, yeah. I would have had enough large shards, no matter what. Alright. Wow, I was not expecting that soul to be worth so much. Actually, speaking of not expecting things, I learned in this playthrough that the deacons, like the boss deacons of the deep, and the individuals can drop Estus flask refills, which I was not expecting at all. It's really interesting to know. I don't know that it would affect the boss fight dramatically, but it is really interesting that that can happen. Alright, let's see. I don't remember. I did play this level kind of recently. I mean, I've been playing through the game with someone kind of recently, but playing with somebody is also just a very different experience from playing solo. On top of me having not been paying too much attention while doing that, so I don't remember much of the level. But I think I remember I think I don't remember enough for this to be somewhat interesting. Yeah. I tried to do a jump attack there. I'm not sure if a jump attack would have killed or not, but either way. Titanite shard, okay. It's weird that they drop Titanite shards and not large Titanite shards based on all the other upgrade, like static upgrade materials. I don't know if they have a chance to drop large Titanite shards, though. I want to be careful about this. These two are the annoying ones. Okay, well, almost got them. Oh god, that's toxic. Get out. Why is the cloud so big? Oh my god. Okay, maybe I was incorrect about which ones were the annoying ones. Because I could have swore the ones that I attacked were the ones producing the clouds. Maybe they were. I don't know. Poisoned. That's unfortunate. They drop large shards? Well, maybe. I do have purple moss, so I'm going to go ahead and use that. I figure that makes sense to do. I don't have the Estus ring this time, which shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh, it's a U, right. I think. I assume. Okay. Hey, an Estus flask refill, what do you know? Almost like the game rewards you for being aggressive. Also, for those of you who thought it, no, it does not work like the Elden Ring Estus flask. Can you stop? The Elden Ring Estus flask refills, where it refills after defeating a full group of enemies. Those are very, very different mechanics, and they function entirely differently. I don't even... Like, they're related, obviously. They use... As far as I know, they use similar... like, systems behind the scenes, but they work differently because of... I mean, obviously in this game, it's random chance, and in that game, it's based on defeating a specific number, or a specific group of enemies, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I shouldn't have fallen, which is the start of my issues right now. I should not be running to the end of a dead end while multiple enemies are attacking me. Another problem on my part. And I should be being more careful with my attacks and such. Okay. If I can kill this guy without getting toxicked. There you go. I do have another purple moss clump, but I think it's a good idea to maybe save that one. Pardon me. Thank you. I'm surprised. Okay, so first of all, I'm surprised that they're dropping so many Titanite shards. But more so, surprised they just don't drop large Titanite shards, seemingly. Okay. Oh god. These guys feel equivalent to dogs in terms of how they're trying to use them, even if they're a little bit easier to deal with than the dogs specifically. I forget durability is a thing in this game. It just isn't really important to pay attention to. I don't quite remember where I'm at, which is indicative of knowing this level to the perfect amount for... There's a Black Knight in here that's attacking enemies. Indicative of knowing enough about this that it will be still interesting. Or knowing not enough for this to still be interesting to watch, hopefully. We'll see. No, you'll have to tell me whether or not this is interesting to watch. Actually, I was gonna use the special attack, but give myself a little bit more space to do that first. Black Knight Sword, that's just here. I didn't explore this very thoroughly, I suppose, during the last video I did for this. Where is this? A bonfire. Up some stairs somewhere around here. Maybe it wasn't here. Oh god. Is this the... No, this is not the pool that I failed to jump, or the pit that I failed to jump over. Is there not a way to get up to the bonfire from here? I could have swore there was. Maybe I'm just misremembering. I do want to get to the bonfire, though. And I feel like I'm playing differently than I would if I didn't know it was there, but I don't know. I want the bonfire. This is where the Black Knight was. Also, there was a demonic statue here that I somehow missed. I guess I just didn't aggro with the other ones. Okay. There could be enemies here. No. Stairs up is a good sign. Hey, there it is. I knew it was around here somewhere. Hold on. Wait, please let me get the bonfire first. Okay. Now you can attack me to your heart's content. Which, hopefully not very much. I think these guys, it makes sense to... Oh, of course. Backstab, just because they have, like, the fireball they summon. So it, like, gives you immunity to the fireball. So, like, I don't know. The backstab, in terms of utility, is very weird in this game. With how you're expected to fight. I believe one of these. Illusory. I could have swore. Maybe it's one of these. I swear one of these is. I've been through here recently. Maybe it's not here. What I'm thinking of? What is that noise? What the heck? I have no idea what that noise is. Okay, I guess the illusory one isn't here. I could have swore it was. I'm sure I'll remember which one I was thinking of eventually. Really weird that there's just a dead-end hallway right here, though. Oh, wait. Never mind. I was thinking of somewhere else. There is a dead-end hallway somewhere in this level. I just don't remember where exactly. I feel like it does make sense to... Oh my god. Get rid of this guy, the fog guy, first. Because he has a healer. But it's also easier to deal with the other ones first. Healing is rude. That's for me to do, not you. I could have swore there were quite a few more large titanite shards in this level. Guess not. Maybe they're all just in the lake somewhere. Anyway, that gives me a good opportunity to rest of the bonfire here. I also am aware that this, at least, is an illusory wall. Yeah, and then the ember is over there, I believe. I don't know. Something that I got was over there, I think. Yeah, I missed the actual plunging attack. Fighting two of these guys at once is annoying, just because they're fireballs. Are really annoying to deal with multiple at a time. Backstab, please. Thank you. Okay, one down. Where's the other? Oh. Did he summon they can summon multiple? I didn't know that. That's really annoying. No, not a third one. Oh. Okay. I believe there's an Estus Flask shard somewhere around here. I don't know, maybe I should stop trying to remember where things are and just play the level. Does this go... This is the beginning of the level, isn't it? Did I confuse myself? Did I go backwards from where I thought I was? Actually, don't know. That is one thing that I really do like about this level, actually. That it's, you know, a maze, for lack of a better term. Like, it is a very, very confusing level to navigate. And I find that really fun. I know some people find that annoying or frustrating or whatever, but I really like maze-like levels in Souls games. The Depths and Blighttown I really like because of that. Yeah, I just think the navigation being part of the difficulty is really fun. I think this is the one with the illusory wall. One of these. Maybe the one with the message in front of it. Yeah, there it is. And it's a double illusory wall too. Oh yeah, there's more large titanite shards. But at the very least, I'll definitely be able to get to a 6 before the end of Irithyll, which is good. I really want to do an Unremarkable and Odd Places video for this game, because I've done Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1. And I was hesitant to do Dark Souls 3, because I don't know Dark Souls 3 as well as I do Dark Souls 1, but I also didn't know Demon Souls. It just felt like Demon Souls was more conducive to that style of video, at least more so than Dark Souls 3, so I wasn't too worried about not knowing it as well. So, I don't know, I should probably not run past enemies. I don't like dealing with basilisks, but that's kind of the point of the series. Or, well, of this video, I suppose. It's not really a series anymore, is it? And I've already done the series. I'm just kind of doing this so I can upload it as one video instead. I wonder how long it's going to take to export. I might have to let that do that overnight. Which sucks, because I was hoping to clean my keyboard tonight. Oh well. Anyway. Down here is an NPC? I guess, again, I should stop doing that. But, I don't know. It's just how my brain does. Store egg, that's right. Bonk. I'm surprised that actually staggered him, to be honest. I guess it's just because it was a normal attack. Poise is so weird in this game. I know I express that a lot, but, like, it's... I don't know, it's weird. I don't like it. Passive poise makes so much more sense to my brain. Even, like, Dark Souls 2 passive poise I like a lot more than Dark Souls 3 active poise. I don't know. Demon Souls has similar to Dark Souls 3 active poise. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but it's pretty similar. That's pretty easy. Shockingly so, actually. Hi, thanks. You're welcome, I guess. I feel like Fume Ultra Greatsword is one of those weapons, especially in Dark Souls 2. I don't know how it is in Dark Souls 3, but in Dark Souls 2, it's a very quintessential weapon, especially for people who like greatswords. And my very first playthrough of Dark Souls 2 was with the Greatsword, and I've never used the Fume Ultra Greatsword, which I feel like is tantamount to a sin. Okay. I no longer have to deal with the Black Knight. That was fortunate. I don't know if they can drop their weapon, though, actually. I don't think they can. I think all of their weapons are static drops, and you can't get them as random drops from the enemies, but I don't know off the top of my head if that's entirely true. Anyway, I don't believe there are any enemies up there. And even if there are, they can be dealt with later. If I remember. It's so weird having bone wheels here. Bone wheels are very rare in this game. There are a few in the catacombs, and then there are these ones. And that's kind of it. I think there are a few more somewhere, but they're also just not a threat in this one. They don't, I mean, they aren't in Dark Souls 2 either, but in Dark Souls 1, they track you a lot better and also roll for a lot longer. So they're a lot more dangerous in Dark Souls 1 than Dark Souls 2 or 3. I've always found that kind of funny, how one of what is, you know, infamously in annoying a difficult enemy becomes incredibly easy. In the subsequent games. I hope the other one isn't aggroed on me, because these guys are much, much easier one-on-one. I feel like the special attack, the weapon or whatever you call it in this game, is conducive to staggering, which I should take advantage of more in this game, I think. I don't know why I find these guys annoying sometimes. They're not really that bad. I don't know. In my brain, I've always just kind of considered them annoying enemies because they're big and fast. And generally, big and fast enemies are quite annoying, but these guys are kind of an exception to that rule. Not even a rule, really. How many large detonate shards do I have? I need one more. Okay. Hopefully there's one more in the lake somewhere that I can get. And I can get a +6 before Irithyll, but if not, there is one right at the beginning of Irithyll, so it's not that big of a deal. I think there's a chunk I can get for trading a black firebomb, so maybe I can get to +7 for Irithyll as well. Right. And we can drop down to the lake from here, I think. Yeah, with a lot of fall damage, even though I am in fact embered and would be taking less fall damage proportional. I don't see many items out here. I'm not going to worry about killing the worm. Like, I know it gives you bone dust or whatever, the stuff you burn to upgrade your Estus Flask, but I don't think that's worth it. It's a long, tedious, and not very interesting fight, so I'm just not concerned with it. There is... I swear there's more items in here that I didn't grab, but maybe not. Might be going insane. For some reason. I know there are crabs, which is probably where this is coming from, but for some reason this area is just genuinely making me think of another crab's treasure, and I don't know if that is entirely coincidental or if my brain went crabs? Souls? Yeah, checks out. That was a really fun game. I did a challenge run with it because of course I did for my very first playthrough, and that's pretty fun to do for a first playthrough and a very interesting way to engage with a game I had never played before. Um, I wouldn't recommend going into it like I did because now I don't like using the shell mechanic at all. um, but yeah, that was definitely very fun. Yeah, when I first played this game, I really didn't like the demon ruins. I think that comes down to the specific enemies that are in this level being very diametrically opposed with the playstyle that I used my first playthrough. Um, but now that I understand how the game wants you to play, you know, I don't have a problem with the enemies. Actually, a lot of them can be kind of fun, especially the fireball summoning guys. I think those are some of my favorite enemies in the game. A lot of the skeleton enemies near the top are also really fun. Um, I don't know. I just kind of like this level now as much as I didn't before. I'm gonna Old Pioneers and the Old Demon King, not because I need to, but because I want to, because I think it'll be funny to obliterate this guy. I actually don't know if he's weak to lightning. He's not resistant to it, particularly. I probably shouldn't be this greedy. Stamina management. Okay, we're good. Oof. I still have no idea how to dodge that. I guess just don't be aggressive. It's weird that this boss has attacks that discourage aggression. After so much of the game is so encouraging of aggression. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, get back. I did have a more fair fight with him in the individual video and for this level, which again I don't recommend watching. I think that video had my worst commentary of the three, but I do kind of like the Irithyll video. I think it was either the high wall video or the Irithyll video that I ended up liking. One of the three I went back and watched and kind of enjoyed, but either way, I wanted to redo all three to be more in line with what it ended up becoming instead of a pretty shoddy commentary. What the? That can go through that? That's so dumb. That ended up becoming of the three original videos, even if the series itself had good commentary. I'm just glad I don't feel like I need to redo the whole series for it to be on par with what I like out of my commentary. Anyway, what is happening? Get up! Wait, I'm stuck on the... Okay. I'm inside the hammer? What? Was I inside the hammer? Interesting. Okay. Well, I beat the boss. That's all that matters. Anyway, to Irithyll now, I suppose. And then it'll be back to past me for the rest of the series. Or video, I guess. Irithyll was the second video I did because I didn't like Irithyll at the time. I mean, it's still probably my second to least favorite level in the game. Just behind, well, I don't know, maybe not just behind, but behind Archdragon Peak. Archdragon Peak is definitely still my least favorite level in the game, and I don't love Irithyll. If I were to do an unremarkable, or well, when I do an unremarkable and odd places video for this game, I heavily suspect that most of them will end up being here. Also, 2 head smacks to get it to stagger is a lot less than I was anticipating. Okay. It is very much a theme that this game is a lot easier than I remember it being every time I play it. Wow, I was expecting that to take effort. Anyway, there are a lot of areas, just because this is meant to feel like a city, you know, that don't feel gamey in that way, right? Which kind of just makes them lend really well to the unremarkable and odd places formula. And I'll point out a couple of those as I go, what I mean. If you're still watching at this point, I can assume you like my commentary. And I would assume that most people who like my commentary have indeed seen that video because it's my most viewed video by far. I think it's almost at 200,000 views, which is absurd. That's so many views. I think that's my most viewed by like 50,000. And God, like I haven't come anywhere close to that recently, so hopefully something picks up. I don't know. Maybe this one will. Maybe the algorithm will be kind to me one of these days. Also, I feel like I'm getting a lot more drops than I do usually. Okay, Pontiff Knights aren't dangerous, I suppose. Here's the large Titanite shard. Okay, I'm gonna go upgrade this to +7 real quick. Yeah, for the video, for the individual video on this, I had a +10 weapon at this point. And I think 40 health. I have 37 health for the +7 weapon. It's a little bit more reasonable. Oh wow. Okay, 2 hits for Pontiff Knights might be a little excessive. It is. Can you? Okay, maybe not. Can you stop? My God. Jesus Christ. Okay, I remember why I don't like Irithyll. It's not like I'm enlightened now or whatever and can't ever see myself disliking this level again. Some of the enemies are really annoying. Case in point, that one specifically. They just attack absurdly quickly, and it's really frustrating sometimes. But I don't know. I feel like I will end up liking this more. I probably said something similar in the past, which you'll see in the future. But yeah, once I start talking about the next area, I'll probably mention something similar, or I don't know. I said that I'd say something. You know what I'm talking about. It's fine. You understand me, probably. Hopefully. Jesus. Even with +7, these random little guys that look incredibly emaciated are still frustrating. In my experience, the second Fire Witch aggro's quicker than that. Okay, well, I guess I'm not really complaining. I was just kind of expecting the Fire Witch to aggro sooner. I'm actually going to rush down the Fire Witch. I probably should have done that for the first one, but because the other enemies were just right there, it probably didn't make sense to. But the other enemies here are slow, so I feel like it does make sense to rush down the Fire Witch in that instance. I think I have an eyelash in my eye. Okay, I no longer have an eyelash in my eye. Oof, that's rude, attacking me through the banister. It's weird that the second instance of seeing a group of Pontiff Knights, it has 2 that intentionally hang back. It's like the first one has 2 that hang back and 1 that's aggressive, right? So not only are there fewer in this instance, which is probably because they expect you to be somewhat overwhelmed from the previous encounter, but they also both hang back. Maybe because they don't expect you to have taken out the Fire Witch yet, so they're being merciful. I don't know. Weird. Oops. Come on. I do still think that this illusory wall is very strange as an illusory wall and probably shouldn't be one, but here we are. Okay. Yeah, if you can be aggressive and hit them before they can hit you, then it's not really an issue if you are upgraded to the point that I am, at least. Can do enough damage to kill them before they have a chance to be aggressive. I don't know why this one screams. Doris? Is this Doris? Are you okay? Guess I don't really care, huh? I think I'd rather you not be okay, for my sake. Rest in peace, Doris. I remember specifically disliking this encounter because it's impossible to know that this second Fire Witch is over here the first time you get here. So like you go in and try to be aggressive to take out the Fire Witch that you see, and then one shows up behind you without you being able to even know it's there. If you're not looking around, which, I mean, to a point you definitely should be, obviously, but I don't know, largely I feel like the game doesn't encourage that. Really? These 2 didn't notice me? Okay. Not really complaining about that, I suppose. Makes my life a lot easier. I have something in my eye and it won't get out. Now I know, well, I think this area actually specifically exists to point out that there is an illusory wall here. But I feel like it's pretty obvious from this side, and partially because of that. There's another one here. Partially because of that, I feel like this area functions as a unremarkable and odd spot. Even though it does technically have a use, it just feels very strange in its usage, and also just on its own. But even like over here, right? Like there's an item here, but there's this whole open, snowy, grassy area. But I think the most unremarkable and odd spot in all of Irithyll is this one over here, because there's literally nothing. There's nothing over here, and it just feels like a little courtyard part of a city that would go largely unused and is only there for decoration or whatever. I don't know. I'll elaborate once I finally make the video, but I do think that is the most obvious of what would be considered for that video. I also don't have that much Estus. I think normally once I get to this point in the game, I have more Estus than this, but I don't know. I'm not really too concerned about that. Yeah. Like I said in the original video, if you didn't watch it, I don't like that these enemies over here are invisible. It feels, I don't know, strange that they're enemies. Why didn't that? Okay, whatever. It's weird that the first time you're introduced to invisible enemies is here, in a very open area with God knows how many. Especially because you can't always see their eyes. Sometimes you can, but like this one's eyes just were not visible before now, right? I have no idea still to this day how many invisible enemies are in this area, and where they're all at and everything. I just genuinely have no clue. I also don't like those invisible enemies in general, but also the way they're introduced is very strange. Like that one's fine because you can very clearly see its eyes no matter what. But the first, at least two, you know, you can't very clearly see their eyes no matter what. Oh, I hit both of them. Oh my god. That actually scared me so bad. Okay, there was a third one. Fun fact. Jesus. Also, there's another spot there. I don't know if you have any ideas for them. I'll be making a community post specifically for that, but if you have any ideas for areas I might put in that video, definitely let me know somehow on Discord or in the comments or whatever. Link to my Discord in the description if you are so inclined, if you're not already in there. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about this room just because it's nothing but a ton of invisible enemies and items that I don't need, so I'm just not going to worry about it, as much as that kind of defeats the purpose of this video. Where'd the other one? Okay. I found it. Good news. For the same reason, I'm not going to worry about going over there because it's just a bunch of invisible enemies and items that I don't need. So, if you don't kill the Pontiff Beast, it will attack you down here. I think there's like a spell or something over there and maybe a couple of a enemy type that we're about to see a bunch of anyway. So, I don't know. I don't really care about exhaustively exploring this area. I more just want to analyze. I don't know, honestly. I hesitate to call this a critique through, or a critique at all. My working title was critique through, where I'm playing through the game and like critiquing it as I go, but I don't really know if that's accurate. Because while I am to a point analyzing the level design and considering whether or not I like it and what I do and don't like about it, it's not like I'm trying to go through this and I don't know what this is. I'm just playing through the game and talking about how I feel about it. I think that's the best way to put it. Which, at that point, does that make it a critique? Because that's kind of what critiques are, right? Talking about how you feel about a game and why. Or a piece of art in general, I suppose. Which I suppose also includes food or whatever. You get the point. Critiques are weird, and I think this would be considered a critique, but at the same time, I feel like critique through probably wouldn't get me any clicks, so I don't know. You know what I named this. I don't. These things are freaky and I hate them. And they also drop dung pies, which I really don't like because, I don't know, it's gross. I feel like they're more gross in the barbarians though, specifically just because they're so skinny. I don't know why that makes it feel worse to me. I don't know. It feels more gross for them to drop that, I mean, specifically. Okay, let's see if I can one-shot both of these. Cool. Not sure why they were making out there, but funny how many instances of feminine enemies making out there are in this game. I mean, there are only two, but it's funny that there are two. Estus soup. This is the third instance of Estus soup. Maybe the last? I don't actually remember. I don't know what the lore behind that is, but it's funny that they would give you a free heal there. I think that's interesting. Having the Silver Knights here is obviously a prelude to Anor Londo, a teaser, I guess is a better word. But it's weird that they do tease it, because it's very much obviously supposed to be like, oh my god, Anor Londo. Like Dark Souls 1. It's like Dark Souls 1. But I don't know if the Silver Knights themselves are supposed to be like that. It feels like it. Like, oh my god, it's like the Silver Knights from Dark Souls 1. Just like the Black Knights from Dark Souls 1. While Dark Souls 2 had Cyan Knights and the Haid Knights. Also, I always pronounced it Hyde, but apparently the Crestfallen guy, I don't remember his name, Crestfallen Warrior or whatever, specifically says Haid, so I guess I'll be saying Haid from now on. I think Hyde sounds cooler. It also makes more sense, but I guess not. Okay, stop it. I don't know, I probably shouldn't be using all my blue on this one guy. Especially when it's only 2 hits to stagger anyway. Right. You get a lot of large Titanite shards, a large number of large Titanite shards from the Silver Knights and from Anor Londo, Irithyll, and I suppose also Anor Londo. Maybe not. Anor Londo is too small to really be getting a lot of upgrade material from. Anyway, you get a lot of large Titanite shards here, is the point. I believe Frostbite just decreases stamina recovery speed, so it's not that big of a deal. I'm not going to worry about the Leo Ring or Smo's Hammer over there for now. Don't really need them. Alright, this part of the level is probably my least favorite part of this game, aside from Archdragon Peak. Maybe the DLC, certain parts of the DLC. I don't know, it's just all the dogs on top of the enemies sniping you with magic or whatever. On top of the invasion, which just feels mean. It's just like so much happening here, and it feels like it's supposed to be overwhelming, but I think it happens to be overwhelming in an annoying way, not in a particularly fun way, which I feel like Dark Souls 3 tries to be overwhelming a lot, and that's where a lot of my annoyances, especially in my first playthrough, came from. And like, I know how to deal with them better now to a degree, but oops. I don't know. It makes it less annoying when you know how to deal with them, but it makes it really, really annoying when you don't yet. Couple dogs up here, if I remember correctly. Might be 3, and I'll get jump scared again, though. Oh my god! Okay, well, so far it's only 2. Let me out! Oh my god. That was so unlucky. Jesus. I thought they were behind the tombstone. Where did they come from? This time, since I don't have the invasion, it should be slightly easier, at least. The Silver Knights don't respawn? That's weird, actually. I thought they did. I guess it kind of makes sense. I don't know. I definitely would have expected them to. Both from, apparently, false memories and a game design perspective, right? Okay. Dog. Other dog. Alright, I've gotten here with more Estes as well, because I didn't have to deal with the Silver Knights, so hopefully this should just go better generally. Where did they come? I don't actually know where they came from. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a third one somewhere. Ah, that's the one that's behind the tombstone. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and use an Ember as well. If I can have my actual health bar. I also suppose save a single Estes. I'm gonna go up and unlock this shortcut because I don't want to have to die and then come all the way back through there. I've gotten a lot of souls just from Irithyll alone. I kind of forget how many souls mobs give you in this game, because I think it's more than Dark Souls 1 at least, and Dark Souls 1 is the one that I've played the most by far. Though it might be equivalent or at least similar to Dark Souls 2, especially with how the leveling curve is different in Dark Souls 2, so I don't know. I don't know if it's like dramatically different to a point that like matters. Either way, you get a lot of souls from mobs in this game, especially when you die and kill them again. I assume a lot of them came from the Silver Knights, though, because they're special enemies or whatever. Can you not? Can you not, please? Jesus. Enemies in this game are annoying sometimes. This one, especially, because it drops on you when you grab an item down here. Which is why I went down that ladder in the first place. They can just go invisible whenever. Is there something that dictates their visibility, or is it just like whenever they feel like it? I genuinely have no idea. Ow. Heal. Probably a good thing to do here. There we go. Not having sweeping attacks. Hello? Rude. Not having sweeping attacks on the Claymore is kind of annoying, actually, because it's a long blade, right? I feel like it just makes sense that it would have sweeping attacks, but oh, guess not. I am apprehensive of fighting Pontiff because I am still bad at the Pontiff, even after all this time. So hopefully having this much health should mitigate that skill issue at least somewhat, right? I'm going to go back and upgrade a little bit, so hopefully be able to get a little bit more health too. Not that I need it, but it would be beneficial to have, I suppose. Especially because I'm just not good at the fight. Normally I don't even have 37 health. I think normally I have like probably 20. But I am probably under-leveled in terms of like vitality and stuff to be able to wear armor and whatever. So it's just kind of making up for levels in other places. Alright, Vigor soft cap and Strength soft cap should hopefully be enough to deal with Pontiff at least. I do think it's interesting that despite not having as much Estus as I could at this point, I still didn't really run out of Estus at all. At least not like to a point where I was in peril because of how much Estus that I specifically had, right? Estus isn't really... Limited Estus isn't really an issue, which I'm definitely not complaining about. It is nice to be able to not really have to worry about that. But it is also interesting because I only have 7 and you can have, or I have 8, I guess, because Ashen, but you can have significantly more than that at this point. That really just doesn't feel like a lot, but again, not really complaining about that fact. I would parry Pontiff, but I suck at parrying in this game. Okay, well, I suck at dodging too, so I guess it wouldn't matter what I did. I still would have got hit anyway. What? It sucks that that missed. Okay. I need to be more careful. Jesus. I'm being very greedy and just not careful at all. Can you not break my lock-on, please? Yeah, that damage is not bad at all. Okay. I shouldn't be trading with a boss. Maybe with mobs where you can constantly have your Estus refilled and whatever, but maybe not with a boss specifically. Oh my god. I don't know why that animation confused me so much. Does it make sense to say that Pontiff feels like a worse version of the Dancer? Like, they both have fire and magic. They both have second phases that are dramatically different from the first. I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense to say. Okay, yeah. This damage is plenty. Assuming I don't suck at the video game. Jesus Christ. The combos are so long. That's what I think I don't like about them. The combos are long, and that's where the difficulty comes from. Long and fast. As opposed to the Dancer, who has weirdly timed combos. Short, weirdly timed combos, right? And I think that the difficulty for the Dancer is just more fun. As opposed to just a fast enemy with a lot of attacks. I don't know. Obviously, my performance there wasn't particularly good, but whatever. I won, so that's all that matters. The rest of this will be past me, so no more cutting to this anymore. And this is the final area that I actually want to go through in this episode, video, part, whatever. Just because I want to save enough for an entire second part. And I think this is approximately halfway through the game. if I have to have my fan on right now because it's just so hot right now. So if you can hear that in the background, I apologize, but I need to have it on. Yeah, so I want to go up to Yorm, and then obviously I'll beat Pontiff off camera, and then we'll start the next one just after Pontiff. Next part. Hopefully I'll be able to get that out next week. If not, there is another video that I want to have in the meantime. So we'll see which one of those two that I end up getting out next week. But either way, the final part of this, which I guess is the second part, I don't know. I think I'll do the DLC as its own part, actually. I think that deserves that. Anyway, I will finish this, I promise. I forgot about Archdragon Peak. I'll come back and do that at some point, probably. Because the Nameless King does kind of feel like, you know, the ceremonial final boss of the game, kind of like Manus in Dark Souls 1. You know, not including Gale or whatever. So, I don't know. I guess it kind of depends. The Irithyll dungeon is... I don't think I've ever gone through this area slowly, actually. Maybe once or twice, but only when I was looking for items, and then I would just run through the rest of it anyway. But this is a cheap trick, having this guy push you off after you grab this. Also, it took 2 hits to kill him, huh? You okay? The jailers decreasing your maximum health temporarily it's a good gimmick. I like it, but the fact that it doesn't restore your health to the point that it was beforehand is annoying, because it's nearly impossible to avoid every instance of the jailers decreasing your health. So I don't know, it feels a little bit harsher than it should in my opinion, but it's fine. Jesus. I can't believe I just got jump scared by Dark Souls 3 again. That's happened like 3 times. The other 2 are in the Undead Settlement. That's so mean. I have been down here, I believe. Just not often. Ow. Rude. Oh, you can lock onto the real ones? That kind of... Oh, they're all real. That kind of defeats the purpose of there being fake ones, right? I guess these ones aren't real, never mind. But they do not stand out. Not much of a trick if you can just lock on and know which ones are real or not. But, oh well. Does that require the jailer's key, I wonder? Either. Oh my god! I knew it! I knew it wasn't just going to be a normal hollow. Anyway, I think that this cell requires the jailer's key, which you get way later. Frequently pressing the lock-on button so I know what enemies are and aren't real. Hello. You gonna explode? Yes, you are. Oh. Wait, this one's staggering? I remember them not staggering for some reason. Is this one gonna explode? Yeah, of course it is. Stamina management. Who needs it? Oh god. I can just press the attack button after it restores every time, I guess. That worked shockingly well. I don't have any rings on. I just realized that. I only have the gold or the silver serpent ring. I should probably put rings on. None of these are that useful though. Oh, this boosts dexterity. Actually, I didn't know that. Lynn's ring isn't great. Yeah, it's over 50%. Never mind. So it's kind of useless. Yeah, none of these are that useful. I guess I can put on the Pontiff's right eye just because I don't have anything else. I'll grab the Estus ring. I don't know. It's probably something else. You make gross noises. Oh, I can just open this. I was expecting it to tell me that that was locked. Crazy how the one I don't want to go into is the one that is unlocked, huh? Why does this thing have so much health? Okay. That's fine. I'm only taking 3 procs. Great magic shield. I guess it makes sense that it has so much health in it if it has a unique drop. But not communicating that that one is specifically different in some sort of, like, visual design or whatever is kind of odd, in my opinion. I feel like there should be something to say, hey, this one, you know, might be a little bit more difficult, and your strategy for the other ones might not necessarily work. Does the Screecher, is that what alerted the other 3 hollows right there? I think it is, right? I would assume so. Which, I don't know if you can stop it from screeching if you want to get that item. And I feel like most people are going to grab that item because it's such a low-risk thing to grab, seemingly, anyway. Not that the random hollows are that dangerous or whatever, but, you know. Pardon me, please don't decrease my health. I would prefer if you didn't. Please don't push me off the edge. I would prefer if you didn't. No, don't. Ow. What the? What does that do? No, wait, stop. Oh, okay, it just makes you slow roll. Wait, I didn't mean to heal there. Oops. I guess the idea with the jailers is to just not get hit at all, right? Like, your health is gonna be low. Especially with this one. What? Oops. Come on. Jesus. Kind of unfeasible when they have so much poise. Or not unfeasible, but I don't know. It feels like if the point is to not get hit, then they wouldn't have much, like, health and stamina, or poise rather, to begin with. And then there's... Wait, what is it? Is that under? I hate this thing. I hate walking past this thing. You have to walk past it every time you play this level, and I hate it so much. I'm gonna kill it. Just because I don't like how it looks. It doesn't attack you, as far as I know, but God, it unnerves me so much. We get like a shortcut, technically. Not much of one, but shortcut nonetheless. Is there anything in here? Other than... Jailbreaker's key. I wonder if that's for the cage back down there. I guess I should probably check. I am admittedly curious, because most levels I've explored at least once and know where generally most items are, or how to get most items in them. Like the... What you call it? I know where the jailer's key goes to, right? Because you had to use it to get items for an achievement before. Okay, I guess it doesn't go here. Weird. I have no idea what this key goes to then. Which, I don't know if it makes sense to treat this as my first time playing through this level, because it's not. I've played through this level a lot. I know how to get through it quickly. But this is my first time, like, properly exploring it all the way through like this, you know? Pardon me. Just, passing by. There's another one. Not poise. I didn't mean to say poise earlier. It's the super armor. Which, I mean, is basically this game's version of poise. I believe the menus call it poise. Is this one aggressive? I assume so, right? Because it's right next to an item. I'm gonna wait for my health to come back up, I guess. Slowly. I wish it didn't last so long, because it feels like it's only supposed to last as long as you fight the jailers, right? Because that's kind of like the thing. That's how you fight them. Oh my god. A grab attack, too. Good thing they don't have poise. Jesus. I should have seen that one coming. That one's totally on me. I need more damage. I didn't level up after going through the first part of Irithyll. That's probably why. It's not open from this side. I forgot Irithyll Dungeon was in the way of the Profane Capital, and this is making me not want to go through the toxic area of the Profane Capital. But I don't know. I guess it depends. I don't remember how out of the way it is. And me not finding it was absolutely on me in my first playthrough. Like, I just didn't look around very much. But again, my goal isn't to exhaustively explore the levels. Not by any means. I just kind of want to vaguely go through the levels and experience them as someone would, as if they're just, like, going through them casually. And this is Mimic, which I believe has an Estus shard. Mimics aren't that dangerous, regardless of how much health you have, because they're relatively easy. Oh my god, to dodge? Never mind. I suck at the video game? I thought I was good. I was wrong. Yeah, an Estus shard. And I believe there should be a shortcut around here. But of course we gotta go through the 1600 enemies here first. Now, I said that in the high wall, that scenario is something that probably would show up in Dark Souls 2. This, less so, just because there are so many enemies here. And so many of them are incredibly fast, and then you have the range enemies in the back. Like, this is just a scenario that probably would not show up in Dark Souls 2. Do the range ones have less health? I would assume so. After that, anyway. Normally what I do is run straight through here, drop down, and run past the giant and everything. But I should probably explore a little bit, huh? I have no idea what's down here. Ah, a door. Why is there a door there? Okay, right. So to get through this way, you have to wake up the giant, which I don't want to do. What the? Oh, the ladder's here. Okay. I don't know why that confused me. I'm very awake right now. Clearly. I have a lot of souls. I do not want to lose these. I don't remember where the shortcut back to the bonfire is, though. I think it's nearby. I think I'm close to it. I just have no idea how close. Rat. There's a bunch of rats here. And this was the only instance that I remembered of the basilisks outside of the swamp. Or outside of, yeah, when I saw them in the swamp. This is where I remember the basilisks being, if you come up here. I don't remember where they come out of. Make a noise, though. Where are they? What? They're both. Oh, that one's a mimic. Okay. Old cell key. That one's probably the one at the beginning of the dungeon. Beginning of the level, whatever. Oh god, it's a Dark Souls 2 mimic. I forgot those were in this game. And the basilisk. Bad timing. Jesus. I know we're near the profane capital, but I don't know how near we are, like I said, to the shortcut. Okay, I don't want to get petrified. Please. I'm surprised I haven't gotten an Estus refill recently, because we've got a lot of jailers and stuff. Oh god. I need to be more careful. Alright, what's this? Dark cluttering. Okay. I think my biggest problem with the basilisks is how long the cloud lasts, because it feels like it lasts longer than it should, with how you're likely going to be fighting these things. Because they can spray a cloud, sit in their cloud, and then spray another one, and then jump into that one over and over. I had them do that a lot when I was going through the Smouldering Lake this time. Or the Demon Ruins, anyway. Okay, I think there are 2 giant rats here. And I usually run past them, but I don't know why, because they don't have that much health. They don't have nearly as much health as the Dark Souls 1 giant rat. And they have also significantly less poise. I need to heal. I need to heal. Let me heal. Stay back. Poke. Oh my god. They can jump. Is there? I know there's a shortcut back somewhere. I just have no idea where. Is it over this way? Okay, I didn't notice me good. Like, I know this is how you get to the Archdragon Peak, obviously, but I have no idea where the shortcut is. I feel like I should, but I just never use it, because I run straight to the Profane Capital and don't worry about it. Guess we'll see. Oh, yeah, okay. This is all the way back up here. Okay, the old cell key does not, in fact, go to this cell. Never mind. It occurs to me as I'm running up to grab the Firekeeper's soul that I never even talked to Yol after I sent him back to Firelink. So I don't know if I can still... I don't know if he's dead already. I don't know if you specifically have to get the 5 levels for him to die, or if he can die from some other occurrence, but... either way, I'm 5 levels short, but that's not really a big deal, I don't think. Oh, I never fought the Master! I forgot about this guy. Oops. Okay, he's dead now. If you fight him earlier in the game, he is significantly more difficult, but... I don't know. Guess he's just kind of a normal NPC otherwise. And I know you can jump off this elevator early. Yeah, right here. And I think that's just a lightning fluttering though. So I'm not too concerned about missing it. But I'll grab it anyway for posterity's sake, I guess. Might as well. Oh, lightning blade, yeah. Even more useless. Crazy. Shadow of the Erdtree is out, by the way, while I'm doing this. That shows how much I care about Elden Ring right now. I will play it eventually, just not right now. I think no matter what, I'm gonna have to fight multiple jailers at once, so might as well just get it over with. Just don't get hit, and everything will be okay. Guess that's how it usually is. Also, usually when I'm running through this room, I have the 2 giant rats chasing me relentlessly as well. So, like, it's not often that I kill all these jailers, but if I'm, you know, using the jailer's key, I don't even remember what that gets you, I'll end up killing all of them. I know there's another mimic here somewhere, I think behind this wall, but I don't remember what it drops at all. What? I 2-shot that one? Why? Is there some sort of instability damage or something in this game? What? Why did I 2-shot that one? Is there counter damage on non thrusting weapons or something? Nope. No, please. Please no. We're good. Everything's fine. I wasn't even scared. Why were you worried? It's fine. Okay. Let's see what's in this mimic, I guess. Gonna wait for my health to go back up again. Put on the Estus ring as well. Just because there aren't that many rings that are that useful to me, since I'm just doing like a normal strength build. And it's not even like I would want a ring to increase my strength. I think the Knight's ring is in the castle, and that does that, but once I get to the soft cap, there's literally no reason. Oh, just tighten my skills, okay. Alright, profane capital time. I always run past the gargoyle because I hate fighting the gargoyles. Let's see if it's as terrible as I remember, huh? First though, might as well grab this item. Also, this game showers you in Titanite shards after you don't need them anymore. Like, I suppose if you want to switch weapons, it's really nice, but like... God, I have so many. I also meant to trade with, what is it? I don't remember the crow's name in this game. But I meant to trade in order to get a Titanite chunk, so I could get to +7 at this point, but it's not really that important. I'm gonna end up falling off. I don't know why I hate fighting these guys. They're not that bad. I think it's just their jumping stab attacks are difficult for me to dodge, so I just tend to not deal with it. And then there's also the messed up texture down that ladder. Is this what leads to the toxic area? I think so, right? I don't know. There's like a couple really good things for sorcery over there. Other than that, I don't think there's anything useful for your average build. This is Bone Shard? Yeah. And the best gesture in the game, of course. From Gilligan the Laddersmith from Dark Souls 2. And that's why there's so many tall ladders around here. That's funny. I do like that. I always forget that that's supposed to be Gilligan. That's why there's, what, like 1, 2, 3, like 4 or 5 really tall ladders around here. That is quite humorous. Alright, let's see. What is this supposed to be, like a cannon? Like a magic fire cannon or something? I mean, there are the pyromancer enemies. Not pyromancer enemies, but they use the giant bowl to shoot fire at you, so basically pyromancy. Oh yeah, there's ladder number 4. Oh god. I didn't know this thing could attack me here. I thought it was only on the bridge. Oh yeah, it is a fire staff, okay. There we go. That one died much quicker. This game's easy. I don't know why people think this game is hard. Oh, there is another one on the bridge. Okay. I didn't know there was a third one. I thought there were only 2. I guess, once again, because I end up running past this. Also, bunch of ladders all over the ground. Illigan is a silly guy. I suppose this crystal lizard is supposed to trip you up and make you fall there. No. Oh. Not like I need the Twinkling Titanite. That is a pretty obvious pitfall, though. So if you fall down that, that's kind of on you. Let's see. Another one. I suppose you'd normally be coming from the other way, right? I guess if you went for the other crystal lizard and didn't fall, though. At least one of these might trip you up. Especially since this one runs towards the pit. Do you have to drop to get down into this one? I'm actually not sure. I don't want to. And you're probably going to get toxic no matter what. But at this point, you'll have a lot more health than you did at Farron Keep. So it makes sense that they would use toxic here. But in my opinion, it is significantly more of a time crunch than it should be. Oh god. Ouch. Okay, I want to get out of the goop to a position, or to a more advantageous position. Anyway. Yucky. I hate these things. Do they shoot poison or toxic? I actually have no idea. They can, like, glide? That's so weird. What a weird delay to add. Jeez. Is there anything else over here? Is it just those? There are a couple items. I did not know that. Okay, the toxic isn't as fast as Dark Souls 1 toxic. I'm pretty sure this is toxic, right? Not poison. I think that's a slightly lighter purple. If not, the poison is significantly faster than the Farron Keep poison. But I think all the games have different rates of poison, except for maybe Dark Souls 2. Because like the toxic blow dart sniper toxic is way faster than... Actually, what other sources of toxic are there? I think there's a... Like, player toxic is slower than the toxic blow dart snipers, as far as I know. In Dark Souls 1, so... Like, the games have different rates of poison, so it wouldn't surprise me if this was just fast poison. Wait, no, that's a Bloodborne thing. Yeah, and the toxic swamp area is pretty small. Oh god. Was there one behind me? I didn't see that one. How did I not see that one? Was that on me, or was it just, like, completely under the toxic goop? Are there blooming purple moss clump in this game? Can I heal this toxic? Or do normal purple moss clumps heal toxic? Assuming, once again, that I was correct in the first place and this is, in fact, toxic. Also, the introduction to these enemies in the big, like, lake area in Irithyll is kind of not great, in my opinion. Because some of them just appear as decoration before you get to the ones that are, like, actually enemies. Which is kind of weird. I don't think that's great. Oh well, I guess. Ah yeah, the stupid hand ogres. Are all of these alive? Or just this one? God, they're so gross. I don't want to fight it. Kind of thick though. Come on, come here. Come on. So I can deal with you one at a time instead of all 3 at once. Oh god. No! Please, let go! I don't want to be chomped. That's not what I'm into. I know I said you were thick, but I didn't mean in a sexy way. Okay, maybe a little bit. But not right now, please. Oh god. No backstab. Oh god, they can sit on you. Oh god. Oh god, no, no, no. What? That one? Okay. These things suck. Eleonora and 2 Dungpine. Do I have Moss, Purple Moss? Will this... Okay, yeah, so it is toxic. Will these guys aggro if I don't attack them? I'm running. I don't want to deal with them. Like, I know at this point I probably shouldn't be running past enemies, but God, I hate these things. I don't want to deal with them, and they're slow, so they probably won't chase me too far at least. Can you buy blooming purple moss clumps from the Shrine Handmaiden? If you can. Oh, they definitely can't climb ladders too. If you can, I'm gonna do that if I die. So that would make this significantly more tolerable. There's also an NPC invasion on top of this roof, I think. I don't remember if it's an invasion or if there's just an NPC up here. But they drop something sorcery related? Okay, yeah, no, it's just a normal NPC. Oh god. What? Why do you have so much poise? No. Ah! Oh god. I think they drop Homing Soul Mass, right? I assume so. Maybe Crystal Soul Spear. Oh my god. Uh-oh. No, wait, please. Spare me. The Toxic might kill me regardless. Logan's... Oh, right! And you can give that to the guy and you can learn Crystal Sorceries. Oh, this is... Oh no, I need to run. Go, 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 please. Am I not anywhere? Okay, never mind. I thought the short goes up here. Cool. I'm gonna see if I can get Blooming Purple Moss Clump. 1 second. Not sure why I thought the shortcut was there. I do not remember at all where it's at. Alright, Blooming Purple Moss Clumps achieved. I'm just gonna run back to where I was because, you know, there's the ladder there. And nothing's gonna be able to chase me up that. So... hopefully these things... Oh god. Won't prove me wrong. Can you... I'm sure you can escape this without actually getting toxic. It said toxic on the screen the first when I got... Okay, I should have noticed that it was toxic in the first place. That's on me for literally just not paying attention. But yeah, you can buy Blooming Purple Moss Clump after giving some ash. I have no idea which one though. I gave her all 3 of the ash that I had at the same time, so... But that does make this significantly more tolerable. I think that ogre specifically drops the best sorcery staff in the game. I don't even know if you can call these ogres. Whatever the hell these things are. It's disgusting monsters. No, don't sit on me. There are people that I want to do that, but you are not one of them. Person is a strong word for you, too, so... I'm sorry, that's an insult to people, calling this thing a person. I know some people who would definitely be into it, though. Okay, where's the core sorcerer staff? It's this thing, this mimic. Okay. Right in the... I was gonna say right in the balls, but... Well, no. I was gonna say that I wouldn't say that, because mimics read as feminine to me. But as someone who is feminine and has balls, maybe not. Okay, is there nothing in here? Okay, interesting. Sure is a room. Yeah, and this lets me get back up to the bonfire. But I want to get my souls. Real quick. What is the... Or the Eleonora looked cool. That axe that I got. What is it? This isn't a playthrough where I want to, like, experiment with weapons or whatever. I like the claymore enough. Okay, good. This thing doesn't respawn either. Ooh, an item. What is this? Wrath of the Gods. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that was there. Wrath of the Gods is my favorite miracle to use in any of the games, generally. It's really fun to just walk up to an enemy and explode. Unfortunately, immolation doesn't give the same satisfaction because it doesn't... I don't know, it also harms you, which doesn't feel as good. Does it explode in Dark Souls 3? I actually don't know. I know it explodes in Remastest, but it doesn't explode in Dark Souls 2. But I'm not sure if it explodes in Dark Souls 3. Anyway. Moving on from self-immolation, I suppose. Yeah, you can... I'm sure the shortcut is somewhere down here, right? What the? Oh. I didn't... Where did you come from? What? Where did they come from? Okay, interesting. I know there's a pyromancy down there. And a bunch of rats that I don't want to deal with. So I'm just going to bone, and then we can fight Yorm and be done with this place. Also, the messed up texture, that was never fixed. Like, I'm genuinely shocked that they never fixed that. I assume they just never figured out how. Or it was such a small thing that they didn't worry about it. But it seems like it would either be a really easy thing to fix, so they would have fixed it. Or they just, like, couldn't. So, I don't know. Okay, this one, I'm not fighting. Not right on the bridge, anyway. Just because, you know, fireballs are constantly being launched at the bridge. And that is not worth it. I don't even know if I can come over here, though. Whoa, God. Okay, maybe if it would stay in here. Gargoyles are significantly less dangerous than I thought they were, to be honest. I remembered them being really annoying. But that's just because I ran away and they would constantly do their, like, diving stab attack, which is difficult to dodge. I mean, you're just running away, trying to get to the boss, you know? I'll take these guys out. I don't remember what they do, but... Oh God, that's what they do! They're essentially pyromancers. Ouch, 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 ouch. Stop it. I didn't do Siegward's quest. Is it Siegward? Actually, I don't remember. I always get Siegward and Siegmeyer mixed up for some reason. But, so he won't be joining us for the Yorm fight. Another gargoyle? I do not remember this one being here. At all. What? Okay. I meant to roll, but I just didn't. Oop. There we go. I don't really have heads. They're not, are they? I don't think they technically count as gargoyles. Like, they're called gargoyles, the enemy type is. But I think they're technically grotesques, right? Because they aren't like gutter ends or whatever. Thanks, TP Skyen, for teaching me that one. Anyway. Hey, Yorm, how's it going? Of course, you're supposed to grab the Storm Ruler. Grabbing... I think the intended course of action is seeing there's an item, but deciding to grab it after you fight the boss, and then you attack Yorm, do no damage, and then go grab the item. See that it's a weapon, and then realize that you're probably supposed to use it. Oh God. Okay, that's a lot of damage while I was trying to menu. Jeez, Yorm. I pressed the roll button that time. And see, when the boss is this close to the bonfire, I think it's entirely warranted to sprint to the boss. You know, without worrying about enemies on the way. Just because bosses are things that you're probably going to die to at least once. So boss runs kind of feel separate from playing the game normally in that way. Though, that doesn't go for Demon Souls. Just because, you know, there usually isn't a shortcut in Demon Souls. The whole level is kind of part of the boss. Okay, I don't remember. Yorm is really easy, and it's probably one of my least favorite gimmick bosses in the series. And I really don't know why. Like, I just think that the spectacle isn't enough to justify the immense inaction. I'm surprised that didn't hurt, actually. Okay, give me stamina first. There we go. Free attack. He's a lot more aggressive in his face. Oh my God. I forgot about the explosions. Still easy, though. Crawled over. Imagine. Okay, cool. Got the charge. And Yorm is down. Nice and easy. And of course, that's even easier if you also have Siegward. I assume Siegward. I genuinely don't remember, but because he'll be focusing on Siegward and then you can just take your time to do the charge. But yeah, I don't know. It's not that I don't like Yorm. It's just that I find Yorm a pretty boring fight, just because it's so easy and it's so short, and the spectacle isn't enough to justify that, in my opinion. So I beat Pontiff Sulyvahn before recording again. I beat him first try. My thoughts on him haven't really changed. It's just Pontiff Sulyvahn. Now, hopefully, in this video, I'll be able to get through the rest of the game. The castle and the archives, along with, you know, Archdragon Peak, are... Oh, I was expecting that to watch out. Are like the longest areas in the game, so I'm not sure if I will be able to finish in the same amount of time, but regardless, or, you know, if it'll end up being way shorter. But regardless, I hope, you know, this doesn't take too absurdly long. Now, this level is one that I'm really not sure how I'm going to tackle, because it's one that I never explore. Not because I haven't. I have explored this level before, but more so just because there's not much useful and the game doesn't really feel like it incentivizes exploring much, especially because you can like go back over here. I actually don't remember what's over here. It's been so long. Is there anything over here? I mean, I guess I should check it out. There's a mimic. There's a mimic in a boss room. It'd be funny if you could somehow attack this thing with like I don't know, some ranged weapon and get it to attack Pontiff for you. That'd be funny. So while I'm fighting this mimic, I've been playing the Elden Ring DLC. I wasn't expecting to play it so close to launch. I won't spoil anything. You don't need to worry about that. But playing Dark Souls 3 made me like Elden Ring more as I was going through it in order to, like, you know, get to the point that I can play the DLC. I played through with just a claymore, like I'm doing in Dark Souls 3. Well, I mean, I had some random heater shield. I just tried to press the jump button. I need to play less Elden Ring. Anyway, so I'll probably be playing this like I have been playing Elden Ring, which might, I might need to get back in the groove of playing Dark Souls 3, you know? Hopefully it doesn't damper my performance too badly. But I do like Elden Ring a lot more after playing Dark Souls 3 the way I have been, and engaging with Elden Ring as I would Dark Souls 3, but more so coming at the angle that I know I need to meet the game at its own terms rather than trying to force the game to let me play the way I want to. And, you know, with that, I was having a lot more fun with it. See, this is exactly what I mean. I was expecting the Elden Ring moveset. I was trying to do that because that's the heavy running attack in Elden Ring rather than the running light attack. So my brain is going to be a little bit backwards for a little bit. And then, you know, obviously using a lot of jump attacks and heavy attacks to get stackers and stuff. I didn't use the Claymore through all the DLC. I found a way cooler greatsword. Not cooler, but the weapon art is way cooler than the Lion's Claw, so I was using that. But my, you know, whatever, 10 hours or however long it took me to beat the base game with only the Claymore is very much going to influence how I'm playing. Oh my god, I forgot about this guy. Ow! Was that... Okay, I also have in Elden Ring, I have, ow, 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 ow. Oh my god, stop! Let me out. In Elden Ring, I have my healing on holding Y and then pressing D-pad left. So if I just randomly don't, or un-two-hand, I just realized I did that. That's why. Oh god. Stop. Yeah. Okay, I need to stop being used to Elden Ring stuff, but yeah, that's exactly what I mean with my gameplay might not be exactly as good as it normally is, just because I'm used to playing Elden Ring. So hopefully that's not too obvious for too long. But also, I do want to offer my thoughts on Elden Ring a bit. You know, just that I like it a little bit more. Anyway, back to Dark Souls 3. The whole reason that I'm making this video in the first place. So in my experience, I dislike the first part of the game because, you know, I had thought that it was a bad tutorial. And I disliked the second part of the game because I didn't like what Dark Souls 3 did. But now that I realize that it being a bad tutorial is kind of on me, I don't know how I'm... What the hell? I don't know how I'm going to feel about the rest of the game. I'm hoping that I'll end up liking it, but I suppose we shall see. That one's not real. This one is real. Staggers really fast. There we go. I would have expected the giants to be a little bit more threatening. Though I suppose that's what happens when you just try to run past them. They are also significantly smaller than the ones in the Cathedral. I also don't think I've ever killed those two NPCs, and that was funny how easy that was by just spamming R1. Once again, in the Elden Ring mindset, which worked shockingly well for Dark Souls 3, but I need to get out of that. I feel like a lot of the people, and this is not even anecdotal, this is just pure speculation. I feel like a lot of the people who came from Elden Ring and started playing the other games, like, you'd probably end up liking Dark Souls 3, but if you're not expecting such a dramatic shift between Dark Souls 3 and, you know, Dark Souls 1 or 2, you're probably going to end up disliking Dark Souls 1 and 2. Do I want to fight the Pontiff Beasts? Honestly, if I was playing casually and I saw this, I would just run. There's no way in hell I would want to fight these things. So, I'm not gonna. That just does not seem like a good time. Though I suppose using the pillars, it could be a kind of fun exercise to try and kill them without dying yourself. If I knew that there was a plunging attack animation on these things, I would do that. Well, actually, I could just slide down and drop off the ladder. Wait for them to not be an attacking animation. Hiya! Okay. Oh my god! If I had done the critical... Oh my god. Need to give myself a moment. I'm also used to the absurd amount of stamina you get in Elden Ring as well. Especially being at like level 30 or whatever. Whatever I was at the DLC. This does kind of feel like an Elden Ring enemy. I don't know if that makes sense. But like the way it staggers and like the amount of aggression and everything. I don't know. It kind of does feel like an Elden Ring enemy in my mind, having been playing way too much Elden Ring recently. It also feels like you're supposed to attack the head, which Elden Ring does a lot more than the other games. Oh my god. Straight up, that death was just from playing incorrectly. Way too aggressively in a way that the game couldn't have expected. Especially because, you know, I'm playing as if I was playing Elden Ring. So, let me get back there. I feel like Elden Ring is also built a lot around hit trading, and Dark Souls 3 is not at all. In Elden Ring, it expects you to take a hit every now and then while dealing damage, right? Just because of how the bosses are. But in Dark Souls 3, I feel like it more expects you to dodge everything and then attack. And when I say that the game expects you to get hit, I mean like during the ambushes, right? God damn. Okay, this thing's so aggressive. So like, an enemy is gonna show up out of nowhere, and then it expects you to get hit there, and that's why you get the Estus refills. Like, it does obviously expect you to get hit. I pressed the Y button to heal again. It expects you to get hit during that, and that's why it's so generous with the Estus refills. Not that it expects you to get hit during, you know, combat. While Elden Ring very much, I feel like, does expect you to get hit during combat. It feels like it's built around trading hits. I mean, I might as well put this on, right? I really need using that too. Though somehow that enemy, despite it being difficult and me needing to play decently well, didn't get me into Dark Souls 3 brain. Didn't get me out of Elden Ring brain, I suppose. Hopefully, I can chunk it back over before too long. I fought Aldrich enough and have struggled on him enough that hopefully I should be able to just instinctively play properly. And if failing Aldrich, the dancer, definitely. I've spent so long fighting the dancer just over and over. Because, I mean, first of all, I think it's a fun fight. But even in my first playthrough, like, it took me so long to beat her. Okay, so you can definitely see the archers from here. I don't know, because the game doesn't really feel like it expects you to look around very often. But I suppose it does make sense that it could test a new thing every so often. So I'm not going to say the archers are unfair, especially since, like, that's kind of the point. It's supposed to be a surprise. It's like, oh, hey, Dark Souls. Remember Dark Souls? Oh, God. Okay, I probably shouldn't quit out. Once again, playing like Elden Ring, I need to stop doing that. Let's see if I can do this now. Okay. The answer is no. Darn it, I wasn't fast enough. I can do it in Dark Souls 1 and I can do it in Elden Ring. I cannot do it here in Dark Souls 3. This is an area that I have ran through exclusively. I don't know how to deal with these Silver Knights, specifically because I've never tried to deal with them. Which, you know, great way to get back into playing a game that my mind has been off of for so long. Ouchie. Okay, that was terrifying. No. Okay, that's so cool. Thanks, Dark Souls 3. That happens a lot more in this game than it does in Dark Souls 1. It's not often in Dark Souls 1 where you'll, like, be pushed off a ledge, quit out, and then slide off of the ledge when you load back in. It does seem to happen pretty often in Dark Souls 3, considering it's happened both times I've tried to quit out to save myself. Though it might also just be getting extremely unlucky. What if I run past up there? Is that what the game expects me to do? Oh, God. Ah. I was expecting that one to chase me, actually. So what am I supposed to do about this? Okay, whoa. Drop down. Hopefully the knight will follow me. Where is it? Is it just pull out its... Oh my god. That's so awesome. Does this one not know I'm here now? Okay, I am undetectable, I suppose. Okay, cool. Need to let myself get reacclimated to fighting Dark Souls 3 enemies. There we go. Oh my god, make up your mind. Come on. Was that a stagger? From one strong attack? Okay. Alright, I have no idea how many Silver Knights there are here. That's so cool. Oh god. I also need to not play like I'm using a fast weapon, because this is not a fast weapon. Play like you're using a slow weapon, Ruby. You're used to this. You know how to do this. You just gotta get back in the mindset. Alright, oh, hi. Whoa. I forgot about you. Now, in Dark Souls 1, I believe they shoot 4 arrows, and that counts as like 1 move for them. Or like they're caught in a combo of shooting 4 full arrows instead of, yeah, 1 arrow, and then they can choose to do another move. Just because of how the AI works. But in Dark Souls 3, I think 1 shot is just 1 move, and they can transfer out of it whenever they like. Dang, I was really expecting that to kill. Heavy attacks and stagger potential are very useful, and I need to remember how to make use of them. Though, to be honest, I've been making more use of them in Elden Ring than I have ever in Dark Souls 3. So maybe, despite the complete failure to remember how to play this game, eventually somehow I will be able to play this game properly and even better. Like, Elden Ring made me use jump attacks and stuff more in Dark Souls 1, which is weird. Like, I didn't use jump attacks ever at all until after I played Elden Ring. And then I started making full use of my entire arsenal of moves. Though in Dark Souls 3, I still hardly ever use jump attacks and stuff. I'll still use heavy attacks or whatever, whenever the opportunity presents itself. But because of the speed of the game, it doesn't really feel advantageous to very often. So the idea of using, jumping attacks doesn't really cross my mind, despite them being faster than heavy attacks most of the time. I think the versatility of heavy attacks might be the culprit for that, because, if you can either fully charge or not charge your strong attack at all, and that'll make it take different times and do different amounts of damage and do different amount of poise damage. And I think that versatility kind of steers me away from jumping attacks, because jumping attacks, once you press the button, you are locked in for the entire thing. So it might be faster, but, faster than a fully charged heavy, and do more damage than a fast heavy. But I don't know. I think the versatility just kind of wins out in my brain. So I don't use the jumping attacks very much, let alone, the kick or whatever. In Dark Souls 1, when I'm fighting NPCs, I'll pull out the kick nearly constantly. It's super useful to do a quick stagger, or, to push enemies around to knock off their shield or whatever. But is this an illusory wall here? Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if you specifically needed a ring or if it was just a normal illusory wall. I couldn't remember. Also, somewhat related. I don't know. Well, actually, once I upload this, it'll be too late. But I have a poll up right now asking who the gayest character in Dark Souls 1 is. And I have Solaire on there. I have Vincent Nico. I have Priscilla, Lothric, and I think there's one more. I remember the brass armor set being down here. Is it not? I mean, I know it is in Dark Souls 1, but I thought they also put it here in Dark Souls 3. I guess not. I don't know. This is an area that I haven't really explored also. I usually just sprint straight up to the bonfire and then sprint straight to Aldrich from there. Though, to be honest, the Cathedral isn't super worth exploring anyway. It's just kind of packed with deacons and clerics, and that's kind of it. Also, the lore of Anor Londo being here, like, the whole world coming together isn't really what bothers me, because it's a fantasy world. That's fine. What really gets me is the fact that Anor Londo shouldn't exist anymore. Like in Dark Souls 2, it's kind of confirmed that the entirety of the world, crumbled and was reshaped and reborn completely differently. There is no DNA shared between Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, aside from like the Shattered Lord Vessel in the basement, right? To show that, hey, Dark Souls 1 basically didn't happen here. But for some reason, in Dark Souls 3, Anor Londo exists again, even though the whole city should have crumbled. And not like this, like become rubble, So lore-wise, Anor Londo existing kind of retcons Dark Souls 2, but whatever. It is kind of cool that it's here, even if it's mostly just pandering. Right, so Anor Londo, I remember it just kind of being some enemy spam, and that's it. Whoa, careful. So I don't know how much there is to talk about level design here. I guess I didn't really talk about between Pontiff and Anor Londo, but I also don't know if there's much to talk about there, Because it's just a few enemies and the Pontiff beast, you know? Okay, I need to stop trading. I'm suffering from skill issue, I suppose. I also, again, haven't really explored Anor Londo, just because I haven't really found a reason to. This one's red-eyed. Oh, why didn't it stagger? Huh? I used a heavy attack. Cheater. Oh god, why is it lagging? I can play Elden Ring with no lag whatsoever, but the moment I try to play Dark Souls 3, you're going to start lagging all over the place. The Silver Knights, having the introduction being, you know, in the middle of Irithyll before even knowing that Anor Londo exists. Does this open? I don't think so. You know, is a good thing, but then, you know, the archers being the first time you really see the Silver Knights, like, oh, hey, these are the Silver Knights from Dark Souls 1. That's kind of weird, considering they're, you know, part of Gwyn's crew and shouldn't really exist anymore. But I feel like the realization that they're Dark Souls 1 Silver Knights come with the... Well, I don't know, because they're right next to Snow's Hammer, but it's like, oh, this is like actually like Dark Souls 1 when you get to the part where they're, you know, shooting you when you're running up the buttresses. But, and then having just like normal ones there, especially one with a spear, like, I don't know, I like that introduction, but it doesn't feel, it feels like it's trying to be pandering, if that makes sense. Also, this guy, in the Cathedral, he was super easy. We'll see if that holds true here. Though if I'm constantly getting bombarded by deacons, it definitely will not be true. Not sure about the slugs, though. Is this the slimes or the slugs? Actually, I don't remember. I think it's slimes, which makes this significantly more annoying. There's also an undead bone shard somewhere. Having to approach these deacons sure is a unique challenge, though maybe it should have not been. Ouch. There's a proof there? Farming for proofs is so awful. Like, one of the worst things in Dark Souls 1. Or 3, I mean. Also one of the worst things in Dark Souls 1. Though I think Sunlight Medallions were worse. It took less time, but it was so much less engaging to me. So, I don't know. Personally, I think farming for Sunlight Medals is worse if you're playing offline. But proofs are also terrible. If I was playing online, I would find proofs worse for sure, because I just don't like PvP very much. Okay, let's see. Come on. I did the wrong button again because I'm used to the Elden Ring moveset. Get out of here. Okay, how many more deacons are there? Is that all of them? I remember there being so many more deacons. I feel like misremembering this game is really what gives it a bad taste in my mouth. That is so much less bad than I remembered. Alright. I think this one can petrify you. Ouch. Oh, it's curse. Even better. I don't know if the one in the Cathedral can do that. Oh, that's not good. Curse juice. Dang. That run back is nothing, though. It's literally just 2 Silver Knights and then a few deacons. I remember that being so much worse, and I really could not tell you why. Probably because when you're getting bombarded by fireballs from, what, like 7 knights, it's awful. But when it's from, or sorry, 7 deacons, it's awful. But when it's, you know, only a couple at a time, it's not that bad. So it's less that I didn't like this game because I ran through, and more so that I played the game and then started running through because I didn't like it as much as the others. And that made me dislike it, if that makes sense. Though running through didn't really change my opinion very much on the early levels, so I don't know. It was more meeting the game on its own terms rather than playing it differently that made me like it more. I feel like if I ran through it now, I would still like the levels, if that makes sense. Even though it was playing it properly that made me like them in the first place. Also the fact that these guys can stagger their fireballs in a way that makes it almost impossible to dodge them is kind of... But I guess it doesn't do very much damage, so it's not too awful. Still don't like it. Ouch. That one was 100% on me. Pure greed. Oh, instant attack. Okay. It doesn't like screech or anything. It's just on. Okay, I need to... First of all, not accidentally un-two-hand again. I need to heal. Not be hit by them. Okay, not play like Elden Ring. And we got a Basilisk over here. There we go, nice and easy. Okay, yeah, not that bad if you just kind of take your time and be careful about it. It is certainly not necessary, but I think it'll be funny to get to the strength soft cap before fighting Aldrich. I actually don't know if there's much of a reason to go above, like what is it, 27 strength? If you're constantly two-handing anyway, but I do still want to get to 40 because it's funny. And then from now on, I'll probably exclusively be leveling up endurance. I feel like when running to Aldrich, it makes sense to run past the deacons. Just because, you know, they're not exactly a threat when you're running past them in a way that doesn't force you to run toward them. Also, I feel like it makes sense to just sprint two bosses anyway. I feel like most people who play these games will simply run to the boss rather than killing every single enemy every single time on their way to the boss, which is, you know, kind of why shortcuts exist. Not really why they started existing in the first place. It was more so to let you fight fewer enemies for less than fighting pretty much none. But once you get to Dark Souls 3, the shortcuts kind of make sense as a way to run past enemies. Or to facilitate and being understanding of wanting to run past enemies, I suppose. Oh. I don't remember how Aldrich teleportation works. Ouch. Hitboxes. Okay, I know one thing I definitely don't like about Aldrich is his hitboxes. Like, especially the swipe doing full damage when the body hits you. But I suppose it makes sense from a gameplay perspective. Already phase 2, really? Oh my god. No. Oh, it's a chasing one too. This is homophobic. During Pride Month, really? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. That said, the fact that you can attack the tail for full damage. Oh god, that was such a weird delay. What? That was so slow. The fact that you can hit the tail for full damage, despite, you know, being so far away from the body, kind of makes up for the weird hitboxes, in my opinion. Like, gameplay-wise, like I said. So, I don't know. I think Aldrich is a fine boss. The arrow attacks are dumb. And having to just kind of, like, run away from this is also annoying. But largely, I think Aldrich is fine. I don't significantly dislike Aldrich as much as I do, say, Pontiff. Ouch. Like, I just straight up dislike Pontiff, while Aldrich is just kind of a passive, I don't love this boss. Super easy, though. Also, I think it's funny that it puts you here automatically. Like, I don't know, I feel like most people would want to go rest at a bonfire or whatever, but that's for cowards. I should be able to beat the dancer pretty easily, but I guess we'll see. Who knows? Knowing me, my hubris will get the best of me and I'll lose horribly. Oh yeah. That's exactly what I want to do to the dancer, to be honest. I know it's probably weird to be attracted to, you know, a monster girl like this, but I don't know. Kind of my type. I'm proud of it. It is Pride Month. I forgot to count. I didn't remember how many it was. It's 7 spins. But I couldn't remember how many I was on at that point. Oh, God. I'm much worse at the second phase than I am the first phase, but it's not all that bad, all things considered. I'm going to top off. Just for pure fear. Make sure hubris doesn't do me in like it usually does. Really, again? Okay. the easiest dancer fight ever, I suppose. So I could have shown off my skill with the dancer. I guess I kind of did that in the scythe video, but um, dancer is easy, I guess. I wish there would have been more time to talk about the dancer, because the dancer is probably my favorite boss in this game, including DLC and everything. I love the dancer fight. Just the weird timing is so much better than like odd delays or reaction based. I mean, it is still pretty reaction based because that's just kind of how Dark Souls 3 combat works. But the odd timing, you know, that the whole 4/3 timing in the music and her movements going along with that and being different to most other bosses in the game, like, or all other bosses in the game if I remember correctly, like, that makes her so much more intuitive for me to dodge, just because you have to drill that in if you want to be able to consistently dodge her. And because of how many attempts that fight took me in my first playthrough, like, that just was kind of naturally drilled into my brain already, and I just love that fight so much. It's so much fun. Even, you know, having to, or not knowing what the fight is, just like what the fight is, not knowing what it is and being able to capitalize on that. That's what I like about that fight. There are a lot of fights in this series that I like because I know how to deal with them, but there are a few exceptions where it's like I don't know how to deal with them, or even if I didn't know how to deal with them, I would still enjoy the fight, because that was my experience the first time I beat the dancer. And then, actually, I think that was my first time ever beating the dancer before, or after Pontiff, rather. Every single time I play this game, I will fight the dancer really, really early. Now, of course, here there are a bunch of Pus of Man and Toxic, which makes this probably my least favorite area in the game, just because I find Pus of Man so unfun and annoying to fight. These are probably my least favorite enemy in the game. Oh god. Oh my god. Just because it's impossible to tell what they're doing, and they have huge hitboxes and extremely large reach. That is so loud on my end. I'm so glad I turned the volume down from last time. Jesus. Okay, I don't know if the Pus of Man will attack me while I'm fighting this guy. I'm also gonna attempt to avoid getting toxicked. But no promises, obviously. What is this buff? Does this just make him do more damage? I'm not excited to fight Oceiros, just because of the weird instant hover charge attack. Doing that without a shield is frustrating. Ow, why did that not backstab? What? What are you doing? There we go. He drops a chunk? Is that guaranteed, or is that just a chance to drop a chunk? I only want the Titanite chunks from here, so I'm not really going to worry about getting every single item. Oh. Okay, I was really worried that he was going to turn into a Pus of Man and have to deal with an extra one, on top of all the ones that I'm already going to have to deal with, which I attempt to avoid. Anyway, I'm not going to get every item here, because I just want the chunks. Wait, I don't want to fight two of them at once. Please. They're already awful enough. Oh god. No. Ouch. Oh, my stamina. Okay. I really need to get used to managing stamina once again. Because again, you know, I'm used to Elden Ring where you just get an absurd amount of stamina. Was that an Estus drop? I think that was an Estus drop. I think the Pus of Man are more likely to drop Estus, though I don't quite remember. I don't even remember if they can drop Estus, to be honest. That's just an assumption I have based on how the system works. What I know about how it works, rather. Okay, so it seems like they're a lot easier to deal with if you get to this side. And then just watch out for the next swipe. You don't want to be on the arm side, obviously. I'm so confused. I can't tell what is and isn't a wind-up animation with how they move their neck. That's so awful. Ow. I do not understand these enemies whatsoever. Okay, Jesus. And there's a chunk as well. Or, I mean, chunk. What was I talking about? I have no idea why I just said that. I know there's another chunk up here, and that will be 4. And that's enough to get to +8. Then the rest to get to +9 will be in the castle itself, so... Gonna wait for this guy to fall down. What the? Why did I focus on that one? Okay, drop down, please. Drop down, please. Does it drop down once you go up the stairs? It does drop down once you go up the stairs. Okay. The running strong attack being a jump attack is so weird. Like, I know a lot of weapons do that in Dark Souls 1, just have the same attack for both of them, but also don't have increased defense with weird miracles. That's cheating, basically. These things combined with the Lothric Knights and the castle are so annoying to me, because it definitely feels like you're supposed to focus on the caster and then go after the knight after you take out the caster, but that's so difficult with how aggressive the knights are. Should I go upgrade before fighting Oceiros? Yeah, I probably should. It's not like I'm gonna have to take out the Plus of Man, and that's the worst part anyway. I think at this point in the game, you should be able to take out the Plus of Man fairly quickly just because of upgrade level and everything. But, so only having 3 of them isn't that bad, but they're still really unfun to fight. For the same reasons that Eodex Gundyr is unfun to fight. I saw someone say that Eodex Gundyr is their favorite, or what they think is the best tutorial boss. And they think that the plus stage, the second phase, is well telegraphed. And I could not disagree more. Like, the jump attack is probably the only exception to that. Oops, trying to use Aldrich inputs again. Like, even like even the like weird stab attack where it doesn't use the plus part at all, I still think it's too, like, it uses such a small part of its overall shape to telegraph that. And at that point in the fight, especially for most people's first time through the game, they're going to be focusing on the entirety of it, right? Not just the tiny little part holding the weapon. And that you don't really need to focus on specific parts of enemies most of the time. The Pus of Man are the only exceptions that I can think of. And the game teaching you to deal with one specific enemy type with the first tutorial boss, or with the tutorial boss, right? I don't know, that feels pretty bad in my opinion. It doesn't seem like something that the tutorial fight should focus on. Though, there are a lot of other reasons to dislike Eodex Gundyr. Like, not just the animations. For me, it's more so the, like, delay when it jumps. That's such a strange thing to have a delay on. Especially without it being telegraphed. It's not like it has wings or whatever. It just kind of like floats in the air for a second. And then, you know, Pontiff does the same thing. But at least Pontiff has wings. So it's not like completely out of nowhere. Though I suppose teaching that delays can happen is probably a good thing. And you need to time your rolls rather than spam roll. So I don't know if an enemy just being able to float for a second is a good way to teach that. Because generally it is pretty well visually telegraphed if an enemy will be able to do that. I think just a swing delay would have been more than enough, which it does have with its sideways swipe from, or where it like goes to the opposite side of its body. I don't know. Again, if Eodex Gundyr was only the first phase, I would think it was one of the best tutorial bosses in the series. But because it has both phases, you know. Oh, that's not a stair. Cool. Come on. Faster. Didn't need to do that trade, but why not, I suppose. Made it faster, and I didn't take that much damage. Oh god, why didn't that backstab? But backstabs are so finicky in this game. Like I said, it's just kind of the worst of both worlds, because when they do land, they're extremely powerful, which feels like is what they were trying to fix, you know, making them less overpowered, which I think Dark Souls 2 did wonderfully. Because, you know, you're not invincible when you backstab. But when it doesn't work, it's not obvious why it doesn't work. So, it's just kind of bad. And it's still overpowered if they land, you know? So, I don't know. Alright, Oceiros is fine. Like I said, it's really just the hover charge that bothers me. You can kind of get up on him like this. Oh. Well, okay, a lot of the time. that's actually a... I do like Oceiros. I feel like first phase Oceiros is actually a pretty good boss. And even the second phase is alright, ignoring the hover charge. Like, you can get up in him like this, and he basically can't hit you with any of his melee attacks, but then he has attacks like this to counter that, which I think is really cool. And then when you're far away, he has like his tail swipe attacks, which is a really cool animation. His staff swipes make total sense. And he goes insane and starts swinging his baby all over the place. And then, you know, you have the hover charge, which has no tell and is really bad. And then during the phase transition, you have time to get a couple good attacks in. He does a spin at the end of that. Having dialogue, let me out in the middle of the fight, is a little funky. Because, you know, it kind of obscures your screen. What was that? Hitbox? Okay. I think that spin has a really good telegraph. I guess he's not a perfect boss, though. It's hard to say that any boss in Dark Souls 3 is. The arena also makes the fight, what the hell, a lot more confusing. Because, like, you know, you'll get pushed into a corner or up into, like, the piles of rubble, and it'll just be really confusing and weird. But overall, Oceiros is pretty fun. And if you have a shield, the hover charge kind of stops being a threat anyway. I don't have a shield, obviously. I was genuinely tempted to, just for this fight specifically, but I decided not to. Oh god. What the hell? He spun, but it didn't hit me. Suppose I'm not complaining. He didn't even do the hover charge that time. I call it the hover charge because it looks like he's hovering. There's no build-up animation. He just is charging forward all of a sudden. But yeah, he just didn't do it that time, which is good. It's not super uncommon, but it's also not like a super common attack. So you'll probably see it once or twice a fight, if that. So I guess it's not all that bad. Oceiros is a solid fight, except for, you know, the few things that I mentioned. And even then, most of them are kind of nitpicks anyway. So now Champion Gundyr is an exception. I do want to use a shield just because I think parrying him is really fun. I don't know. Something about specifically Champion Gundyr makes me want to parry him. Just like how in Dark Souls 1, I would want to parry Gwyn. Though that's just because I think Gwyn's moveset is a little annoying. Though the fact that you can completely nullify that annoyance with parries makes me like Gwyn a lot more. Same thing, it's not that true of Champion Gundyr. I do think Champion Gundyr is a pretty good boss regardless. It's kind of just what I wanted the tutorial boss to be, but harder. So that makes Gundyr really fun. And I feel like a lot of people wanted EX Gundyr to be just the first phase. So either way, Champion Gundyr is a really cool addition, especially with the whole lore stuff around it. The untended graves. And then, you know, Dark Filing Shrine being Filing Shrine in the past and figuring all that out is a really cool thing. I don't think I've actually ever explored the Untended Graves. I don't know how it differs from... I don't remember these guys being here at all. I don't know how it differs at all from the actual real place here. Okay. I'm gonna stay away just so it can't poison me. And then get this one to come here. Oh, it's just a scythe one. The scythe ones are really easy. The dagger ones are to attack a lot faster and more frantically, and are significantly more difficult for me. Difficult in an annoying way too. It's not even that they're difficult that I don't like them. They just attack way too fast to be fun to deal with for me. Fun. Why did it lag so bad? What's going on? Is my computer okay? I literally only have Dark Souls 3 and OBS open. I don't know why that happened. Hopefully that didn't look too awful on the video. Jesus. Alright. And I know there's like grave wardens and stuff here too. Dogs. What? How did you survive? But the bigger one died instantly? What? Oh my god, they're chilling. They're taking a bath. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry it has to be this way. Ouch. Oh my god. There we go. I feel bad. Yeah, the grave warden here. I knew this guy was here because he's like right on the main path. And they stagger in one hit, so I can kind of fight them like I would fight Elden Ring enemies. Oops. Uh-oh. Stop. Oh my god. Oh my... Get... That's so cool. That is something that is not fun. Getting put into a tree corner and just absolutely obliterated with literally nothing you can do about it. That's so awesome. That's one of the biggest reasons I don't like fast attacks like that. Having fast attacks is generally fine, right? But when it gets to a point where you literally cannot counter it in certain situations like that, it's a lot less fun. That's generally just why I don't like the option of enemies having absurdly fast attacks like they do in this game. Also, that didn't kill him. Stop being alive. What a jerk. Ah, dog. No more dog. Everything's fine. Oh, there's a chunk here? I didn't know that. I feel like I should have. I feel like I did know that, and I just kind of forgot. Yeah, I don't know. The Grave Wardens aren't that bad, especially because they don't have health or poise. But in a lot of situations, they can be very annoying. Hey, a chunk. Okay, let's see if I can pick these guys off without it being annoying. I don't like their breathing. Their breathing makes me uncomfortable. I also don't like the fact that they are breathing, just generally. Not because they're undead, but because that means that they're alive, and I don't like dogs in these games, and I don't want the dogs to be alive. I'm not sure how well that joke came through, but it's fine. I don't need to be funny. This is informative more than anything. Let's see, is there a giant crystal lizard over here? There is. Are there two? There's two. Never mind. Okay. I figured they would change the whole experience in a way that would not be quite as fun. And I don't like the fact that there are two there, simply because their movesets are not made to work together. I don't know if it was obvious with the Pontiff beasts, but their attacks do not work well with each other at all. So while one is attacking you, the other can stagger their attacks in a way that makes it almost impossible to dodge, or you know, like they can be in a position, or, you know, their positioning can be so disadvantageous to you that it makes the fight with them just absurdly more difficult, way more than it should be. I'm surprised there's nothing on top of the coffin, to be honest. Get out of here. Stop trying to stab me. You can get invaded here if you are embered, but of course I died to the Grave Warden, so I got pushed into a tree. I'm surprised there's no enemy there too, actually. I'm surprised they didn't keep a lot more positions from the first area, especially ones that would be, like, I don't know, somewhat ambushes. Anyway, time to completely fail at parrying. I cannot imagine that this fight will go well for me, but let's see. Hey, what do you know? I'm half decent at the video game. That's kind of surprising, to be honest. Oop. I should heal before it gets to the point where I can't heal. That kick has caught me off guard so many times. Even though it is so well telegraphed, that's exactly why. Because if you attack ever from neutral, it is entirely possible that you just won't be able to dodge out. Also, this garbage. Like, huh? It definitely feels like this fight has you using a shield in mind. But if your build just doesn't have a shield, it makes it way harder. Also, the shoulder check going halfway across the arena. The shoulder check goes way too far. um, so the two things that I really, really don't like about this fight are the shoulder check going way, way too far. It's not even that it's a bad attack. It's that it will go so far if you're not expecting it. Like if you dodge that first one and then dodge backwards and then he shoulder checks, just no matter how far away you are, you will get hit by it, right? It's absurd how far that goes. And then, of course, the charge into spin is so annoying because you will either get hit by a part of the charge or you will get hit by the spin. I've never fully dodged it like that, and that was only because I had a shield. And the shield is completely unupgraded and everything. So, again, the fight really does feel like it expects you to have a shield. And if your build just doesn't have a shield, too bad, I guess. And if you don't, already know that you probably should have a shield for this fight. Anyway, let's see if I can actually successfully. I know you can parry a lot of the attacks that I am not parrying. But that's simply because I'm bad at parrying. And I don't know how to parry a lot of the attacks. Also, him picking up his halberd doing damage is strange. Oh my god. Never, ever attack from neutral, I guess. Has the same problem as Manus, too. You also can't attack from neutral with Manus. I don't know why it's lagging so bad. It's just Dark Souls 3. I don't know why my computer can't handle it. Oh, should I be two-handing for the crit? Ouch. Ouch. Also, the fact that he just doesn't follow up the punch with the shoulder check sometimes is kind of weird. I don't like variable combos. Elden Ring kind of goes all in with the variable combos, and I don't like that. Ugh. That's one thing I definitely do not like about Elden Ring. Because you literally can't learn the boss that way. Like, there is no learning there. It is pure reaction depending on what the boss follows up with, and I really, really do not like that. Like, at least in Dark Souls 3, most enemies or most bosses don't have variable combos. And the occasional one that does makes a nice, interesting challenge. This is what's really forcing me to get back into Dark Souls 3 brain, by the way. Normally I can first or second try Gundyr, or 8x, or sorry, Champion Gundyr. But anyway, yeah, most of the time bosses, like the Dancer, doesn't have any variable combos. Once it uses one attack, it will always use the other attacks in the exact same order, which I think is fun, because you react to the first one and then you follow up. Like, you learn the rest of the attacks, right? Like, you can absolutely do it with reaction, but it'll be so much easier if you learn how to respond to the combo rather than simply reacting to the combo the whole time. And I think that's really, really fun. Oop. There we go. Oh yeah, it should be two-handing for the crit, huh? I actually don't know if it will increase the damage, because I know that in Elden Ring, the crit damage is not changed with two-handing. Or, I don't know that, but I read it on a forum post, and I am inclined to believe it. Once again, forgot to press. I think Dark Souls 1 is just too ingrained into my soul to be able to two-hand before doing a crit. Let's see. It doesn't do any more damage, okay. That checks out, considering it doesn't change the animation. Yeah, see, he doesn't shoulder check all the time. Sometimes he follows up with a stab as well. I don't know. I did not mean to press that button. My finger was genuinely just in the wrong spot for that. I don't know why I two-handed. I know it doesn't change the damage now. Also, probably shouldn't be only parrying. Normally, I don't parry at all. So my brain is just trying to get used to the other groove. What the hell? I didn't know you could just avoid that from positioning. You know, I think it's the scream that throws me off, because of the scream, it's kind of hard to, or it's impossible to, be in the right position to dodge that from pure positioning. I don't know. Uh-oh. Maybe I'd like Gundyr more than I thought. I mean, I know I like Champion Gundyr quite a bit. One of my favorite bosses from this game. But, I don't know. Not perfect. Even the Dancer. I feel like the grab attack... Well, no, the grab attack's really easy to dodge. The grab attack does do a lot of damage, though. I'm trying to think of problems that I have with the Dancer. And there really aren't that many. And it's one of the only bosses in the game like that. Like, the Twin Princes are also one of my favorite bosses in this game. And in the series, too. That goes for the Dancer and Champion Gundyr as well. There are some of my favorite bosses in this game. And some of my favorite bosses in the series. But... I don't know. It has some... They all have some issues. Like the Twin Princes, their teleport into like instant slam is annoying. The attack where it has like where they slam down and there's a wave is unnecessarily difficult to dodge. I don't know. Hopefully I'll be able to take out one Black Knight before the other one attacks. Should be able to. I don't think they have that much health. Yeah. Not really. Nice and easy. No axe. I recently used that in Dark Souls 1 during a stream. And it's really good. I think it's actually the best Black Knight weapon that I've used. Or, I mean, I've used all of them. But I think, in my opinion, it is the best Black Knight weapon, even over the Halberd. It does an absurd amount of damage. It's just annoying to get because you have to go down into the Catacombs. Or, you know, in the kiln, and at that point you're probably not going to be using it at all. I'm sure it drops off in effectiveness quite drastically after a new game. But anyway, Dark Firelink Shrine. I'm only here to get the Eyes of the Firekeeper and the Coiled Sword Fragment. So I feel like this game gives you enough bones to make the Coiled Sword Fragment kind of useless. But I don't know. It is nice to have infinite, especially if you're doing runs to get specific materials in specific areas. It's nice to just be able to have this instead of worrying about how many bones you do and don't have, whatever. Gotta get the good ending, of course. And then have the best music in the game start playing. So Lothric Castle is a level that I've never explored also. I know there are a lot of those, but I feel like Lothric Castle specifically is one that I haven't explored because I didn't find the first little part very fun. Like you have the one red-eyed knight with the one that can, or with the cleric or whatever, that can heal it, which is really frustrating. Taking out the one that can heal it while dealing with the red eye one is just so frustrating because of how fast it attacks and how quickly it can move around the arena. And it's not like you can rush down. Like if I just rush straight to this one, the Lothric Knight is still going to be able to attack. I killed it in one hit. I changed my whole mind. Normally I don't kill that in one hit, but I guess the Claymore is just too powerful. Will this stagger it? Okay. Cool. Guess it's not any harder to deal with than the normal ones. It just has more health and does more damage. I changed my mind. Never mind. This is easy. It's fine. Is this an ember? I think this is just an ember. Oh, it's a soul. Do you think this was this guy's friend? Why is he naked? You know what? It's fine. I don't need to worry about that. It's not important. He's dead now. But yeah, the two knights with the two guys here, the two healers, is annoying. Especially when you don't know the healers are there, so the knights are just constantly getting healed. Come on, come down here. Faster. Ah, there you go. I suppose if the second healer isn't doing anything, though, and you just deal with them as they come instead of trying to run past them, it's not that bad, you know? It's almost like I was playing wrong the whole time. This is... this and the archives... more so the archives and the Archdragon Peak, actually. I'm kind of worried about not actually ending up liking them, regardless of how I play. Like in the Archdragon Peak, I know for sure the stone lizards are just really annoying, right? Regardless of what playstyle I've used, I've always found them extremely annoying to deal with. Same goes with the summoners, like the summoner that just creates Hevel. That's really annoying. So I'm worried that I won't like Archdragon Peak. And again, with like in the archives there were the gargoyles there, right? And I think that was one reason that I especially didn't like the archives. But we'll see how I end up feeling about it. And you have the enemy here that throws stuff that makes you not be able to heal, which if you're not expecting it can be annoying, but that just kind of forces you to play the video game better, and I think shows that the game doesn't expect you to play doesn't expect you to be able to play flawlessly in combat, not necessarily to do that every single time, but for that to be an option. So also these guys are pretty obvious and they're extremely weak. So this being an area that your healing can be nullified in, there aren't any actual ambushes. Actually, I don't know. Can you consider this part an ambush? I don't think you can. Are there 2 wing knights, or is it just one here? I don't remember. Should I go up first? I'm going to go up and then plunging attack. Is it just one? I always found this specific winged knight to be way more annoying than the one on the high wall, because the axes are really frustrating, especially when it starts like spinning around or whatever. But I do think it drops something good. Actually, it might just be the axes. Yeah, it's a much, much faster winged knight than the one on the high wall too, so that's probably part of it. So it's not that bad. Especially if you know it's there and can react accordingly, run up there so you're able to drop down on it. Take its lead, you know? Yeah. I was expecting that to kill that one. I'm glad I have stamina now. Also, I feel like you should be able to adapt to how much stamina you have and adjust your playstyle accordingly. Because like I'm playing a lot more, not necessarily aggressively, but I'm being a lot less careful about my stamina management. Partially because I've been playing Elden Ring, but also partially because, you know, I have enough stamina to be able to do that slightly better now. As you could see with my altercation with that Halberd Hollow. Also, what's the lore with these ones being bigger? Do they just kill more people so they have more souls or whatever? What's the deal with that? Well, I guess they exist as they did before they hollowed, right? So maybe they just were somewhat elite soldiers? I don't know. Also, I feel like it's probably expected to figure this out after you deal with the dragons, but because I already know, I'm going to run over here that I can get the bone shard. And then of course if you try to run across that bridge, you're just going to get absolutely evaporated. And of course you have the 2+ of man down here that I really don't want to deal with. They drop chunks, but I think I have enough chunks. Yeah, I have enough chunks to get to +9. I could get to a +10 if I traded my, what do you call it, the shard of the sword. Why can't I remember? What the heck? I literally just got it. Am I okay? I think I need help. The coiled sword fragment. You can trade that for a slab, so you don't have to wait until the archives. But I haven't been going out of my way to get extra upgrade materials before you're intended to, you know? So, like, you know, I didn't beat the dancer before Pontiff on purpose, which I normally would, so I could get to +7 or 8 before Pontiff. Or +9 even. But I just decided not to do that this time. Just because I want a more authentic experience to how most people play this game. Oh my god. Suffering from skill issue. It's a winged knight. Of course it's a winged knight. Why wouldn't it be a winged knight? Oh, it's just a halberd one though. Or poleaxe. Same thing. In this game, it's the same thing. I'm not a historical weapons expert, so it doesn't really matter. What? Oh, everything's fine. That didn't kill. Everything's fine. Also, those thieves. Was there a way to see them coming? I don't think there was. Like you might have been able to see them through these cracks if you looked back, but like where the hell did this one come from, huh? It probably showed up as at the same time as the other two, but like from where? What? I don't think it's feasible to say that that is an avoidable ambush. Like, even if it is, I don't care what that is. Even if it is technically completely avoidable, if you know exactly where the enemies are, like, from a casual player perspective, that definitely doesn't feel like something that can be or is even supposed to be dismantled, you know? I don't know if that's just me or not, but definitely doesn't feel like an ambush you're supposed to avoid. It feels like you're one you're supposed to overcome. I kind of forgot I could buy boss stuff. I'm getting the big hat. Why am I getting the big hat? Because it's funny, obviously. Also, unironically, most of the time I play this game, I'll get the big hat just because I want to. So, big hat, leave me alone. Right. And now that these two are actually awake, I'm gonna drop off at the first side of the bridge. I don't know if you can make it to the opposite side when they're like awake or whatever. I forgot to upgrade my weapon. It's fine, it doesn't matter. I'll be alright. Until I get in 6 more situations where the enemies just barely don't die, because that happens really often for some reason. I feel like this is a situation where I should, rush down. Oh my god, where did you come from? That one random enemy behind me topped with the Pus of Man screeching. Like, I know that was a different enemy, but it scared me. And I don't have my healing now, of course. Perfect time to lose that. I don't even know where the enemy is that does that. Prevents you from healing. See, this is what I mean. Backstabs are still extremely overpowered in this game. Regardless of how easy it is to initiate them. Dark Souls 2 is the only one that made it feel like you can't just backstab all enemies to death and be completely impervious while doing so. Because, you know, you can't in that game. But you can in Dark Souls 3, you can in Dark Souls 1. And I don't feel like the Bloodborne 2 Lothric Knights. I don't feel like the Bloodborne 3 Lothric Knights. The Bloodborne backstab system, sorry, would have worked very well in Dark Souls, personally. Though that might just be me. Oh god. That's a great sword. That's not the normal straight sword one. Is the only other great sword Lothric Knight the blue one? I don't even remember there being a great sword Lothric Knight, actually. The other one's just running away. Oh god. Oh god. Heal. Before I can't anymore. Because I have no idea where the enemy for that is. Why didn't that one stagger? Super armor is so cool. I've killed these two maybe once. I forgot they were here, but I've definitely known they were here before. Alright. I assume this other one isn't alive. There we go. A chunk. I didn't know they could drop chunks. Am I getting lucky, or are they guaranteed to drop chunks? Also, empty armor set? I think most of the armor sets over here are empty, like especially at the Dragon Barracks, for lore reasons, but I don't know what those lore reasons actually are, as much as I probably should. I also remember there being quite a few mimics here. Also maybe an Outrider Knight, but I don't remember. What, a raw gem? What, here? Anyway, I remember there being an Outrider Knight, but I don't remember if that's here in the castle or in the archives. Oh, hey, it's here in the castle. I think there's also one in the archives, but I don't quite remember. I just know that I don't like fighting these things. Oh my god. Drink faster. No, everything's fine. Does frostbite just make you recover stamina slower in this one? I know it does a lot of damage right off the bat, but I think it also makes you recover stamina slower. Also, these chests are oddly well hidden into the background. I didn't even see most of these at first. The chain is hidden. I'm just gonna make sure. Except for this one. That would be pretty awful to be fighting the Outrider Knight and then suddenly get attacked by a mimic that you didn't see behind you because you accidentally smacked it while fighting the Outrider Knight. Alright. Now, I don't know if it's possible to get through here without getting hit by the fire. Okay. It didn't use fire for a while. I guess it is possible. Though usually it'll use fire as soon as I step out there. That was a pretty unique experience. Also, there are a lot of hollows here. Like a lot of hollows here. Because they're the ones here. Oops. Stop it. Jeez. They're the ones up here, and then there are a few over there as well. And then there's the ones, you know, hidden down here that this guy wakes up. So, yeah, there are, I think, 3 or 4 here. And then there's the Dark Souls 2 mimic here. So there's just a lot of enemies right here. And of course, that does mean that you get more Estus refills, I suppose. Yeah, like that. I got 2 in this room alone so far. Okay. I didn't know they spit. What, they have a spit attack? It whipped me with its tongue? I have no idea what the moveset on this thing is. I don't know it at all. I've only fought the normal ones enough to do that. Also, a symbol of avarice. I don't know how many mimics there are in this game, but I definitely haven't even come close to killing all of them. I straight up did not see these guys in solo. They were actively getting up and I was grabbing the item. So maybe that one was on me. I don't know if they share the same moveset as they do in Dark Souls 2, but I think the Dark Souls 1 ones are at least extremely similar. I need fire bombs. I don't want to fight this thing without her melee. Though fighting at range is also pretty awful, because it'll just spit curse juice all over the ground. I'm going to come over here and make sure that there are no enemies that are going to attack me. There's a lot of chunks here. Wow. I always forget about that. Like, I know there are a lot because I always come here to get chunks, but forget how many there actually are. 20 fire bombs. Okay, this will be easy, at least. Give it a good smack. I don't know if that actually takes damage. Okay, no, it does not. Only the dragon does. Hit it with a fire bomb. Run in. Smack. Run out! And wait for the fire immunity that it has for some reason to wear off. See, curse juice! Oh my god. That's such an annoying attack. Jeez. Gotta wait for it. Ah! That actually scared me. I didn't realize I was that close to the edge. I gotta wait for the curse to wear off anyway, so that's fine. That's so annoying. I hate that attack so much. I don't know if you can roll through it or not. It doesn't look like you can roll through it. Alright, come on, target, please. Let me throw a firebomb. And then, attack. Oh, attack! No! Okay, everything's fine. And I get drops 2 chunks, too. Oh, just a shard? Okay, there we go, 2 chunks, yeah. So you just get a ton of chunks here. Which makes sense, because there's not much of the game left. And the rest of the game bombards you with all the chunks. So, or all the shards and large shards. So I guess this is the only part of the game that they have to actually bombard you with chunks. So it does make sense. And now I don't think this one will wake up at all ever. Though it does have the pus in its foot, so don't know if I'll go over there and get that. I have no idea what all these items are. I just want to grab them because brainworms. Okay, now I can run up and go in there, unlock that, and actually progress through the level. Oh hey, an item. Oh hey, an enemy I missed. That's always so satisfying. That will never not be satisfying. It's also cool that there are firebomb hollows that have the chance to drop firebombs, and also, you know, that static firebomb drop right there. I think that's good because of the Pus of Man, or rather the Pus of Dragon, I guess. I believe there is a healer or multiple healers in this area before, or that will help this guy. But I guess I'll find out. Also, I didn't realize that this was just a normal Lothric knight with a greatsword. I thought this was like a special one, like a bigger one. I don't know why. I suppose it doesn't matter if there is a healer. I hear one, though. Okay, up here. There might be other Lothric knights down here, though. Is there another Lothric knight? There is another Lothric knight. Uh-oh. I need to take this one out before it attacks me, so that it doesn't get healed in the middle of the fight. Also, this game gives you so many embers. Wow. You can't really rush this one down like you can with the other one because it turtles a lot. Got a Halflight over here. Oh god. I do like that the weapon art stances make them like more vulnerable, even though they have super armor. So not really, but if you're confident that you'll be able to take them out before they actually do the attack, I think it's cool that the weapon art stance does make them more vulnerable. Also, that's a pretty good shortcut too, especially after you take out the dragon. However, it's also right next to the boss. Though I guess it does kind of make sense because you're choosing to either run past one relatively strong enemy with the healer, you know. Where does it go? Okay, it doesn't work right now. I was going to say, pretty sure that goes back up, or all the way up to the Twin Princes, right? Anyway, so I guess it's a choice to run past one relatively difficult enemy and a healer, or, you know, two slightly easier enemies with a couple healers. But with this elevator being right in front of the boss, I feel like most people are going to take this route instead of going all the way from the Dragon Barracks bonfire. But in terms of level progression, that little spot is kind of like a spike in difficulty. Not a big one, but definitely a spike in difficulty. So it also makes sense that there's a shortcut there. Even if it, you know, it's right at the end of the level. It would be annoying to die there and have to run all the way back through the level. Especially through the area with all the hollows throwing fire bombs and stuff at you. Now, I didn't know that the whole area, like, past the Dragon Slayer armor, like that whole area through the door there even existed. And there's not really anything over there that I need. There's no reason for me to go over there, so I'm just going to fight the Dragon Slayer armor right now. Alright. The Dragon Slayer armor is one, like I said, is one of my favorite bosses in this game. The biggest problem with it is that it turtles a lot, but I think that's just teaching you, or not teaching you, but telling you, hey, don't attack at neutral, because it will be blocking. And then for a lot of bosses, you know, like I said with Champion Gundyr earlier, if you're attacking at neutral, you're probably going to get hit, like with a kick. I forgot to upgrade again. It's fine. Plus 8 is more than enough for Dragon Slayer armor. Not a particularly difficult fight, though very reaction-based. Lot of damage there, wow. Being able to get a heavy attack. Oh god. Another heavy attack? Whoa. Is this a real stagger? That's crazy. I didn't know it even could actually stagger. Also, the butterflies, like, their attacks are telegraphed pretty well, I think. But it does kind of come out of nowhere, especially if you don't know that it can happen. Though they do kind of make loud noises, so I don't know. But again, this game has a lot of ambient screeching, so I don't know if that's good as a tell or not. I don't think it is, personally. Though the massive laser sound might be. Skill issue. Okay, wait. Now heal. I didn't know that one even had a follow-up. Is that a guaranteed follow-up? I need to be better at the video game, I think. It's not a guaranteed follow-up. Ouch. Huh. Okay. I should be fine as long as I don't get greedy. Let me attack you. Don't get greedy. There we go. That, I definitely would have missed if that wall wasn't there, or that edge wasn't there. We would have jumped away farther. But anyway, that's a good boss. I like that boss. It's fun. I have played more Elden Ring since last time I recorded. This is a different recording session. So if I haven't improved at all, that's why. I also have my window open and my fan on, so hopefully that's not too terrible a sound. So the archives, like I've said, I didn't like the archives anytime I've played it. And I'm kind of worried that I won't like it, despite liking, or I don't know, there are a lot of levels where I don't like the level, but I'm enjoying the game enough that the level isn't really dampening my experience all that much. And I think that's going to be my experience with the archives, because it definitely was my experience with the castle. Well, I don't know, I kind of liked a good portion of the castle, actually. I guess we'll see what my experience ends up being. I believe I'm going to be constantly bombarded by the sage here until I take it out. But yeah, again, this isn't an area that I've ever gone through solely. Ooh, because by the time I got here, I have tried, but I really only did it on the upper floors because I was trying to look for an item. But largely, by the time I got here in my first playthrough, I was kind of just done with this game because I, wasn't playing it on its own terms. And at that point, I was just kind of running past everything and not experiencing the game as I probably should have in my first playthrough. So this, if anything, this will be more similar to a blind playthrough. Like, I know where my ultimate goal is, right? I got waxed. I know where my ultimate goal is, right? But I don't know what lies on the way there. Also, getting waxed like that decreases your fire absorption, so you take more damage from fire. But they don't do fire damage at all, despite it, I forgot about that, having candles on their forehead, which is weird. Even though, I mean, there are the thralls and firebomb hollows that will deal fire damage, but it's just like not common. There's a lever here. What does this do? I'm hearing sounds. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, this. Okay. This is new. To me, anyway. I don't think I've ever done this before. Power Within. Really? Power Within is here? I must have gotten that before. Because I've gotten all the pyromancies. I have that achievement. Guess I just didn't remember at all. Does chaos work in this game like it does in Dark Souls 1? Like the... Ouch, 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 ouch. Like the no stat scaling. Well, is it like stronger when you're embered since there's no humanity in this game? I'm not sure. Okay, cool. Got it before it could move. Don't have to be cursed. Okay, yeah. This is also partially why I ran through, because the Crystal Sage is constantly attacking you. So it kind of makes sense that you need to rush it down, right? Oh my god. Yeah, see, these things do fire damage, and I assume it's because, or not because, but I assume the wax does, or decreases fire absorption because of that. Oh my god, stop. Like, gameplay-wise, anyway. Oh god, and I forgot the wax did that. Out of here. Jeez. I don't like that sound. Stop making that sound. I don't like being waxed. There's definitely a pun in there somewhere. Hey, firebombs. What do you know? Fire damage in the area where you'll be taking more fire damage most of the time if you're not dodging properly. It's crazy. You also don't want to get cursed, right? So running through feels like the correct response in a lot of scenarios. I don't think it's going to teleport away from here. Well, even if it tried, it wouldn't have been able to. Okay. So now I don't need to worry about running through to get rid of that. Though the level progression might be a little different because I was running through. Oh god. Can I push off the cliff? No. Darn. Come here, what? What are you doing? What are you doing? What? No super armor. I don't remember how poise works in this game, but I know it is mostly super armor. Oh my god. Ow. Jesus, that hurt. Trying to hit me off the cliff. That's my job. That one was really strong. That also probably doesn't help that I missed my first attack, but that's beside the point. Yeah, I don't know. Running through this level, through a good portion of this level, does feel like the appropriate response, though, because it feels like everything is encouraging that. The Crystal Sage on top of the curse, like you have to run past it to not get cursed because it's constantly building up even as you're dodging. I don't know. I feel like it just kind of makes sense to end up running through a good portion of it. Oh my god. Apparently I'm terrible at gauging distance. Stop being waxed. Oh god. I was expecting it to wear off faster than that. I haven't gotten any... I guess there haven't been many enemies to get Estus drops from. I haven't gotten many Estus drops regardless. Being at 6 Estus, it is not a common occurrence, is it? And the best part is, it's not even because I'm good at the game. It's just because the game is so generous with how much Estus it gives you. You don't need to be good at Dark Souls 3. I used to think that Dark Souls 3 was the hardest. I think I disagree with that now. There's no reason for me to go down there, I don't think. Okay, so I think the next step is going out onto the roof somewhere. I don't quite remember where, though. Also, I think this is an illusory wall with an Outrider Knight behind it. Yeah. I don't like the Outrider Knights. I've gone over that, though. They attack way too fast, and they build up frost when you don't even get hit. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I attack slower than I'm expecting because Elden Ring. I swear it's not my fault. It's all Elden Ring's fault. Oh god. Elden Ring delay too, jeez. I don't know. I feel like other people have said this quite a bit before, but how you play each game, or playing each game rather, kind of informs how you should play other games in the series. Because like I said, playing Dark Souls 3 and understanding it and liking it more made me like Elden Ring a lot more. I still don't like a lot of the bosses or whatever, but generally that doesn't matter because you could just rush them down with a summon or whatever. But like I said, when I played Dark Souls 1, after playing Elden Ring, I started using the jump attacks and stuff a lot more often, which I basically didn't use the first time I played Elden Ring, or sorry, Dark Souls 1. And like when I played Elden Ring, or since I've played Elden Ring, it's informing more how I tackle Dark Souls 3, to a lesser degree, but like I'm trying to think how to use certain things like my environment to my advantage, more so than just kind of dealing with the enemy at its face. But also like trying to be more aggressive. Though, to be honest, I don't think Dark Souls 3 expects you to be as aggressive as Elden Ring does, especially given how much more like super armor matters in Elden Ring. Like that, I would have been able to do without getting hit once, right, in Elden Ring. So I shouldn't be playing like I'm playing Elden Ring, but I should be letting how I play Elden Ring inform how I play Dark Souls 3. And, that generally goes for all the games. All the games inform how to play all the other games as well. But, like, there's a limit to that, right? Because a lot of people play Dark Souls 3 like they play Dark Souls 1. And when I tried that, I had a lot less fun with it. But when I actually, took Dark Souls 3 at its terms and played Dark Souls 3 as Dark Souls 3 expected me to play, not like Dark Souls 1, I started enjoying it a lot more. So, I mean, if you enjoy playing this game like you play Dark Souls 1, that's totally valid and you should play how you enjoy. But I just do not enjoy playing this game like Dark Souls 1 at all, despite so many people saying that that's how I should be playing. I've always got this elevator confused for the one that takes you to the Twin Princes where you can get the slab. I still haven't upgraded to +9. I should probably do that. I'll do that next time I get to a bonfire. But, yeah, because then I wouldn't have to deal with that. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the elevator. I always get that confused with the one that you find the slab at, and I don't know why. Like the first several times that I played the game. Like, oh, okay, this is where I get the slab. And then there was no bottom elevator or whatever. And I was just so confused because of that. I'm just completely misremembering. I think a lot of my experience with this game is characterized by misremembering it. Like, why I didn't like a lot of the game is just simply misremembering it. And then, evidently, a lot of my experiences are, more than just my opinion on the game. Ugh, I wish being waxed didn't last so long, and also didn't make such an awful noise. Okay. Oh god. I feel like it's impossible to avoid taking damage from these guys when you're trying to get certain items. Which means, personally, I feel like this level should be more likely to give you Estus drops, like the Candle Deacons or whatever. I feel like should have a higher chance of giving you Estus drops just because there is essentially unavoidable damage if you're going for certain items. Alright, let's see. I think I might have to deal with more than one gargoyle at a time. But that also might just be because I ran past everything every time I went through here. And you don't actually need to deal with multiple. Oh, come on. Well, I don't know why I expect that range to be so much longer than it actually is. There we go. Didn't move at all. You get so many chunks here. Jeez. Like, I know I said that, but, like, wow, you get a lot of chunks here. And again, it does make sense, because the rest of the game gives you the other two kinds of crafting materials, but it only has this part of the game to give you all the chunks that you'll ever get in the game. So, it does make sense, but... Oh my god! Okay. What? Stagger? Okay. Nice and easy. Gargoyles are really not that bad. I always thought they were bad just because I ran past, and their diving stab attack is kind of annoying to dodge. At least for me, I find it kind of difficult. I assume that one attacks me if I try to get rid of the crystal lizards. Yep. Where is it? What? Hello? It ascended and disappeared, I guess. Where'd it go? What? Is it just not going to attack me now? Okay, I guess. Strange. Unless it's just telling you, hey, you're going to be attacked by it later? No, this is a different one. That one had a torch, didn't it? Oh god, there's another one. Ouch. Okay, maybe that is what that was? Just telling you that you were going to have to fight multiple? Or that I was going to have to fight that one, and if I didn't say it, I should probably expect it. Okay, fighting multiple of them makes you deal with that attack significantly more often. Just because of what makes them do that. Being far away from them, and you kind of need to give yourself some space from them. Jeez. Words are hard. Leave me alone. And then, of course, that will make them use the attack that I don't like. Where'd the other one go? Did it jump off the roof or something? What? Okay, yeah, it did jump off. Okay, come on. What? Why didn't that stagger it? I'm so confused. I don't understand what causes it to stagger. Jeez. Anyway, that's not too bad, I guess, assuming their AI makes them do that often. If that only happens infrequently, that can definitely still be extremely annoying, because dealing with multiple of those enemies at the same time does not feel good. Their movesets definitely don't feel like they're made to work together, just like the giant crystal lizards from earlier. Again, also, this game gives you a lot of embers. That's a good shortcut, too, so you don't have to deal with the gargoyles again, because I can definitely see that being annoying. The game only expects you to go through it once, because it's a one-time, somewhat difficult thing. These NPCs, they don't respawn, so it's not that bad, but they are still pretty annoying to deal with all at once. Can I... Okay, at least I can kite 2 of them at a time, instead of having to deal with all 3 at once, and then one of them is ranged, so... And of course, one is the mage, so you have the DPS, or I mean the tank, the mage, and the, you know, the archetype. You know what it is. You get it. You've played RPGs before. Oh my god. Okay, this one's not ranged. Primarily, it doesn't look like. I think I've used that katana before. It's really fun. I like its weapon art. Oh, come on. The third one noticed me. Oh my god. Okay, gotta be real careful. Use the pillars to my advantage. Oh, come on. Kind of hard to do when I simply can't see all of them. Jeez. Okay, gotta be more careful about this one. See, that's why I use heavy attacks instead of jumping attacks. Because you have that kind of versatility. I wouldn't have been able to... Here's another heal. I wouldn't have been able to... Or I would have been hit if I had used a jumping attack there. But because I used... Stop it! Oh my god. Because I used the strong attack, I didn't get hit by that. Fighting these three at once is awful. Jesus. This is so bad. And I want to be very clear, because for some reason people tend to think, or tend to not default to this. I don't think it's bad because it's hard. I think it's bad because it's possible for them to stagger their attacks in a way that makes it impossible to avoid. And that makes it kind of just up to luck sometimes. And like when that happens, you know, you should be dodging, obviously. Oh, cool. But sometimes that's really just not, it's literally just not possible to dodge all of it at once. Oh, come on. Oh my god. Then the mage aggroed, of course. Gotta rush this one down. Nice. Okay, I didn't even get to heal because I'm just that cool. I don't know. I think maybe it just kind of requires a different way of playing than most other encounters. Because, like, you're going to get hit doing this, right? You're going to get hit during this fight. And there's not really anything you can do to avoid that completely. But I don't know. They don't have much health, so it's kind of built around that. Only 2 heals, at least. I wish I only had 1 heal. But oh well. I'm surprised I was able to take them all out at once. Instead of having to deal with one at a time. Usually I'll kill one and then die on accident, but you know, I was actually able to take out all 3 of them while healing once. I think that's mostly because I got lucky and was able to rush the first one down really quickly. When it's only 2 of them, it's not nearly as bad, obviously, because you're just dealing with less attacks at that point. A lot of the time, also, what will happen is... Oh, there's a shortcut here. I forgot about that. I don't know where this goes. Uh-oh! I didn't... Will I be okay? Yeah. Okay. I have no idea where this goes. I was just checking this. Oh, it's here. Okay. Cool. I feel like it would have also made sense to just put a bonfire there, but that works too, I guess. Makes it feel more interconnected or whatever. So normally what I would have also done, or at least the first 3 times I fought them, was I would lure them up to a different area. I would kite them around and kind of just take out the one that got to me first. So like I would run up here, and then one of them would come up here faster than the others. I would do a little bit of damage to it and then run away and do the same thing over and over. There are 3 gold-winged knights up here. I think it's 3. And they are so unfun and annoying from what I remember, just because there are multiple of them at the same time. Like if it was just one-on-one, where you fight one and then the next one shows up and then you fight the next one, like it wouldn't be that bad. But because there are 3 of them all at once, it's awful. Because again, their movesets don't feel like they're made to work together. Oh my god, see? And they respawn, so it's not like I can pick one off and then come back and do the same thing. I think they respawn. I'm like 90% sure they respawn. Let me fact check that real quick. Also, I'm totally willing to admit that that death was my fault. I'm not saying, see, like, it's unfair. I'm saying, like, see, this isn't fun. They attack way too often and stagger their attacks in a way that isn't fun. Not that, I should have somehow been able to win there despite just spamming the R1 button. I'm totally understanding that I was not playing the way I should have been there. I just killed one, so if I die again, we'll see if they respawn. But I want to see if I can kite them individually. Because if you can, this isn't that bad. Where's the axe one? I don't know where the axe one is. I found it. I found the axe one. I really don't want to deal with multiple at once. Oh my god, stop! Jeez. Your combo doesn't need to be that long. Oh god. What the hell? Oh my god, stop spinning! Jeez! Their moveset solo apparently isn't fun to deal with. Just because they attack way too much. Uh-oh. There we go. Oh my god, that delay. I was expecting that to backstab. Does this one have less health? Oh my god! Jesus, stop, wait. Okay, we're good, everything's fine. Oh my god. Okay, that seems like a free backstab opportunity that I should have been taking advantage of. Cool. Oh, a slab? Okay, I don't know you got a slab for killing all three of them. That means... Well, I mean, I could have gotten to +10 anyway, because the next slab is right in front of us, but... means I can get to a +10 sooner than I thought. I will come back up here to see if they respawn, but I'm pretty sure they do. If they don't, then they're not as bad as I thought they were, but they still suck. It seems to be a theme where I... Is this a... What the heck? What's the point of this? It seems to be a theme where I say something is difficult or annoying, and then die, and then immediately come back and do it flawlessly. Not flawlessly, but like... I got all three of them at once, and then same with the 3 NPCs. But... I think that just ends up being luck. That's increased dex, I think. Just kind of useless for me since I'm doing heavy claymore. Hey, Estus Shard. I forgot that was here too. Right. This is, once again, another area that I have exclusively ever ran through. I've never actually fought all the enemies on this bridge. From my perspective, it doesn't feel like you're supposed to, right? Because it's just a lot of enemies. Like, it's just way too many enemies. But... Ouch. But it's not, like, overly difficult to take all of them out, because most of them are pretty weak enemies. And the ones that aren't are ones that you've seen in groups before, except for, like, the stronger Lothric knights up near the top. Actually, I don't remember if the Lothric knights up near the top are stronger than normal ones. I guess that will be fact-checked soon. There's a Lothric knight. Yeah, that's a different color than the other ones, I assume. That means it's stronger. And it's red-eyed. Oh, it's blue. I didn't know there were more blue knights. I knew that. Like, I knew they were here. I just didn't know they were blue. Alright, let's see how awful I am at this game. Dang, this game's hard. What the hell? Why am I having trouble with this game if I can deal with one of the elite enemies in an encounter that quickly? Huh? I guess it's much harder when they come in groups. Right, and I think there are 3 more? Yeah, 2 spears and then the greatsword one. Get this one. Come on. Get it to chase me, hopefully. So I don't have to deal with all 3 at once. Come here. What are you doing? Dang. Nice try. Okay. I would also prefer to kite this one. Come on. Come here. Okay. Or not. Gonna make me fight both of you. This one seems to be a lot more aggressive, at least. Unless it's buffing. Come here. Thanks. I meant the jump attack there, actually. Because that takes you farther forward. Okay. Right. Super armor. Can't forget about super... Oh, that was so much damage! Ow! Counter damage, because it's a thrusting weapon. I forgot. Okay, be careful. Oh, I pressed the roll button an extra time and it didn't work. I didn't get hit, but like it just didn't roll, and I'm pretty sure I had plenty of stamina. But evidently, for some reason, I didn't roll. Alright, that wasn't that bad. Certainly not like annoying or whatever, but definitely not what I would call fun. Especially the 3 Lothric knights at the end. Like kiting one and then running away isn't fun, but fighting more than one at once also isn't fun. I don't know. And it's not like it's objectively not fun. It's, again, I want to be very clear that it's just something that I don't personally enjoy. What? Why did I just get an Estus Flask refill? Where did that come from? What died? Did the dragon just die? What? Huh? Where even is that? I'm gonna run down to the dragon barracks and see if that's what happened. Yeah, the dragon's not there. Why did it die? Does that happen normally? Does that always die when you get there, or... What? That's so strange. I've never seen that happen before. Or if I did see it happen, I don't remember it. I'm going to give you cursed knowledge. I didn't realize this for the longest time, but that statue is a primordial serpent. I don't know if it's specifically supposed to be Framjakoth, but that is a primordial serpent. There's another one that is far worse that I want to point out, though. I don't know where you actually find the statue, but I'm going to put a picture of it up on screen. I had no idea that they looked like that until Tori Kasuda pointed it out to me. Anyway, you should go watch her channel. I'll put a link in the description and in the card or whatever. Alright, so the Twin Princes are one of my favorite bosses in the game, like I said. They're not super difficult. I like them. My biggest grievance by far is like the teleport into instant slam, basically. That attack can be annoying. But overall, the fight really flows really well, especially with heavy weapons, which is what I prefer using. But even if you're using a light weapon, figuring out how many hits you can get and stuff between swings, or between dodges, I mean, is really fun. It is very reaction-based, but regardless, like, I don't dislike reaction-based gameplay. I think it has its place. Largely, I just prefer the other kind. But again, this is one of my favorite bosses in the series, so that's not a rule by any means. Oop. I don't know how I dodged that. Just that cool, I guess. I didn't dodge that one, though. And then, of course, we get the second phase where we also get the magic, which can be annoying, but largely the magic is staggered in a way from the normal attack, or from the melee attacks, that it's not that difficult to dodge. And it kind of just makes the dodging windows a little tighter. And then, of course, this phase kind of makes you attack from behind. Of course, you can do damage. Oh god, I'm not going to dodge this properly. Oh my god. Ah! Anyway, so this phase also kind of teaches you how to deal with the first phase, because it is a lot easier if you get behind them. You can kind of just dodge attacks via positioning in that way. And of course you can damage Lothric after taking out Lorien, but it's easier if you do it like this and take them out at the same time. And of course that's easier with heavy weapons, but... Oh, good. Oh god. Skeleton. What? Need to heal. Don't get greedy. Wow, I heal a lot. There we go. Nice and easy. First try. Really, really good fight. They're really fun. They didn't do the teleport into instant slam. It might actually have a tell that I've just never noticed before they actually teleport. Because I did notice they start doing wind-ups before they actually teleport, and I've never noticed that before. Alright, Archdragon Peak. So far, I've been proven wrong on every level. I've genuinely just kind of enjoyed most levels so far. There are a few exceptions, like the instances where I was fighting multiple gargoyles at once in the archives, or the instance rather. The Winged Knights was kind of a drawn-on battle if you kite them one by one, and not impossibly, but annoyingly difficult, I suppose, if you kill them one at a time, or sorry, all three at once. So, like, generally, this game is a lot better, and I'm liking it a lot more than I remember. But it's certainly... Oh my god, why are you attacking so much? Generally, I'm enjoying this game a lot more than I thought I would. Now, I do think I have an RSI right now, so if it starts hurting, I'm going to stop playing, obviously. So if I just kind of stop in the middle of this session and pick it up randomly, that's why. But assuming that doesn't happen... Generally, again, this is probably my least favorite level in the game because of everything I've mentioned throughout the entire game. I feel like it all culminates here. However, if it is truly a culmination of the whole game, then chances are I'll end up enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. Because that seemed to have happened throughout the entire rest of the game. Oh, there's another one, of course. I went around the stone, of course. Or right above the stone. That I was kind of counting on for protection. So immediately off the bat, this is a lot more enemies. Or not a lot more, but a lot more of a somewhat difficult enemy all thrown at you at once than pretty much anywhere else in the game. Like, there have been other areas with just as many enemies, but they aren't nearly as aggressive. So this is definitely a jump in difficulty, and I didn't think that specific part was that fun to go through. But again, I guess it wasn't all that bad because it was just, you know, a few enemies. Now, full disclosure, I did already activate this bonfire because I came into Archdragon Peak because I was getting prepared for the next recording session, and then I needed to check if the Golden Winged Knights respawn, which they do. I did put that in text in the video. I already have that edited, which is why I want to record this, because I want to get this done and upload this so it's ready to go up when I want it to. Now, I'm not sure if I should have run through this boss fight, the Wyvern fight, just because I don't know if the game expects you to. I always have, because, you know, the entire goal of the boss fight is to beat the boss, and anything else there is just kind of extra, right? Oh, of course, there's a second one. This guy is huge. But at the same time, it also doesn't really feel like an actual boss fight, just kind of a chunk of level. Can I not backstab this guy? I thought I could. That's really slow. I suppose his main difficulty comes from being stacked with another enemy, huh? On their own, they're not that difficult. Though I think the ones with other kinds of weapons tend to be faster, which will probably make them significantly more difficult. Though that could also just be an instance of me completely misremembering what's going to happen. Are there any items over here? Any goodies? I mean, I wouldn't call you a goodie, but sure. Somehow Elden Ring is the only of the Souls games, or, you know, FromSoft Souls-likes, that has an even remotely attractive manserpent. And even then, that could be arguable. Okay, so obviously I'm going to run past this part, and that's from pure trial and error experience. I don't know exactly how you're expected to figure out that you're supposed to run past it. Probably just the fact that you don't do any damage to it. Ow. I don't know why I'm expecting it to attack faster. I've played this game so much, I should know at this point. There we go. Whoa! Hey there. Calm down. Maybe it does expect you to run past a lot of the things here. Though, the thing that kind of makes me think otherwise is, first of all, the enemy that shoots fireballs behind you on the long bridge section. And also, more importantly, the ladder. Yeah, okay. With the dragon constantly shooting in the exact same spot, I am led to the exact opposite conclusion, that you're not expected to run through here. That you are, in fact, expected to fight in all these perfectly chosen arenas here. Because it's very clearly designed for you to have a couple safe spaces to fight, but you need to be careful of your positioning so you don't get obliterated by the fire. Okay, so this is the bridge. No, it's not. Hi there. Yeah, okay. This is just a Dark Souls 3 level. Very normal Dark Souls 3 level, but this time with a wyvern that can potentially breathe fire on you. See, that's what I'm expecting to happen when I attack during times that I shouldn't be attacking. But, of course, it doesn't usually happen like that because, I don't know, I'm bad at the video game, I guess. Yeah, this enemy, I believe, is the one... Whoa, never mind. I believe the enemy that shoots fireballs at you while you're on the bridge is up here. Okay, that's pretty easy. I don't know why I always expect the big ones to be far harder than they actually are. Wait, where am I? I thought... Yeah, going across that bridge. It must be this one. I see, okay. I am now significantly less confused. I should have drinking more water before drinking? Should have drank more water before starting recording, but it's fine, probably. Now this spot is the other thing that kind of leads me to believe that you are not intended to, ouch, run past because of the ladder. Oh, okay, that makes my life easier. Ouch. That doesn't. Oh god. Here we go. Okay, I have changed my mind completely. It definitely does not feel like you're supposed to run past. Oh god. This fight isn't exactly difficult when you don't run past, but it is significantly easier. Or it's not difficult when you do run past, but it's significantly easier when you don't. Which, once again, seems to be my experience for most of Dark Souls 3. Though, I don't think this specific boss area design is very indicative of the qualities of Archdragon Peak as a whole, at least not in my experience. Because it definitely does feel like it's designed for you to be able to run through, even if that's not like the intended thing. There you go. I am so glad I didn't just inexplicably phase through the dragon's head. Or sorry, the wyvern's head. That definitely has happened multiple times before. Dragon head. Don't mind if I do. Anyway. So that bell is the same bell as the summoners, right? Does that mean that you're summoned here by one of those enemies? Or something similar? Now the brass set, I have enough vitality to wear it. The brass set is my favorite armor set in Dark Souls 1. I don't think that holds true here. Okay. Now this is an instance where I do think it is, or it makes sense to sprint past certain enemies. Is that supposed to be Oscar? I cannot get a good look at him while just sprinting on. Anyway, I feel like it makes sense to run to the summoner slash ranged attack user while fighting, you know, an enemy like this. No, I don't think that's supposed to be Oscar. It's very similar though. Or at least Dark Souls 1 cover knight. Drakeblood Greatsword, that sounds cool. Too bad the Claymore is the coolest sword in the game though. Anyway, yeah, so sprinting to the casters and summoners makes total sense to me. Just because of how Dark Souls 3 expects you to engage with its level design. I think is this before the... Oh, you can just come back here immediately. Okay, I had no idea. I think I'm going to avoid exploring it quite as thoroughly, this level quite as thoroughly as I would other levels. Once again, just because I have that repetitive strain injury and I kind of want to get this video done as soon as possible. The DLC will be its own video, so no need to worry about that being hampered in any way. Whoa! Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey now. Stop it. Okay, goodbye, I guess. Jesus. Okay, maybe I should be looking around corners. That might be an instance of, hey, by the way, look around corners, idiot. Which is totally on me. At least in tight spaces like that, it makes sense too. Though that is very much a situational thing. Because, like, especially in the, what do you call it? The Smouldering Lake. Jeez, okay. Especially, like, in the Smouldering Lake, it was pretty obvious that you're not supposed to do that every time, and doing that is not gonna work a lot of the time. Which is fine. I think it does totally make sense to test multiple abilities. Oh my god, let me out! I hate that. I got parried. I didn't know they could parry you. Let me down. Jesus. Okay, I really don't like that they can lock you or corner you into a wall. That's not very fun. That's why the rolling stagger thing exists. But, like, I wouldn't have been able to attack there had they not let me get out for a second. These things are so slow. Ah! This one's not. Okay. Why did that stagger me for so long? What? There we go. That entire time I was staggered, I was mashing the roll button. So, that wasn't an instance of me just not reacting to being staggered. I was genuinely completely staggered there. I don't think I've ever been up here. I have not thoroughly explored this level ever, because I haven't really found a want to. Huh. Okay, just that one ring. Dark Souls 2 and 3, I don't have all the achievements in. I do in Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. In fact, I had all the achievements in Elden Ring by like 80 hours after of playtime, which was a couple weeks after the game came out. And it was only that long after the game came out because I had work. I totally would have played way more. But Bloodborne took me around 60-ish hours to get all the achievements in. Dark Souls 1, I didn't have all the achievements till like 150, 200 hours. Oh my god. Anyway. So this might be a good opportunity to try to get all the rings, but I don't know if I need to do quest lines to get rings in New Game, because I know New Game and New Game Plus drops change. I don't know if it's just me, but it definitely does not feel like I am doing enough damage to warrant killing all of these guys. Like from a this is my first time playing the game perspective. Same goes with like the slugs, right? Or the slimes rather. Oh, that lands? I didn't know that landed. Anyway, it definitely doesn't feel like you're supposed to kill all of them, even though this place is god-awful with them here, because they'll just, like, roll into you constantly. Oh, God. What the heck was that? Insignificantly worse hitboxes. I assume that was supposed to be, like, a tail swipe or something. What the? Much worse hitboxes. Jeez. This definitely does not feel like what I'm intended to do. What are these hitboxes? Centipede demon over here. Jesus. What? That time its tail didn't even touch me. Okay. I don't know if it's worth it to fight this thing. Dark Souls 2 is the one with the bad hitboxes. Like, huh? How was I supposed to dodge that? What even hit me? Was that a stomp? Is that what that was supposed to be? There we go. Finally. I assume this thing doesn't respawn. I hope it doesn't. 6 Titanite chunks. Jesus. Okay, so that dragon is the main reason I run through here most of the time. Or, sorry, that wyvern. All the dragons are dead or whatever, lore. But these enemies are also another reason I usually run through here, because again, it doesn't feel like I'm supposed to be killing them. Just because of how much health they have. They don't do much damage, though. Or rather, how much resistance they have. Oh my god. And their movesets are incredibly frustrating. And they can attack way quicker than I can, meaning they can just stun lock me if I try to attack at all. So yeah, no, I don't know. That one's kind of on me, to be honest. I should not be attempting to spam R1 or hit trade. I need to get in a good position before attacking, I think. So that's my fault. But I do think it's really annoying that they attack so quickly. Once again, because, or rather also partially because they can just push you into a wall and you just can't do anything about it. And their fast attacks can make it so you literally can't escape that no matter what you do, unless you happen to have a fast weapon. Okay. See, and now, from experience, I already know that's a caster. So I'm going to rush up to it, right? Ow! Ow! Ow. Sounds oddly like a dog. Godskin Noble over here. Is that Ricard's? Are you using Ricard's rapier right now? Are we stooping that low? That is Ricard's rapier. I said that as a joke. Alright, and we are at Nameless King. Which means it's boss time. I would explore. Well, I don't know. I don't feel like I've gotten a good lay of the level. I don't understand the level and what it's trying to do. Like, so far, it has been a few enemies and like basically a straight hallway, and then a small ambush, and then like the two casters, and then the Drake fight, and that's been the whole level. And it doesn't feel like it's trying to do anything specific. And it might not be, but like it's hard for me to give an opinion on such a nothing level, you know? Like the Drake fight is annoying. Great, what now? So right now, my opinion on Archdragon Peak is that it has some annoying enemies in a corridor. Has said that I should be watching out for ambushes, even though I haven't been ambushed yet. Should be focusing on the summoners and casters, which there have been two of. Has had an annoying boss, or rather a nothing boss, and an annoying, boring, slow mini boss, and that's all that I have for Archdragon Peak right now. So, like, what is this level? I know a lot of people really like this level, but why? Is it just Nameless? Do people like this level just for Nameless? In my recollection, I don't like Nameless very much, including the time that I fought him with the Great Corvian Scythe. So, I don't know, I guess we'll see. Oh my god. Is this it? Like, is this the whole level? Am I missing something? I feel like I have to be missing something, but like, this level sucks. This might be my least favorite level in Dark Souls 3, just because it's nothing. Like, the dungeon is annoying in a cool way, right? Because it's like scary and weird. And you're being constantly bombarded and ambushed, and that's fun in that context, right? But this level is just nothing. Irithyll, you have dogs, I guess. Those are annoying. Oh my god, you can just unlock these things. Like, the dogs in Irithyll are annoying, especially combined with the magic casters. But, I don't know. I just they have a semblance of a challenge I can be satisfying to overcome. This level's just nothing. Am I alone in this? I hope I'm not. I hope people agree with me. Because I do not understand. Do you poke? Imagine getting poked. Couldn't be me. Definitely has never happened to me ever. And will not happen to me 700 times. Oh my god, there are two big ones. When fighting Nameless. Never. Ah, no. That stuns you for so long. With no iframes because Dark Souls 3. Oh my god, of course there's a rock lizard. Why wouldn't there be a rock lizard? Is this really the level? Is this the thing that we're going to end Dark Souls 3 on? Ow. Get up. What? Oh my god. This might be awful. This might be bad. I think this level might be bad. Oh my god. This enemy encounter is really not giving me any hope for... Okay. And their movesets really are not made to work together, huh? Because they're staggering their attacks in a way that is impossible for me to avoid. Which is like the worst thing you can do. Okay, there's one. Okay. Come on. Ouch. What just happened? Huh? What? What did I get hit by? Ugh. People complain about Dark Souls 2 hitboxes. I know some people complain about Dark Souls 3 hitboxes, but jeez. Why is Dark Souls 2 the one that gets all the flack? And it's not like they're that prevalent. Like, most of the bad hitboxes have been here, and this is an optional area that's, like, scaled for late game. So it makes sense that most people wouldn't come here and do whatever, but... Am I supposed to Path of the Dragon here? Probably. Oops. Makes sense that most people wouldn't know that these hitboxes suck. But... Twinkling Dragon Torso Stone. Twinkling? Is that different from the normal Dragon Torso Stone? How do you... Is there a normal Dragon Torso Stone in this game? Do I have it? I just didn't notice. I do. Huh. Nope, okay. Do they all have a chance to drop that stuff? And was that incredibly lucky, or is that a guaranteed drop from that one specific one? That's strange either way. Oh, this is where Havel is. Okay, I don't know why, but I remembered him being in the above Farron Swamp. I guess this is kind of similar aesthetically. Owie. I feel like Havel doesn't work in Dark Souls 3 because poise doesn't exist. Considering Oh, super armor. I mean, that exists, I guess. Imagine. Okay. Yeah, Havel doesn't really work in Dark Souls 3. Ouch. I say as I'm getting obliterated. What are you doing? Don't do that. Don't use resistances. Owie. Owie, stop. I'm covered in blood. How long does this last? Does he have actual poise now? Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. The roll button simply did not work. The whole time after taking the first hit. Not like literally the whole time. I don't think I should have dodged the first hit. Ah. I don't think the man serpents can chase me up the ladder. If they can, I will see before they actually get up there, so. What? Owie. It tracks. It doesn't even... Oh my god. That's so awesome. Okay, I guess I'll have to fight toward the back then. What? Oh, because he didn't have stamina from attacking. Okay. I was about to be baffled on Havel's behalf. Oh, okay. He can just do that forever then. That's so awesome. Is this the play? Do you just shield break him? Guard break him a bunch? Okay, yeah, once again, I was spamming the roll button that whole time. I simply could not roll after getting hit by that first one, which is very uncool. A colossal weapon, or whatever the class is, the Great Hammer, should not be that fast. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but Jesus. There we go. Finally. Shouldn't have been that difficult. There's just a whole slab there. I didn't know there was a whole slab there. It's kind of funny, actually. Alright, time for Nameless King. As much as I remember not liking Nameless, who knows, that might have been down to Assault. I guess we'll see. Though, I think I'm going to finally put Embers on my hotbar and maybe actually use one during this fight. At least once I get past the King of the Storms phase. Alright. How's it going? Okay, goodbye, I guess. You know, as much as people complain about the camera in this phase specifically, I actually prefer this phase to phase 2. Simply because the attacks like that are far better telegraphed. What the? I rolled successfully. Okay, come back. Honestly, if Nameless was just King of the Storm, but longer, I'd probably like it a lot more. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Damage. Okay. Damage us King of the Storm. Let's see how well I can... Ooh, okay. Immediately break that streak, huh? You know, maybe if I treat this more like the Princess fight. Ooh, okay, skill issue. I'll enjoy it more. Uh-oh. Damn it. I don't know why I don't expect that follow-up every time. Okay. That delay. No. Everything's fine. Who needs embers? Not me. Okay. I was mashing the roll button that time. Oh, okay. Once again, mashing the roll button. But I suppose I'm just not allowed to roll after getting hit after certain attacks. That's so much fun. That's why I don't like Nameless King. He's way too aggressive. He's way too aggressive. And I can't see anything. That's so cool. That's my problem with a lot of bosses in this game. They're just, or not a lot of bosses, but like several bosses in this game, they're just way too aggressive. Abyss Watchers Phase 2 is a great example of that. And like that's an early game boss and is significantly less aggressive than Nameless, obviously. But like attacking from neutral is never ever safe in this fight, which I definitely really don't like. I don't know. I don't know if that's just me, but I really don't like that. Or, you know, in the second phase anyway. Attacking from neutral is perfectly safe and even advisable in this phase. Okay. Okay. Dark Souls 3 has wonderful hitboxes compared to Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 hitboxes are so bad. Dark Souls 3 hitboxes are so good or something. Oh, okay. What? Huh? Okay. Yeah, that's my fault. The camera unlocking was also my fault, I think. I know people do complain about this phase, but for some reason, this is still a lot of people's favorite boss. Are you kidding me? That... Also, why would it ever lock onto anything other than the king's head? Like, what? Why would I ever want to lock onto the actual nameless king here? Huh? See, and sometimes, like when this... I definitely press the roll button. Sometimes, when the boss is flying around, the camera is really good. Even if you're locked onto the head, like... That's an instance where you would want to see the nameless king and not the Drake he's riding. But the camera works in a way that lets you see both. No problem. Why did it unlock? What is that camera? But sometimes, especially when it's on the ground, which is when you would think the camera would be easier to make work, like, it's just so much worse. Like, what? Why is it unlocking randomly? What? A third attack. I see. I was fairly certain that combo only had 2 attacks last time you used it. I definitely pressed the roll button. Maybe I should have an input viewer. So you know that I'm not... That's so awesome. That's so cool. How he ended the combo and immediately started an attack that would have been impossible for me to attack during. That's so cool. Again, way, way too aggressive. Like, I know I was using an Ember, and like, first of all, the fact that you can't use an item after an attack is ended, like, you just don't have enough time, I think shows what I mean by way too aggressive perfectly well. But even in the instance that I wasn't using an item there, I could not have possibly counterattacked. It just would... I couldn't have. And that's not fun. Like, the fact that it can use attacks that I wouldn't be able to do anything against multiple times in a row, that's very not cool. Great. I love that the camera just unlocks sometimes. Yeah, like, see, I'm locked onto the head, but I can see the Nameless King just fine there. And then it automatically locked onto the Nameless King there for some ungodly reason. Like, am I just supposed to not be locked on? Is that what is expected of me here? I genuinely don't know. Okay. Okay. It unlocked, and I couldn't see anything, and I just died. So the entire rest of the series, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and all of Dark Souls 3, expect you to be locked on during one-on-one fights. However, apparently, this breaks that convention. Like, why? And it's not even because this wouldn't work locked on. If it worked well locked on, if it didn't randomly unlock, if the lock-on point, or if the camera was slightly shifted behind the lock-on point, even, like, all of these issues would be completely remedied. There would be no issue with locking on during this fight. But because of how terrible this camera is, locking on just sucks in this fight. But because of how erratic their movements are, not locking on puts you at a significant disadvantage too. So, like, what's the correct response here? Okay. See what I mean by too aggressive now? I'm gonna heal. Okay. Why are my souls not here this one specific random time? Huh? See what I mean by significant disadvantage? I can hardly tell what's happening. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was only able to avoid that because I had already fought this boss before and already knew what was going to happen. I guess I can't say for certain, but that's definitely what that felt like. At least this phase doesn't have very much health. Oh, hey, that combo does only have 2 attacks, but I guess you can follow it up with a 3rd attack sometimes. Changing combos are so much fun, because it means you can definitely learn the boss, and don't have to rely on pure trial and error. Very. Somebody said that Nameless King is more similar to a Dark Souls 1 boss and a Dark Souls 3 boss compared to every other boss in Dark Souls 3. But, like, if anything, he's more similar to a Elden Ring boss. This is very much not similar to a Dark Souls 1 boss in any way. Oh my god, stop! Way too aggressive. In a way that just isn't fun. And, like, sometimes high aggression can work. The Twin Princes are a great example of that. They're extremely aggressive, and they're still fun. What's it doing? I actually have no idea what this attack is. Ow. Okay, I gotta love the slight delay. What is that? What was that pose? Don't do that pose. That scared me. Oh, okay. Oh. Huh? Okay. Easy. Though that is pure trial and error. Nice. The aggression worked. Okay, so you have to be hyper aggressive back, but like the character just isn't built for that. And again, there are moments where you just can't retaliate at all. That happened several times during that fight. I know Nameless King is a lot of people's favorite boss in this game, and I will never understand why. Every single time I fought that boss, I just have not had fun with it. Say it's a skill issue all you want, but I mean, I beat it, and I healed, what, 3 times? 4 times? And it's just not fun to be forced to not do anything after certain attacks. Alright, it's finally time to fight the Soul of Cinder, which, big surprise, is another boss that I remember very explicitly not liking, so we'll see how this one goes. Also, side note, it took me forever to figure out that you're supposed to, like, actually place the ashes on these thrones. It took me so long to figure that out. And the DLC will be its own part. I do want to go through the DLC because the DLC is part of the game that I definitely know I don't like especially Ring City. I really did not like Ring City. But, you know, we'll see how that ends up going once I actually, like, thoroughly explore it instead of just sprint through everything. But for now, it's time to fight the Soul of Cinder and end this video off. Hopefully, it just doesn't take too long. I know there are several things, like, off the top of my head that I don't like about Soul of Cinder. Like, one of his ability, or yeah, his, like, sorcerer moveset lets him cast Homing Soul Mess as a status effect, basically. That's a really cool visual, though. But there's also, like, oh, okay, the spear moveset, I don't remember it, letting him do that charge that's really annoying. Or that, personally, I find really annoying. Oh, okay. Weird delays. Like, where he is very clearly supposed to be moving forward, but just wasn't that time. Ooh. The Greatsword moveset is probably the one that I have the least trouble with. Or not trouble, but at least, problems with. This is the charge. If you're, like, right up next to him, that's absurdly difficult to dodge. Can you, riposte? You can't. Also, that spin, if you don't end up below him, that will hit you, even if you roll through the first one. So kind of got to use environment to the advantage there. Hopefully I can kill him before he transitions into the next phase. Okay. And then we have one of the worst things about this boss. First of all, that it just brings back Gwyn, which is like, what? Why? Like, lore-wise, I guess it makes sense, but it's obviously just for pandering. But then he also has his, like, weird, annoying 5-hit combo, which I think is this. And his, like, explosion at the end, which is really annoying. I don't know. His lightning throws are annoying too. Hey, speak of the devil. Oh my god, I thought he threw up. Unless those are 2 different moves that have similar tells. Oh, okay. See, Gwyn only did that in Dark Souls 1 if you were using your shield too much. But I guess that's just fair play here. See, if he only threw the lightning down, I would like it a lot more. Okay, never mind. It's a different tell. My bad. Actually, I thought the tell was a lot more similar than that. That is pretty obviously different, though. Oh, God. No. Ugh. And if it wasn't just 5 minutes of doing nothing while he flails his sword around, it wouldn't even be that bad, but it's just kind of annoying. That's a good opportunity to heal. I probably should have healed the full earlier, but it's fine. I meant to press the roll button. He doesn't do very much damage, actually. I would have expected him to do more damage. There we go. Yeah, easy, but not particularly fun, in my opinion. Oh well. Anyway, I guess that's Dark Souls 3 main game done. I should summon the Firekeeper, huh? Gotta get the good ending, of course. Is the Firelink Greatsword good? No. It is not. Darn it. That looks so cool. I wish it was. I am still slightly handicapped because the RSI isn't completely gone. It got really, really bad over the weekend, but I haven't touched a controller in like 3 days. So hopefully I won't have to randomly take a break. But if I am playing significantly worse than usual, that's why. Anyway, all we have left is the DLC. I'm going to start with Ashes of Ariandel, obviously, since that was the first one to come out, and it's also significantly easier, and is definitely the one that you're intended to start with or whatever. Starting off with just like a big open area with nothing in it is kind of strange. I actually thought that was an enemy. I got caught out. I got tricked. What the heck? Why did I sound like a dog? Why do you sound like a dog? You're unnecessarily scaring me. Wow, that is so much weaker than I expected, to be honest. With my prior experience in the DLC, you know, usually I sprint through most of the game, and these guys do a decent chunk of damage, despite having so little health, so I'm just kind of used to them being stronger than they actually are, I suppose. Oh, it's one of these guys, right? I don't think I've ever actually explored this DLC at all, though. Because once again, by the time I got here in my first playthrough, I was kind of just done with this game's level design. So this will be a completely new experience. Yeah, these guys are shockingly weak, despite being in the DLC. Uh-oh. I think the main difficulty with them is just their number, just because there are so many of them. And especially, you know, since some of them are ranged. Just having to deal with all of them at once can be a bit more of an issue than if there were just 1 or 2 of them. Though it seems like if you're being cautious, you don't really have to deal with that many at once. Which isn't generally the modus operandi of this game, as we've discussed heavily. The only moss I've used in this entire playthrough was the blooming purple moss in the profane capital, so can't imagine that'll be too useful. Okay, so I think these 2 in the front actually chain pulled. I'm not entirely positive on that, but it definitely seemed like they chain pulled. Come on. Is this one bigger? Ow. Cool. It was bigger. Oh my god, there are so many. Hiya. Okay. So these guys, I feel like, definitely came from behind me, right? And even if I had attacked them first, the other ones would have aggroed and been behind me anyway. So, regardless, there were enemies coming from behind me there. And regardless, I would have been surrounded and had been ambushed, no matter what I would have done there. Unless for some reason the ones up here wouldn't have chain pulled for whatever reason. Or, you know, wouldn't have aggroed the other ones. Okay, these things are weird. They have more health than it feels like they should, considering their range and all that. They are also in the DLC, so I don't know. Their projectiles keep going? They do fire and ice damage too. Interesting. What? Stop it. Stop being alive. Oh god. That hurts. I need to get rid of this one so I have fewer projectiles bombarding me. Okay, why were there... What is the logic behind there being some big wolves? Like, what decides... Like, why did they decide if each wolf was big or not, right? Because there were 2 big wolves side by side there. despite there only being one in each group before. I wonder what the decision process was behind that. There's a word that I'm trying to find, but I have no idea what it is. Also, getting high or low level upgrade materials here is kind of weird. I guess it makes sense if you're like in the DLC and you want to use DLC weapons. Why is it lagging so bad? But also the fact that, oh my god, that you can very easily and cheaply buy a lot of the upgrade materials that it's just giving here, instead of, you know, chunks, which are a lot more expensive and a lot harder to get. I believe there are 2 slabs in Ariandel, which doesn't seem like a lot, but I guess you don't need to be at +10 for every single weapon you use. Do the big ones aggro other ones like the lamp bearers? I'm actually not sure. Oh, these guys are real. Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god. Okay. That didn't work like I expected it to. Why is it lagging so bad? There's a tree. Jesus. Let go. I swear I've been mashing the button that whole time. I think you just can't escape from that grab. Let me out. Why? Okay. I got tricked. This one was on me. I fully admit to that one. I wasn't expecting these trees to be alive at all. Why is there another? Oh, okay. Never mind. You know, it lagging doesn't help. I don't understand why it's lagging. I'm not doing anything differently from last time. Let me see if I can fix that real quick after I beat these guys. Why did that one have less health? Alright. Now let me see if I can fix the lagging. Alright, I closed literally everything other than Dark Souls 3 and OBS, so hopefully that helps with the lag a little bit. The big open areas like this don't really feel conducive to Dark Souls level design, in my opinion. I don't know why, beyond the fact that most Dark Souls isn't, you know, in big open areas and you're mostly in confined spaces and have to learn to deal with enemies like that. Alright, Sif, calm down. Sif is not a duo fight for a reason. Imagine if there were dogs in the actual Sif fight. Jeez. Dark Souls 1 would not, or is not built for that. Is this the actual gravetender wolf or whatever? Or is this just... No, because it definitely has a lot less health. And probably does less damage. Oh, okay. It doesn't actually die. Interesting. Though I do wonder why that one specific wolf didn't aggro. Like, not the big one, but the one that was below it. I wonder why that one didn't aggro when I was going through before. Hey there, guy. Let's not be annoying, huh? Oh my god. Okay, no poise. I forgot Dark Souls 3. Super armor, though, because of course. Why wouldn't there be? What the? What's going on? Why did it change scenes? What? Okay, so what happened there was, for some reason, Steam decided to use my controller as a mouse input. And my mouse moved to my other screen, and it somehow, when I pressed the attack button, clicked the other OBS scene. Maybe it's Steam that's making my computer lag. That wouldn't surprise me, to be honest. Okay, hopefully that loss of Estus doesn't end up being a huge issue. Okay, see, this one looks like an enemy because the hair is flowing. Yeah, okay. That must be the tell, whether or not the hair is moving. And if not, then I genuinely have no idea what it could be. Oh, of course there's a wolf with this one. I think these guys are called Millwood Knights. Whoa, hey, that's not cool. Why do their arrows explode? That's so not cool. Oh, of course. I'm gonna try to get to... Oh, of course, all of them have seen me now. Well, this probably isn't the best idea now, but I was gonna say that I'm gonna try to get to the archer. What just happened? Oh my god. Move! Hiya. Okay. Okay, this seems fine. Never mind. There's another one. Okay. Okay. The best part is none of that actually hurt me that bad. It was mostly just stagger attacks. What? Okay. Clearly these two attacks are not meant to work together whatsoever. They're just spamming constantly. A lot of enemies in this game do that, and it's so frustrating every single time it happens. The Pontiff Knights come to mind as well. What do you want? Where is this guy? What? And why didn't he make any noise before? Is he in here? He is. Why didn't you make any noise before? Shut up. Let me get that item. Oh, yeah. Hyper armor is so annoying. Why can't it just have like normal Dark Souls 1 poise? So that it's more consistent. Attacking and either staggering or not staggering either time, regardless of what the enemy is doing, is so much more strategic in nature. Okay, I'll fight you behind this wall. Don't do that. Don't hurt me by picking up your hammer. That's such a not cool attack. A lot of enemies throughout the series do that, especially bosses, but like even big enemies, the Guardians or whatever in the Dark Souls 1 or Torius of the Abyss DLC come to mind as well. Alright, I should be able to go in here without being attacked by 3 enemies at once. What are you doing? Come down here. Okay, despite the hyper armor, he's still staggered after the second hit? Why? Why does the running and yelling at me make me stagger? That's so dumb. Like, I know that the player has that ability too, but it wouldn't make this enemy stagger, right? So, and even when NPCs use that, it's just frustrating. Like, being yelled at should not make, like, this character staggered. Do you know what else I've gone up against? Being yelled at by some big guy is not scary. Snake Eater is a very good game. If you have not played it, I highly recommend it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Of course he's red-eyed too. Come on. I was expecting it to stagger so many more times, and it just never did. The Millwood Knights do give you, what was that, like 2 Estus though? Which is nice. I think that's what those things are called. This, I feel like, why is it still lagging? Come on. I did everything I could to make it not lag. It's never lagged before. Anyway, I feel like this just like random tower being here, like gameplay wise, it's more of an annoyance than anything else. Just because you have to climb up it to get rid of some random archer instead of, you know, dealing with the present enemies first. Just, I don't know. It feels like unnecessarily going out of your way. Just because the developers decided that these enemies on their own weren't difficult enough. They decided that you would need to deal with more than one enemy at once. Or more than one enemy and a dog, I suppose. Elden Ring is full of enemies that hurt you by picking up their weapon, though. Like, that's way more prevalent in Elden Ring than it is in any of the other games, for sure. There we go. Strong attacks are very nice. I assume this one's an enemy. Yep, okay. The waving hair does seem to be a pretty big tell. But the other trees that just didn't come to life, that looked like those, I don't think they had waving hair, so I think that's the tell. Pretty sure. I still have no idea what the tell for mimics is in Dark Souls 2. I know that, oh, excuse me, I know that you can figure out if something is a mimic if it, like, doesn't, like, if you put the camera between the player and the chest, if the camera goes to the chest, then it's not a mimic, but if the camera does go through the chest, then it is a mimic. And that's literally the only way I know how to figure out if there's a mimic in Dark Souls 2. I've been trying to do this the whole time, and it just hasn't worked so far. I have no idea why that didn't hit me. I also still really do not like hyper armor, because that makes the strategies you use in dealing with the enemy at least somewhat inconsistent, right? I do wonder why this gives you homeward bones. Like, most people who are here by now would have the coiled sword fragment, right? So it seems weird that it's giving me homeward bones. Let alone the fact that most people don't even use homeward bones very often, unless they're like grabbing an item and running away. Though I suppose there are a lot of new items in that DLC, which might be why it's giving you homeward bones, just in case you happen to not have the coiled sword fragment. Why? Was that one supposed to be sleeping? You're back. Why? Oh, good. And a bunch of enemies spawn with you. So it's not even like I could have dealt with them beforehand or tried to rush them down. Like, they literally spawn with this one. That's not very cool. Oh my god. Let alone the fact that they're dogs. The most annoying enemy in the series. And that I feel like is very common opinion. The developers had to be aware of that, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. I swear I'm pressing the roll buttons significantly more often than it looks like. Yeah. Oh, good. I feel like, once again, it's pretty obvious that these movesets do not work well together. They're just kind of two enemies that they put together to make a challenging scenario without really considering how those enemies would interact. That feels like a lot of the multi-enemy scenarios in this game, especially the ones that are like multiple dogs or whatever. Why can't I go through there? I'm surprised there's not a fatty message, to be honest. Ooh, I mean, there might be. It just hasn't loaded or whatever. But with how many people are playing Dark Souls 2 right now, I feel like there would be more people playing Dark Souls 3. There we go. Only have to do half of its health again for some reason. Why? Is that supposed to be the same one? Is that supposed to be the boss one? I don't know. That's weird. Because it's definitely very different from the boss one, from what I remember. I don't understand why it disappears after doing half its health. Lore-wise or gameplay-wise, to be honest. Cool, free money. I do not remember how close I am to the next bonfire at all, to be honest. I do know. Okay, never mind. It's right across this bridge. Oh, hey, there's a bonfire here? I've genuinely never known there was a bonfire here. That's crazy. Why is there a bonfire here, though? What? The next bonfire is literally right across that bridge, so why is there a bonfire here? I guess it gives me a good opportunity to go back here, then, and see what this is about. Because I also don't think I've gone up this before. But why is there a bonfire there? What? Yeah, okay, so this one's hair isn't waving, so it's not an enemy. So that is the tell, I was right. Oh, okay, but this one's hair wasn't waving either. I guess if it's, like, completely still, then it's not an enemy. I have no idea what that attack was supposed to be honest. Hey, can you stop, please? Oh god, of course. I feel like you should be able to escape this before you get frostbitten. By mashing, like you can with most grabs in these games. Oh my god. Stop. Why is this tree moving? I just need to get rid of it as soon as possible. Those ones are especially annoying. There we go. These ones by that I mean the fire ones, anyway. Where is this? I don't know where this is at relative to the rest of the DLC. Is this somewhere that I could have gone before now? Because this kind of looks like it's behind... Yeah, I got that item there. So, was this pathway just not here? Oh, was it covered by the avalanche, maybe? I don't know. Weird. If you can skip that whole spot with the Millwood Knights, I feel like I would have done that if I had known about it. But now that I do know that that's potentially a possibility, next time I do the DLC, I'll do that. Because otherwise, I have no idea where that could possibly lead to. I have no idea where that is relative to the rest of the DLC, if that's not that first spot that you fall down after the avalanche. Or, you know, when you stand on top of the snow and it causes an avalanche. Does this just go into the bonfire cave? Why? What? This is such a strange area. I'm so confused. Why does that exist like that? Let's see. Okay. I know you can cut this down and slide down it like in the demon ruins. I don't know if you can climb down that side. Oh, there's a ladder there already. There's a really long ladder there too. What's down there? Because I don't... Does that lead straight to the settlement down there? Because I specifically remember this side goes to the ice lake, but I'm not sure about the other side. Oh, hi. I didn't see you. I don't think there's any reason to kill these guys. Pretty sure they're not actually going to be aggressive to me, but regardless. Get a few extra souls. Hollow jammed. Hollow scales with luck, I think? Which is weird. I really wish you could attack him here and nullify the invasion later. Being forced to fight him specifically at the invasion side is kind of annoying. Just from like a Dark Souls perspective, because there are so many NPCs. Like even in this game, the girl with the dancer, right? Killing her, you can do that at any point in the game, regardless of whether or not the story is trying to get you to at that moment. But here, for some reason, if you attack this guy, he just disappears, and then you have to fight him when he invades you later. I should probably do a level up, but it's fine. It's only like one level. I wonder if they specifically added this to be like the Demon Ruins one. Okay, you definitely can't climb down the ladder on that side. Because like they had that in the Demon Ruins and they wanted to hide something like that again to like reward observant players from the base game, or if they just wanted to have something to reward observant players in general, because the one in the Catacombs I feel like is more obvious that you can cut down if for no other reason than the skeletons chasing you, right? But in this instance, there's no reason to cut that down, or to think that you can cut it down other than the fact that it's kind of rickety, and you can do that in the Demon Ruins. Or in the Smouldering Lake, I guess. To lead to the Smouldering Lake. You know what I mean. That definitely feels like a thing that they were like, oh, we had that for in the base game, we should do it again. Rather than, hey, this is a cool concept that we could do. Hey, the Twinkling Titanite. Or, I mean, the Titanite Lizard died. I forgot that they actually give you their stuff if they fall off a cliff in this game. Because they don't in Dark Souls 2, and it's really frustrating. Especially that one in the... just after the Doors of Ferris. That'll jump off that cliff every single time, and you just can't get it. It's really frustrating. Is there a second one here? What's happening? Help! Where's the second one? Okay, whatever. No matter where you fall, if you fall off of these branches, you die. There's a death plane right under them. So even though it looks like you could survive this fall, you can't. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I don't know if you can survive this fall, but... Okay, yeah, you can definitely survive from here. I know that much. Ow. That was dumb. Let me out. Get up. Why are you still on the ground? Jeez, that was so long. Oh my god. I'm surprised him picking up his axe didn't hurt me there. What? Oh, the arrow hit me. Okay. I was gonna say, the axe didn't even look like it hit me that time. Oh, okay. I guess he can dash halfway across the level. That's so dumb. That's such a stupid attack. Oh, hey, I'm out of range of every single attack this guy has ever done. And then he charges at you and goes farther and then hits you. I hate attacks like that. Especially after an area like that, we have to wait for the bridge to come down. And then you have to climb down the entire ladder. And then you have to walk across thin branches the whole time. And you fall from unnecessarily short falls because level design? I don't like this part. This part is like genuinely bad. Oh, it's up there? Okay, well, at least I know where the second archer is. Yeah. Alright, this is somehow worse than the Great Hollow, and I will stand by that. The Great Hollow isn't that bad. It can be kind of confusing, but that's what makes it fun. It's like a fun maze. In this case, it's just like, I know exactly where to go, but going there is not fun. Oh god. What the? Why did you cue an attack when I wasn't even near you? That's so dumb. Why are you still attacking? Why is that such a long combo and you have such a huge hammer? And then you don't even have that much end lag on the combo. What is this game? This DLC even. Jeez. Okay. See, there are reasons that Dark Souls 3 is my least favorite of the trilogy. Even after this, like, I like this game so much more now that I've gone through this series and understand the game so much more. But it's still by far my least favorite. I am so pissed. Ugh, that wasn't even... That shouldn't have killed me. That wasn't even that far of a fall. Okay, that time I beat him without getting hit. What's up here? Do I want to know? Do I care enough? Probably not. Is this just a way to get back up here? Okay. Sure, why not? It's not like this game has warping or whatever. Nothing like that. It's not like there's literally no reason to have a path like that in this game. Even from like a world design perspective, I don't know, feels kind of superfluous at best. Alright, can I drop down onto this? I can. I'm shocked that didn't kill me. Okay, pardon me. Just gonna go ahead and hop down. With that, you have to do the same. Come on, really? Don't do this. This game is very not broken at all, ever. Definitely. Definitely the most stable of this Souls trilogy. And it's not like the other games aren't glitchy or whatever. Or have weird AI and whatnot. But, God, I don't want to fight crabs. Please don't make me fight crabs. I'll do anything but fight crabs. Alright, Champions Gravetender time. I know a lot of people complain about this boss. It's probably only because it's like the only other boss in this DLC that isn't Friede, and it's just kind of meh. But I got the deluxe edition when it was on sale for like $15. So, frankly, I'm not too concerned about the amount or quality of content for the price. I also got it a long time ago, like 2019, I think. It was on sale. It was like a big sale compared to what I was expecting, to be honest. 90 whole damage. Was it shielding? Oh god. Ouchie. Of course, the wolf's corpse blocked my roll, because why wouldn't it? Okay. I almost tried to play like Elden Ring. That's not what I should be doing right now. Hiya. Oh, damn. That's a cool weapon, but it also isn't good, which makes me sad, because it's like a mediocre shield. Combined with a mediocre sword, instead of just being like a good sword and shield. Anyway. It's usually pretty easy to rush down the gravetender before the Great Wolf gets here. Okay, yeah, this is a different moveset than the little guys. Or, I mean, the other big wolves anyway. Oh my god, stop moving around. Stop jumping stop jumping all over the place, you freak. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, cool. I'll see you later, I guess. What? That didn't... Okay. That's cool, I guess. Hi-ya. At least that's an opportunity to get good damage. And stagger it, apparently. I had no idea you could stagger it. Super easy boss. Even if you have to fight the first phase, like, I only healed 3 times. So, at least it's not, you know, that bad in terms of difficulty, regardless of its mediocrity otherwise. Very cool looking arena, too. That's not really something I usually comment on, but I love, like, snowy forests and stuff, and I just love the look of this arena. It looks super cool. Usually that's not something I care about at all, though. I don't want to fight crabs, so I'm not going to the icy lake right now. I'm not exploring it. It's not worth it. Even if there's something super nice down there. I think there might be a slab or something. I don't know. Really not worth it. Which is one of the best parts about how these games... Jesus, that actually scared me. I don't know why I wasn't expecting that. That's one of my favorite things about how these games are designed. Usually, you know, most areas are optional. And if they're not optional, then the areas that you do have to go to, or rather the other optional areas, like the way the areas branch, right? If you think there's an annoying enemy, you can just not go there, at least not until you're stronger. Like sometimes you will have to deal with the annoying enemy, but a lot of the time you just don't. Like the Pontiff beasts through the illusory wall in Anor Londo, you just don't have to deal with them if you don't want to. Wait, what? How do you get up there? I have no idea how to get up there. I thought I did. I thought you just had to drop from here, but evidently that's not the case. I have no idea. Oh, I bet you have to come from the bottom, actually. Never mind. That would make sense. But there's like that little ledge up above it that looks like you could drop down onto it. I don't know. Maybe there's just a ladder I can't see. Either way. Alright. See, that's exactly what I mean by you need to be aggressive and attack the most obvious enemy a lot of the time. Like, you come in here and you start attacking that guy, and that puts you in the perfect position to catch this one and the attacks that you're using to hit the other one, right? So a lot of Dark Souls 3's combat encounters are set up like that. So that generally tends to be the best course of action. Or at least, you know, the one the game expects you to take at the very least. And sometimes it'll try to catch you out with like archers or whatever. But usually that ends up working pretty well. Because again, the game is designed to be played like that a lot of the time. Not 100% of the time, obviously. Like there are instances in which you'll want to be more careful, and that'll make the game vastly easier. But those instances are significantly less common than the other games. Granted, in the other games, you're generally not changing your playstyle or whatever at any point. Like in Dark Souls 1 and 2, you're constantly being observant and careful. Especially Dark Souls 2. And you can use the exact same playstyle to explore every area and be pretty much okay the whole time. The only exception I can think of is Tomb of the Giants in Dark Souls 1. And then kind of like Broom Tower in Dark Souls 2. Though generally... Oh my god, they're so loud. Generally, the levels in Dark Souls 2 tend to carry that philosophy, even if there are instances in those levels where that doesn't happen to be the case. Like when you get ambushed by Paint, or when Paint locks you in that room and you get ambushed, you know? I don't think there's any reason for me to actually kill all these guys, but they're gross, so it makes sense too. I uploaded... I'm just talking about random things while I'm doing somewhat tedious things, but I uploaded the Solaire video yesterday, playing the game as Solaire, playing through Dark Souls 1 as Solaire, rather. And the reception has been very positive so far, which is what I expected. But I've only gotten a few comments that it were like homophobic, which is super cool. I try to put some positive messaging in every video I make. Even like, I don't know, a lot of my challenge runs feel like they're just challenge runs, right? But for instance, the Scythe video was about, it wasn't about, Jesus Christ, that one scared me. I guess that's why they screeched loud. Anyway, the scythe video, while on its face was just about playing through Dark Souls 3 with a scythe, which it was, right? It also talked about the Souls community and how sharing ideas can lead to better outcomes. Even though in that case, you know, some people might have disagreed. So with the backlogs commenting on that video, you know, that's kind of why I made that video. More so than just stealing an idea and thinking it would get clicks. Same with the Unremarkable and Odd Places, too, on top of the whole game design philosophy behind it. Anyway. Homophobia is bad. If you are homophobic or transphobic, please leave. I do not want you here. My entire goal in creating content is to create stuff for as many people as possible to enjoy. But frankly, those kind of people don't deserve it. At least not until they learn better. Does this guy give you anything? I don't think so, right? Yeah, okay. Just tells you to burn away the rot. I think. I don't know. I wasn't paying too much attention, to be honest. I know some of these guys can attack you. Like, they can spit poison at you or whatever. There's a bonfire here? No, I knew about this one. Yeah, I definitely knew about this one. That would be a long run if uneventful, if you had to do that every single time you died inside of this area. Especially with the invasion happening here. That's gross. I don't like that he's just hanging there. That looks awful. That makes me uncomfortable. Will he attack me not down there? Can he, like, climb back up on top of the bridge? Or does he only attack when you're below the bridge? I assume he only attacks when you're below the bridge. What? Why did you not die? I feel like there's no reason to kill all these guys, to be honest. Oh, hey, this guy. Right. I tried using that weapon once. Okay, some of them just have more health than others. There's probably something that distinguishes them. Anyway, I tried using this weapon once. So I had to come to Ariandel super early and kill this guy. Wasn't the most fun I've ever had with this game. Though it wasn't that awful. He's a pretty easy enemy, all things considered. His hitboxes are pretty forgiving, despite his appearance. His rapid thrusting is actually kind of like the Godskin Noble, or I mean, you know, Ricard's Rapier or whatever. But hitboxes, again, are a lot more forgiving, it seems like. And, you know, his tracking as well, which makes that enemy significantly more fun than Godskin Noble. I really want to do a video on Elden Ring. Oh my god, why did that scare me? I want to do a video on Elden Ring. I don't know if I want to do like a challenge run or if I want to do like a kind of critique video like this. I just know that I want some content on Elden Ring because it feels like it's something that I would talk about, right? Does that poison you? Oh, okay, that poisons you. Can you stop? Stop. No. Gross. Okay, it doesn't look like he's gonna attack me unless I go back down there. This is probably one of the grossest areas in all of Soulsborne. Ow, why do you have magic now? This came out of nowhere. Okay, well, that's something I don't like. How you simply don't need to worry about these enemies, but randomly ones that look exactly the same that you would have no reason to be cautious of just have a magic. That's not great in terms of game design, in my opinion. Anyway, I feel like I was talking about something that I wanted to follow up on, but I don't remember what. All right. Why don't I one-shot these guys? Whoa, hi. This is not a good place to fight you, I don't think, to be honest. Stop having hyper armor. Okay, that works. I'll fight him when I open the shortcut here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of these are alive at all. I wonder if there's a tell or if you just kind of have to get close to them and notice that they're alive. Probably that second one. Alright. Shortcut. And of course you still have to deal with Crow Quill's enemy. But I suppose it's not too bad because it's just, you know, a random NPC invader that you have to fight. Where did this guy go? Oh, he's up there. Hi. Just gonna chill. Are we good? Sir, do you not care about me anymore all of a sudden? I thought we had something. Oh my god, I hate those noises. That's so awful. Alright, I'm just gonna assume that he doesn't care about me anymore. Did you just drop down? Oh my god. What are you doing? You do still care? Oh, but he doesn't want me to see that he cares. Okay. That's fine, I guess. What is it doing? What is happening? Is it trying to return to its home point? Janky AI for sure. It seems like the DLC would have less janky AI because they spent so long working on it, you know? But that doesn't seem to be the case. Hiya. Wow, this guy has very little health. Ouch. Hiya. Come here. Oh my god, he perfectly timed that. What a jerk. Don't perfectly time your attacks against me. That's rude. Or your dodges, too. Pretty easy NPC, to be honest. He has heal? Never mind. I take back everything I said. This guy's awful. Worst NPC in the game. Okay, well, if he heals again, I'll backstab. If he gets the chance. If he doesn't spam roll constantly. There we go. Okay. Skill issue. Is this the only lever you get as a key? Wait, but the lever was there already. What? Why? Okay. Cool, I guess. Can that kill you? It would be really funny if it can kill you. I hope that can kill you. I have no idea if it can or not, but I really hope it can. Just because that's funny. I have no idea where that elevator goes to. Also, this is probably the dumbest shortcut. Not even shortcut. The dumbest does not open from this iMessage in the series. Just because, like, oh, I'm on the other side of it. Congratulations. That's it. That's the whole thing. It is now the 4th of July. Hopefully, no fireworks are heard through the course of recording this video. Oh god, my controller disconnected? What is happening? Okay, so Steam was dumb and my controller was also controlling my mouse. Anyway, back to Dark Souls, I suppose. Why? It confuses me that the Claymore attacks behind. I played Elden Ring again today. Now I'm playing through the DLC with friends. So once again, if I happen to not be good at the video game, that's probably why. It has nothing to do with me not being good at the video game. Okay. Now in terms of level design, I do not remember anything about this part. And right now, it's kind of just looking like enemy spam, and that's it. Though, I do remember it being kind of hard to figure out where exactly you're supposed to go, just because of the, like, layout of things. But so far, it is definitely feeling, oh my god, just like enemy spam. Also, the enemy with a tiny sword having more reach than me with my greatsword is strange. Don't know why that happened. A lot of annoying ranged enemies just to supplement the mostly fine melee enemies. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. I feel like having so many ranged enemies is kind of weird. Also, these torch guys, I don't think I mentioned it before, but they are shockingly annoying for how fine most of the enemies are here. Mostly because their torch breath, like, it's a constant attack, and they track way too well for having a constant attack. Oh my god. Alright. annoying range enemies. And annoying melee enemies. I don't know. Does this count as melee? Oh my god. They have a charge attack? This is the first time I've ever seen the charge attack, too. These things suck. Like, I knew they sucked before, but I didn't see them in such large quantities before now. I was unaware of truly how terrible they were. Jeez. Alright. I know I'm trading a lot, but they're just random mob enemies. I don't think it matters that much. Why are there so many, though? I don't understand. I feel like, okay, having this guy over here that you can see earlier, I imagine this one would have alerted other enemies, right? So having the one that you could see earlier over there to like lure you toward the one that would alert, because if you went this way, right, I assume that one would have told that one. And then I would have had to deal with multiple coming from behind me. But with the way it was laid out, that wasn't really a thing that was going to happen. Just because I had seen the one from earlier and was going to take that one out first. But then, jeez, the one that was going to alert, you know, I obviously saw that one. So I think that actually works out really well in terms of enemy layout and avoiding ganks and rewarding paying attention. Which this game, as we know, usually doesn't do very well. Why do these guys have so much voice? I feel like fighting multiple of these guys at once doesn't really work. So I've kind of been over that. What the hell? What was that? Okay. I have no idea what that thing coming out of the ground was. Was it this? Does that cause that? It looks like it. Poke. Okay. I'm very glad that this one died before I had to fight the second one. Okay, I think I should be using heavies to stagger them rather than lights to get in more attacks. Because being able to attack without having a follow-up is a lot better. That seems to just be like the best way to take out the big knights. A lot of items down here too. I feel like that's kind of, I don't know if the items are in this sense or in this specific spot are meant to be like rewards for taking out the knights, or if it's meant to be like, I'm gonna ignore that one, or if it's meant to be like to lure you away. I don't know. I guess both would kind of make sense though. I believe I can push down this tree and it will be a shortcut back to the bonfire. Or at least near the bonfire. Which is cool. That's a good shortcut. Why did that take so long? I didn't want to do the running attack. Okay, yeah, I also don't know. Okay, so I've already been here. Wait. Oh, so you can just come right here and push down the shortcut. Okay. That's a lot closer than I thought it was. That said, I do not remember where I'm supposed to go. And every time I play this level, I forget where I'm supposed to go. I believe it's up here, though. Yeah, okay, that's the next shortcut. So I just need to figure out how to get up there. And I think I have to go around. It looks like I have to go over there. I have no idea how to get over there. Okay, I assume it's up there. Which would be this way, but I thought this was a dead end. Nope. Just blind. Why? So the big one, I didn't even realize it was bigger because it's just like very slightly bigger. I'm sure that applies to all of them. But I didn't notice it till now. I also thought only the big ones howled. To like give you an opportunity to attack them before they get up because they have more health than the small ones. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that. Apparently that's not true. Hey, don't do that. That's not very cool. Oh, of course, and it's the exploding one. Oh my god. I swear I pressed the roll button. Ouch. I feel like I should be better at this game by now. What? It didn't stagger? That's so dumb. Every single other one staggers. Oh, good. Picking up the hammer hurts. Because of course it does. Why wouldn't it? I don't think this is worth it. Oh, but that time it staggered. Why did it have super armor? Oh my god. Truly the soul's enemy of all time. I do not like that enemy. Oh, cool, but I got the hammer, which is probably useless. Little do I know, that's actually the best weapon in the entirety of the DLC. Ugh, I don't want to fight Millwood Knights. This sucks. I hate these things. Especially when one of them is ranged. I'm just going to get the shortcut. I feel like that's the best course of action right now. Here we go. It's one of them following me. Doesn't look like it. Works for me. And I know there's a lever in here that I need to pull, and then I'll be able to go fight Lady Friede. Friede? Fried. I don't know. Friede is what I've heard most, so I'm just gonna assume that it's Friede. No idea what the language of origin is. Ah! Gross. Get off. I don't have torches still. Or blood moss, I don't think. Why are there so many of them? It's like they made... Yeah, I don't have any blood red moss. It's like they made an enemy that's easy on its own, which is fine, right? Oh, of course, it constantly hurts me too, which is fine. But the way they make it difficult isn't by putting it in difficult configurations. They just throw a ton at you at once and hope you die. And frankly, I don't think that's a very fun way to do difficulty. Do I have a torch? I might have a torch. I do not have a torch. Okay, yeah, whatever. I see. Okay, so that's the thing. I used to think the base game was like that, right? That's why I didn't like the Cathedral. I thought that the Cathedral was just enemy spam. Obviously, after going through it for this series, that wasn't the case. Same thing with Irithyll, though, right? Irithyll is a lot of mostly easy enemies, but you have a ton of them, and that's what makes it difficult, right? I don't think fighting all these flies is worth it, to be honest. Blood gem. That makes sense. Anyway, it's a lot of relatively easy enemies, though Irithyll does have a couple exceptions. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't call... Oh my god, get off, please. I wouldn't call the Irithyll Knights, or whatever they're called, the Pontiff Knights, particularly easy enemies. But they're certainly not an overly difficult enemy either, just because they have so little health. So that's, I guess, not a very good example, because they don't give you very many. The little guys, the ones that go invisible, they give you so many of those, and the dogs do. Like, that's the only reason Irithyll is difficult at all. That one room that you go into after the, graveyard section, where you are first introduced to the invisible enemies, where there are just, a ton of enemies in there, is a shining example of exactly that. And that's not all of Irithyll, but it's all the most annoying parts. That section just before Pontiff, between the last shortcut and Pontiff, is such a perfect example of how it's just enemy after enemy after enemy. And that's the only thing that makes it difficult. It's frustrating. All right, time for Sister Friede. Friede. I don't know. Off the top of my head, what I remember from this boss is first phase is fine, is good even, I would say. Second phase sucks, and then third phase is a little too aggressive, but also largely just fine. I'm not sure the best way to approach this boss, though. If I die a significant number of times to a boss, it's going to be Friede or Gale. Probably more likely Gale, though, to be honest. I'm very not good at Gale. I have fought Friede significantly more, and find Friede significantly easier. At least in my experience. She also doesn't have Millennia Hyper Armor, which is cool. Oh god. Suffering from skill issue. Having stamina makes this first phase kind of a joke, I guess. What is this? Oh my god, I was not expecting that at all. I feel like I should have been. Come on. Oh god. Suffering from skill issue again. Come on. This boss isn't that hard. Having 3 phases, or this phase rather, isn't hard. Having 3 phases is a lot, but it kind of makes sense, I guess, for post-game DLC. Okay, there we go. I remember focusing on Father Ariandel makes this phase easier, but I don't know how true that is. Because I do know that Friede can heal, and that's a great opportunity to focus on Ariandel. But it's also kind of difficult to not focus on Ariandel anyway because he moves so quickly and is so aggressive. Oh my god, why was that so delayed? Why? There was no reason for that. Okay. Poise doesn't exist in this game. Okay, yeah, see, now she's healing. And it's pretty easy to out-damage the healing if I remember correctly. Especially when you stagger him. I forgot you could do that. There we go. I feel like Ember might be a good idea. Just because of how difficult the 3rd phase is compared to this. Also, giving you an item for the fake out is pretty crazy. Like I know, or because Sekiro does the same thing, right? But it only gives you the boss defeated message. It doesn't actually give you any item or whatever. All right, let's do this. I don't know her moveset at all. What the hell? What was I even supposed to do about that? Sorry, hitting her simply is not allowed, I guess. Okay. What the? Okay, immediate aggression after disappearing and jumping away is strange. What is this? Okay, I know what that is now. How do you avoid that? What? I don't understand. How do you avoid the second one? Are you just supposed to roll away? That goes against every other boss in the game has been, but I suppose that's not too awful. Oh, okay. She jumps away immediately. No attack opportunity. That's fine. Yeah, what? You can't roll away because she moves toward you. I'm so confused. I don't understand how to dodge that whatsoever. What? What? Okay. With as much Estus as you have at this point in the game, I suppose it's not that difficult, but I could have 15 as well here, but I didn't. I decided not to get the ones that I missed off camera. I might do that before Ring City though. Owie. Okay. Oh my god, why is your combo so long? Calm down. I don't even think her being that aggressive is the problem. I think it's her being aggressive and then jumping away before it's even possible to do anything. I think she went this way. Because like in the first phase, you can pretty easily stagger her, which works really well, right? Because you're not going to be getting as many attack opportunities just because she jumps away constantly. But in this phase, she doesn't stagger nearly as often, but she jumps away even more. So it doesn't. There's nothing to counteract that, right? So I don't know. Not a wonderful boss, but certainly not the worst boss in the game at the very least. So I know from the little bit of experience that I have in this DLC that I like it a lot less than Ashes of Ariandel. So we'll see how true that remains. I know that I really like a couple of the bosses here. Demon Princes are incredible. Midir is alright. I don't like stuff like the laser attack or whatever, but also I did end up going ahead and getting 15 Estus Flasks. I figure it would be useful for this DLC. Since this DLC is, like, actually hard. Why? What the heck? Were these guys summoned by that guy? Actually, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever fought these enemies. I'm pretty sure I've always run past every time I've done this DLC. And running past, again, might be the thing that makes me not like this DLC. Like how it was with... Oh, there's a whole dragon here. Like how it was with the Cathedral. So, we'll see, I suppose. Hopefully I end up liking this, because I do want to have more things to enjoy, you know, obviously. It is in my best interest to enjoy the video game. Oh my god, what? Oh, that was a good thing. Okay. I thought that was going to be painful, but instead it was pleasurable? Anyway. Yeah, but especially the ring city itself. I remember being very frustrating. But again, hopefully that's just because I was running past everything and that's why I didn't like it. I guess we shall see. Though I do remember several enemies, like that one back there, just being annoying. Though, you know, obviously when I can apparently kill it in one plunging attack, that's a bit different. Okay. Please don't hurt me. What the hell? Oh, okay, I guess that's a thing that it can do. I tried to press the Elden Ring heal button again, because of course I did. I always set my healing to Elden Ring to the D-pad left when you hold Y. What the? Even though in the other games it's obviously always just in the hotbar. I did that when I first played the game because I thought it would be a great idea, and I've never been able to unlearn that. Not that I wanted to, it worked perfectly well. But I don't know why I didn't just go with what I was using in the previous games. Now these things are probably the worst thing about the Dreadkeep. Since, you know, you need to find the thing that's producing them. And you can only do that by running past the enemy itself. Is it? Don't hurt me, please. And like constantly attack. Oh god. And they don't, or they do quite a bit of damage as well, very, very quickly. So. Alright, yeah, see here, this is something that makes me think that I don't quite enjoy this DLC. How? Okay, once I do remember these guys being much stronger than this. Evidently, that was true. Never mind. Alright, because of the fact that I lost due to pure skill issue, hopefully I shouldn't have the same problem this time. That did less damage than I was anticipating, to be honest. I assume, yeah, okay, the straight sword one is going to be a lot more aggressive. Though this one is still pretty aggressive, jeez. You can stagger them in one hit. They're not that bad. As long as you play aggressively, instead of waiting to see what they're going to do. Like I did. Ow. That did a lot of damage? Jeez. For a shield bash, especially. Drop chunks, wow. Okay, good way to farm chunks at the very least. But again, that's another example of, and you know, this obviously goes through the whole game. Another example of being aggressive and taking out the most present threat as soon as possible. Does that get rid of that enemy? Will it just not attack me anymore now? Did it turn itself into that and then disappear, or? I don't know. I've definitely never come over here. What the? Okay. Yeah, I definitely have never come over here, but why are there so many spawning? What the heck? Especially after I've already run past there. Am I not right in thinking that it should be safe after I have already passed the area? Jeez, enemies showing up out of nowhere is apparent. I know it was a theme in this game generally, but I didn't think it was that much of a theme. Like, what the hell? They're all over the place. Ow, ow, ow. Please. Of course, there are a bunch of the strong ones, too. Not just the weak ones. Ouch. Like, this is an unnecessary amount of enemies. And they keep spawning. Do they spawn infinitely? I can't imagine they do. But, like, I'm starting to think. Jeez. Ouch. Owie, owie. Please. Ow. Why did they do so much damage, too? Ugh. Okay, I guess it's not worth killing all of them, because they respawn infinitely. Okay, that's cool, I guess. No idea how you're supposed to get up there. Okay. Yeah, so you gotta find these things to get rid of the angel up there. However, for the next two angels, I genuinely have no idea where their host is at all. I've looked and have never found them. And that was like the few times that I have actually explored around. Whoa. Do the trees turn into them, I wonder? It's like the random tree enemies, right? Also, these are a lot like the random omen curved sword wielders in Elden Ring. I don't know if that was on purpose. Or I don't know if they just like took the design, but like the moveset and everything is similar. Anyway, the tree guys look a lot like the angel summoners. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, these guys on their own aren't that bad. They are extremely tanky, and I can't imagine fighting more than one at a time would be very fun. Whee. This is the part where it gets pretty bad, actually. Because at this point you have to deal with two angels, and this is the part where I never found the hosts for the angels. Hopefully, I'll find them this time, and I won't have to deal with two angels at once, but chances are. Luckily, it is immediately prior to the best DLC boss, but, you know, after that, it's all downhill. Can't get any better than the best. And then, of course, there's the whole... Is that... No, I think that's just poison. There's the whole poison swamp up here, which is super awesome. And a great thing to have is, like, basically the introduction to the DLC. I'm sure everybody, when they saw that the first time, was like, oh my god, this is going to be the best DLC ever. Though, to be fair, the Elden Ring DLC had quite a few poison swamps, and that was still pretty fun, so... Though, again, there are more... Not again. In that one, there are a lot more ways to counteract the poison, so it's not as bad. Yeah, so, like, obviously you're supposed to run to cover. However... What the... I have no idea how to find the host for this angel. Genuinely no clue where it is. Oh my god, hi. Desert Pyromancer garb, that's awesome. Oh my god, I might have to change. I didn't know that was here. Are the thralls dead? I assume so. Okay. Also, how good they are at tracking seems incredibly inconsistent. Because sometimes, you know, they'll nail you with every single shot perfectly, regardless of if you're sprinting or not. And sometimes they won't hit you with a single shot while you're standing still. I've never had consistency with them. Oh my god. Having a shield makes the thralls much easier. Having 40 stamina is also extremely nice. I don't usually have nearly this much stamina at this point in the game. Or ever, for that matter. Stop it. They attack so much. Okay, I don't know why that wall just didn't... Oh god. What curse? Oh, that's from the angel, right? I think that's from the angel anyway. I don't know what else that would be from. Do these angels have a host you can kill? Or do I just have to deal with the angels all the time? I know there's a Ring of Favor and Protection +2 around here. I kind of want that. Oh my god. It's so much. It's so much. It's too much. For sure. Like, what is this tracking? Sometimes it's insanely good. Sometimes it's awful. I don't understand. And they attack also way too much. Oh my god. Yeah, Ring of Favor +3. I thought it was only +2. Oh my god. I really feel like this area doesn't expect you to explore it thoroughly. At least not while these angels are here. Oh my god. Yeah, see, like, that time, that would have nailed me every single time if I had just kept running, right? Even though it had completely failed to hit me while I was running the previous volley, so it's pretty inconsistent in that way. Right. Is that a poison weapon? Poison Zweihander? That's not very cool. Yeah, Pyromancer. Or a Desert Sorceress, whatever they're called. Right. Come on, hurry up. I don't want to go out and aggro the angel and these guys at the same time. Oh my god. And of course that one has ranged attacks, because why wouldn't it? And the Pyromancer has the most annoying range attacks possible. Okay, so in this one they are called Desert Pyromancers. I think in Dark Souls 2 they're called Desert Sorceresses, though. Come on. No. Oh my god, stop. Hi. Ow. Huh? Okay. Sure thing. Is this one an NPC? Does it respawn? I actually have no idea. 2 heals. I guess it probably is an NPC, huh? Because it has Estus. I don't know of anything else that would heal like that. Or any other reason it would have Estus. Okay, 2 heals. Come on. Huh? Okay, I promise you I was spamming roll that entire time. That is way too many stagger frames on such a fast attack. There we go. Much better. That actually looks so dumb. I'm not using that. Okay, well, that time she fell. That works for me, I suppose. Did she die? Or did she not? Did she survive that? I swear to God. She better die from the poison. Oh well, whatever. I'm also going to use an Ember just to make it a little bit easier to get past these angels. Because they'll attack me the whole time I'm doing this. I wish I had the skirt. The skirt's the best part of the whole Desert Pyromancer set. Oh my god. Like, what? Why was that volley so spread? And why is it so, like, focused sometimes? Huh? Like, how are they missing me so often when normally they hit me with every single... I'm so confused. I don't understand. I've taken fall damage from that a few times, and I don't... It's so weirdly inconsistent. It's such a weirdly small spot that you have to land, I suppose, is the issue. Anyway. Time for my favorite DLC boss. We'll see how well... Or what I remember to be my favorite DLC boss anyway. We'll see if that holds up. We'll also see how well I do at them. Incredibly aggressive. Yeah, that's a really good tell. This is probably one of the best gank fights in the series. Not nearly my favorite. That would go to Ruin Sentinels, but this one is really good. Oh my god. Yeah, as long as you're, like, paying attention. What the? Why are you being aggressive now? I don't remember which one is easier if you take out first. I guess a screech tells you when the next one's going to be aggressive. I probably shouldn't be locked on when they're both aggressive, though. Okay, now that one's done. Okay, it seems like generally I don't want to be near the other one if I can avoid it. Oh my god. Yeah. Again. Very, very good tells. And stuff. I don't know. I probably should have riposted, but that's fine. Oh my god. Get away! Okay. Now they're both down. Which is not something that happens very often, actually. I believe it's better to take out the Demon in Pain first, because the Demon in Below's moveset is easier, because it has, like... I don't remember. I know one of them throws the sun, and one of them has lasers, I think? And one of those is significantly easier to deal with than the other one. But I don't remember which one does which. Oh god. The first phase is pretty easy, though, all things considered. Okay, cool. You can riposte. I wasn't actually sure if you could. And I believe this one will be aggressive again. I'm not sure if it, like, buffs, though. I don't think it does. Actually, it might gain an extra move. Guess I'll find out. Definitely seems to be behaving exactly the same, though. Oh, ouch. There we go. I believe it's gonna explode, so I'm gonna step back. I don't remember. It's been a little bit since I did this fight. And even then, I wasn't really paying much attention. Okay, yeah, that certainly looks like an explosion. Oh god, that's not what I expected at all. The timing on that is really well telegraphed, though. Like, the timing on that just kind of makes sense. I'm not sure how else to explain it. It definitely flies away a lot more often in this phase, which generally isn't super fun, but... Once again, no strange delays on that attack. That's cool. There's a reason that this is... Or I consider this to be the best DLC fight. Oh, fire giant attacks. Oh my god. Okay, maybe not. I thought those were just gonna explode. But they're shooting at me. Oh, yeah, this is the sun attack that I was referring to. I believe I need to run. Oh god. Alright, we're done over here. I have no idea how to dodge that. I'm not sure how often it's going to use that attack. I definitely meant to press the roll button there. Yeah. Okay. Ow? Oh, okay. Skill issue on my part, I think. Actually, wait, no, it finished an attack and I immediately healed afterward. Not to mention a really long attack, so I feel like that one comes out a little bit too fast. This game, all the bosses in this game had the issue of being just a little bit too aggressive. Even what I consider to be some of the best ones. Even in the series. I don't like the debris in the middle of the battlefield. That is one thing I definitely, or in the middle of the arena, that's one thing I definitely don't like about this fight. Though, that's a pretty minor thing, to be honest. Alright, I'm gonna try to take out the Demon in Pain first this time. Put it out of its misery or whatever. Let me out! Oh my god, let me out! Jesus. I know you're generally supposed to just run when they're both aggressive, but sometimes that's a little bit difficult to do. Okay. I'm not sure why the camera didn't follow that time, but whatever. I am kind of surprised I dodged that, to be honest. Okay, maybe I should let my stamina restore a bit more often. Be better at stamina management. I'm not sure why it used the laser attack so close to me. I guess it did try to jump away just before, but the wall was here. Stagger's pretty easy. Though, that's a kind of a theme with DLC boss, more with DLC bosses than base game bosses anyway. Ripostes are extremely effective against DLC bosses. And I guess King of the Storm as well, even though it's not DLC boss. What the? No idea what the hitbox on that is supposed to be. Where is it? Oops. I meant to heal, but... Ouch. Ah, damn it. Okay. I thought I was going to dodge that one, but I had my timing just off. There we go. Nice and easy. Really good boss. Compared to a lot of Dark Souls 2 anyway. And is genuinely, Jesus, I can't talk. One of my favorites in the series. Very, very good boss. Not perfect, obviously, but it's up there. Dancer is still my favorite in this entire game, including DLC, but again, that one's probably like second or third, along with the princes. Probably third. I'd probably put it third. From memory, the Ring City is my least favorite level in all of Dark Souls 3. However, evidently, memory does not seem to be a very good indicator of my enjoyment with this game. At least, it wasn't, so we'll see if that changes. Because, yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the experience of this whole playthrough. And honestly, I'm not really sure how to approach certain sections of this level. Because, like, for this spot, right, the only way past it is to sprint past. Because of the archers, right? And because I know that, I'm not going to be slowly going through it. But, like, how does that apply to the swamp section, right? Because you see one of these, the giants or whatever, the judicators, that call the archers, right? You see one of them in the swamp, which to me indicates that I should be running past. But the swamp has like a lot of enemies that it seems like the game expects you to fight, right? Like there are ring knights there, there are all the fly enemies there. So it's not like, or at least I don't think it expects you to run past the swamp despite the communication from the adjudicator enemy. So, I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. I also don't quite remember exactly where to go. Because, like, you can come... I don't know if you can kill this guy. You can, probably. Oh, God. Owie, stop. Oh, my God. Okay, maybe that's not the best course of action. My approach with this playthrough is I want to do things as if it was my first playthrough, right? I want to slowly explore the levels and learn the layout and everything, but I can't really do that with this level just because I know how you're generally intended to approach good portions of it. Because, you know, you're not supposed to slowly explore this part. Like, I genuinely have no idea how you're supposed to take out that giant without dying, right? And I don't know if you're intended to be able to at all, but there are like items there, right? That you would get killed if you tried to collect without taking out the giant. So I'm really not sure. In here? I don't remember where to go at all. Oh my God. That was such a huge shockwave. Do you just run past the giant? I guess I might as well try that. Oh God. I suppose using that gravestone would make it extremely possible to take out the giant from there, but simply does not sound fun, especially when the way forward is right here. Oh my god, I hate that. That's awful. I knew he was there, but Jesus. Awful looking. So that's a lot of this DLC. It's just kind of gross. Oh my god. Especially like the giant swamp area too. Though they're like in the swamp area, I know there's a shortcut back to a bonfire. I didn't get it the last time I played because I sprinted past, right? But now that I know it's there, oh hi, you haven't used that trick in a long time. Now that I know it's there, like, what? There's another one? I feel like I would get that regardless of whether or not I was running through. So I don't know. This level just does not feel conducive to my goal with this series, and that I want to, you know, explore things. And this level, in my opinion, at least in my experience, isn't very fun to explore. Can you not? What a jerk. I was readjusting my grip on my controller right at that moment. Being near these guys cursing you is weird. That feels not like a good decision, to be honest. Because like if just being near the enemy builds up curse, right? It feels like you're incentivized to not be near them for very long, which would require running past them. Which, you know, I feel like it's easier if you don't actually run past them, at least for a good chunk of the level. There is one area that I can think of, I believe it's coming right up, that is significantly easier if you run past. I've only fought a couple of ringed knights. I remember them being absurdly difficult for their commonality in this level. I guess they're not that bad. Okay. Like I said, my memory is not very good with this game, apparently. But there are two of the... Actually, there are significantly more than two of the guys who have, like, no head, and it's like the black hole, or whatever. However, plunging attacking them seems to kill them in one hit, so maybe there's a spot that you can plunging attack them and deal with them quicker? Also, that thing's attack is extremely frustrating, because it just creates a ring of light under you, regardless of how far away you are. It's really frustrating. Yeah, like that. And dealing with it while dealing, especially while dealing with other enemies, but even while dealing with another one of these guys is annoying. But I suppose if you specifically go after them, they aren't capable of making them quickly enough to be that much of an issue. Like I said, I usually run past, so running past makes those guys significantly more annoying, of course. Where is this guy then? Where is this guy? I guess it's better to take out the ringed knight without... Or first. Whoa, hey now. Calm down. Oh my god. I think this is why I thought the ringed knights were difficult, because they're in combinations with enemies that make them significantly harder. Which is my preference when it comes to easy enemies, like making them difficult by combining them with difficult enemies, or in configurations that make them difficult. Because with the ringed knights, my first impulse is to rush them down, right? But that's kind of hard when you have an enemy who's attacking you from range like that, where range is not a factor in terms of whether or not they can attack you. I suppose you can probably take this one out before going down there. And I probably should have noticed that. But, you know, either way, even if that enemy was at a point past the knight and you had to fight the ringed knight first, I think that configuration actually worked pretty well. So far, I'm enjoying this level more than I thought I would. I think this is a shortcut? Maybe not. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a shortcut. Like I said, don't know this level. I have not explored it. Okay, yeah, see, there are a bunch of these guys. And these guys, okay. I didn't know they had ranged attacks. Okay, so can I plunging attack this one? Where's the other one? Seems like it's ignoring me. Okay. It is extremely easy to plunging attack that guy. I used to think that this combination was frustrating, but because of the fact that you can plunging attack them and kill them in one hit, having a bunch of them like this makes sense because it will teach you that you should be plunging attacking them. As long as you don't completely miss the plunging attack window. But I suppose that goes without saying. Why is he chilling there? Oh god, and one that curses you from proximity, of course. There we go. Okay. Not nearly as bad as I was anticipating. I think more spawn lower down, like in the swamp area. But it makes sense that you can lure them back up here. Also, this guy going back in this corner doesn't make sense from a game design perspective, I don't think. But maybe it's teaching you that you can plunging attack them. If, you know, you didn't learn that with the first one. Okay. Starting to like Ring City at least a little bit more now, though. Not by too much. Either way, it's still a lot of enemies, even if they're easy to take out, rather than... Now, there's one instance of a potentially interesting configuration of enemies. And in that case, it was only that configuration of enemies because I completely missed one that I could have taken out beforehand. Stop doing that. Don't shoot fire at me. What a jerk. Okay, these guys are just slightly stronger Lothric knights, I feel like. They still stagger extremely quickly, which makes them significantly easier to take out regardless of how difficult they actually are. And, you know, having the 40 endurance helps a lot, like I said. Seeker of the Spurned. Wait, but I'm not embered. So this one just invades whenever it feels like it? That's so cool. Wait, am I embered? I can't use an ember. Strange. Where is this guy? Huh. I suppose I shall continue in the level and confront that when it happens. Why is that bright? Okay, strange lighting. I'm not sure if I should just wait here and wait for the invader or the dark spirit or whatever, but or just like continue. I was fighting an NPC. What the? Okay, fighting an NPC along with, you know, ring knights or whatever, I feel like would be kind of frustrating. It sounded like he spawned over this way. Oh, there they are. Of course, they're back down where I heard them spawn in the first place. Oh, there they are. Right. How did you take damage? I suppose I don't really care, actually. That was... Oh, it's not dead yet. Never mind. Don't speak too soon. I was going to say that was an incredibly easy NPC fight. Okay, it was. But I didn't want to speak too soon and die. Wolfring. Is that poise in this game? Interesting. Yeah, okay. So this, I think, is where the other two spawn. Should probably... What the hell? Where did you come from? I swear this one just appeared. I heard another one jump down, but I thought it was back here. Okay, never mind, I guess. Oh well. Oh, there's a door here. I don't know how I missed this completely. Of course there are a bunch of enemies. And of course they're the cursed ones. Why wouldn't they be? Oh god. Okay, yeah, there's 3 of them here. And it looks like one of them isn't even going to come up the stairs without at least aggroing on me first. So I do wonder if you're intended to run up here to drop attack them like you did with the other ones, or if you're actually intended to fight them normally. It looks like it's coming up, so this works either way. Assuming I can time this plunge attack correctly. Never mind. And jumping down will definitely hurt quite a bit, so I'm not going to do that. However, if I can attack this one and get it to follow me without any of the other ones following, or vice versa, maybe it'll follow me a little bit higher. Hey, you. Come here. Come on. Okay. Oh god, I just wanted to make sure I was following. Everything's fine. Just stop following. Are you kidding me? Okay. So I suppose maybe you are not supposed to blend and attack them, unless you can get up on that bridge from the doorway over here. However, taking them out normally one at a time isn't so bad. Uh-oh. I don't like how long their combos are. That goes for pretty much every DLC enemy though. So, not like I should be surprised. Oh, okay, skill issue. I will happily concede that one. Genuinely just completely failed to dodge that one. Oh god. Aiyah. Why did that one stop so early? Does that one just not come up here? Is that so you can kite this one away and be basically completely safe while you fight it? Yeah, okay. Like I said, this is much worse when you just run past everything. Which does make sense. Going past these guys is annoying. I think Curse is an instant kill on this one, right? Just like Dark Souls 1. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, I need to wait for my Curse to go down. At least a little bit before I try to take that one out. I really don't want this guy to aggro on me though while I'm waiting for it to go down. I'm gonna wait for it to go about halfway before I actually go in. That should be good. Hiya. There we go. I know there are sections where you fight multiple ring knights at once, like you basically have to. But I'm not sure. Oh my god, of course it's another curse one. Why wouldn't it be? But I don't know how prevalent those are. I know there's one like at the building on the other side of the swamp, but okay. Had to be aggressive on that one, which basically made me get hit by the ring knight, but oh my god. Is this a poise? Is this poise? This looks like a poise buff. Oops. Wait, come on. Go. Okay, looks like it wore off at least. Yeah, okay. Ring knights aren't nearly as bad as I thought they were. As annoying as it is to fight just a normal knight enemy again. Even in these relatively harmless configurations. I imagine you can, or the ring knights actually drop the equipment? You are so gross. I don't care. I don't want to talk to you. That felt awesome. Okay, I like this level. Like I said, memory seems to have done me wrong. At least I like most of it. The beginning area where you have to run past the guy is annoying. But so far the rest of it's been pretty good. I can't imagine I'm gonna... What the... Ow? Why was that not a stab? Was that like a rolling charge heavy? Is that a thing that I didn't know about before? Anyway, there are a couple spots... Oh, it's kind of just the second part of the combo. There are a couple spots coming up that I don't think I'm gonna like. Namely the giants in the swamp itself. As well as, like I said, the dual ringed knight fight. Also, I know I don't like Halflight. I know Halflight is not a fun boss. If not particularly difficult. So, we'll see what happens when I get there. I hope they take it out quick enough. This DLC gives you a lot of chunks. Which does make sense. Like I said, you know, the rest of the game showers you with the other two. So why wouldn't the end of the game shower you with the one that you can't get until the end of the game? But this DLC is excessive. Especially compared to how many upgrade materials the previous DLC gives you, especially with those only being low-level materials. Alright, I remember these things being annoying. Is it these ones or only the big ones that grab you? Because I know there are ones in the ground that like jump out of the ground and could grab you. But I don't know if the little ones do that. Don't do that. Don't have magic. Don't be annoying. Stop just walking away. enemies just backing away constantly is also incredibly annoying. Stop. Don't do that. Okay. They remind me, their moveset reminds me a lot of the miners in Elden Ring. Oh, I don't know why I thought this was a shortcut. Oh, it's because you get a shortcut from that side. That's right. Okay. I remember better now. I should probably rest. Hopefully I don't have to deal with the 3 omen guys. God, this thing is so gross. Worst enemy in the game. I don't like that the little ones are exactly the same as the big ones, just smaller. I hope that wasn't too loud. I bumped my microphone. I don't like that these guys are the big ones, but smaller. I don't like that they look like that. I feel like they should look like children, even though they're just literally small adults. Also, the fact that these guys have more poise than the knights is kind of funny. I think that one can jump out and grab you, or the ones like that anyway. Like, what? Why does that give it super armor? Is there a second one? Of course there is. Okay. No backstabs, unfortunately. That'd be very nice to backstab and dispatch those guys much quicker. Alright, yeah, so this giant will constantly summon guys that shoot arrows at you, which really makes it feel like you should just run past, right? Because it was just annoying at that point to kill it, but that's always been what I've done, even in the times that I did, oh my god, try to explore this level. I would always just run past this part specifically. Not that I have tried to properly explore this level very often, though. Is there... there's probably a way to deal with the archers. I just have no idea what it is. What it could possibly be. Ow, I meant to press the roll button there. I made a terrible mistake. Running past was not the correct decision. Since I'm here, might as well continue running. Okay. Come on. Thank you for keeping me invincible. It's really annoying that that guy can still attack me all the way over here, though. Okay, the other ones aren't aggroed on me right now. The only other thing aggroed on me is the giant, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, I suppose that's not that bad. Even if you try to take them all out, but that is something that I would not recommend. Evidently, in my haste to sprint past them. Like, again, I'm sure there's some way to take out the giant that I don't know, but I have no idea what it could possibly be. And in my several times playing this level, where I have tried to kill him so I could explore a little bit, I have never figured out how. Evidently, I didn't figure out how this today either. With the one near the beginning, like that one has a little gravestone that you can hide behind from the archers. But how's it going, my dear? Oh hey, a ring tonight. Why is there one down here? That works. Dang, this game's hard. Now, considering difficulty, right? Because I imagine this is supposed to be the hardest Dark Souls 3 level, given it's the final one, right? That ever came out, that you're ever intended to do in terms of like level progression. I don't think I would consider it hard so far. Oh my god, I have no idea what to do about that. Just because it's easy to get past everything. Like, I'm sure if I was actually attempting to kill every single enemy or whatever, it wouldn't be, you know, super easy. Evidently with the... I don't know, I keep saying evidently. Like with the giants, right? Killing them, I wouldn't call easy, but you don't have to kill them, and it's relatively easy to run past them. Okay, I'm gonna wait for the fire one more time. Is it going to use fire again? Oh my god, yes. It is, as a matter of fact. Okay. I have no idea how you're supposed to get through this unscathed. I don't know how obvious it is. Rubbish. Wonderful. You can probably make that if you don't grab that item, actually, and just come back after fighting Midir later. You know, the dragon enemy that I feel like makes sense to be the one blowing fire at you. I don't remember how to get through this spot either. Wait. I recall it being an extremely simple path that I just never remember. I also think somebody invades here. But I could be entirely misremembering. I remember there being a lot more enemies here as well. I guess we'll see. What is that? Plonking. Is it a mimic? I think so. Looks like it. It is a mimic. I'm so smart. Cool. Super difficult. I feel like mimics are supposed to be a difficult enemy, but tend not to be, in my experience. Like they feel like they're supposed to be a lot harder than they actually are. But I don't know if that's just because they're supposed to catch you out. Like, I know a lot of people find them intimidating, and in every other game I've ever played with a chest mimic, they tend to be one of the hardest enemies in the game. So it's probably just that view distorting my impression of the pop culture of Dark Souls. Oh my god. That's so mean. Why would it do that? I assume that's the way forward. Oh, yep, there's the invasion. Oh my god, calm down. Jesus. That one's excessive. Alright. I Jesus. Why am I stuttering so much? I feel like long combos are kind of the only way they can make enemies difficult at this point. Or rather, like, individual enemies a threat, right? Because that's, like, kind of the thing with Dark Souls, where individual enemies that would normally seem non-threatening can absolutely kill you very quickly. But the only way they can do that this late in the game is with extremely long combos. Because you're going to have an insane amount of health here. Oh my god, that is such a stupid delay. I know it's a charge attack, but come on. This is why I don't like PvP. And it definitely has nothing to do with me being bad at it. That's crazy. How dare you assert such a thing? Anyway. I don't know. PvP has never really interested me. I wonder if I'm gonna get a player, actually, for... the word is probably there. If I'm gonna get a player for the Halflight fight. Okay. I assume the way through this area is what I did before, but don't fall. Okay, cool. You can definitely make that. I'm like 90% sure this is the way. This is just the entrance. Wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Jesus, I'm blind. Alright, now that bout of skill issue has passed. Okay, if I should have just ran, huh? I don't... This is so loud. That is so loud. I don't remember how to do this fight. Okay, yeah, that seems to work just fine. Okay, and run back. And run back. Oh god, that was not the spot that I was expecting that to happen. No, please. I pressed the roll button that time. I swear it. Okay. Jesus. Suffering from skill issue. Alright, can I hit him in the head for extra damage? No, because hitboxes. This game has wonderful hitboxes, I swear. Okay. I love that he has a run away and stop attacking me attack, even in his mini-boss phase. Mini-boss? Even in his environmental hazard phase. I think he only needs to do like half of his health, so whatever. Not a big deal. Still annoying though. Especially with how shockingly awful those hitboxes were. Oh god. Okay, maybe you do need to do the whole health bar? Oh god. What? He does this now? Those laser beam attacks are on all the bosses that have them. Demon Princes, I mean, obviously the Demon Princes one is significantly easier to dodge than the Sun Meteors, but oh my god. On Midir especially, those attacks are just annoying and like unnecessarily difficult to figure out how to dodge. Not difficult to dodge, but difficult to figure out how to dodge. Also, that you can riposte him here is really cool, since that's how you end the main fight. It is annoying that he shows up here at all, but I guess having a hint that, hey, there's a dragon that you didn't kill, does kind of help people find the boss in the first place, especially because of how oddly obscure and well hidden it is. I know there's an illusory wall here, but it's just, you know, this guy. And then another illusory wall, and then another illusory wall. For some reason, for a like half decent miracle. I don't understand. I guess it looks cool. That's the best part about it. But, you know, it's a miracle, so. There we go. I don't know why I'm going after them. There's not really much of a reason to be honest. Okay, I think one of these knights is an illusory wall. Or you have to jump. I think you have to jump off the elevator, actually. And then there's an illusory wall there. I'll figure it out, I suppose. Oh, hey, there's the other Framped statue that I was talking about back in the last episode. I didn't know it was in the DLC. I thought it was in the base game, in the castle still. All right, let's see. Do I jump off the elevator? I swear there's something on this elevator. There it is. Yeah, okay. I knew it. And then one of these has an illusory wall that leads to Midir. I assume it's this one? Okay, it's not this one. It's that one. Why is it that one? What's the tell? It's not like there's any rubble or whatever in front of that one. Why is this one different? Who decided this? Do I want to fight Midir now, though? I guess I don't really have much of a reason not to, but I usually fight him after a Gale. Oh well. Might as well. I think Gale's a little bit harder than Midir, but neither of them are that hard, all things considered. They are probably the hardest bosses in Dark Souls 3, though. Except for maybe Nameless, and Nameless is only hard because of... Well, I mean, you probably watched that fight. Alright, Midir. I mentioned this in the Scythe playthrough, but I do actually like the Midir fight quite a bit. I don't know if this is coming out before or after my tier list ranking video, but I do like Midir. Just because like his moveset is made to accommodate you being in front of him, which kind of mitigates the issues that you have with weird hitboxes on beast enemies, especially like whole body hitboxes. Like, because Midir does have them, right? What do I do about this? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's easy. Because Midir does have full body hitboxes like other giant beast enemies, but because you're supposed to be in front of him the whole time, it doesn't really matter all that much. He does move around a lot, though. I totally meant to press the roll button there. I thought I did, but evidently that was not the case. I feel like I'm not doing so hot, but it's just because he's constantly running away. Okay, that one does not have nearly enough of a tell for what it is. Jeez. And that one's literally him turning around? Maybe I don't like Midir as much as I thought I did. I already recorded that tier list video, so I'm not gonna like re-record it or do another one or whatever, but... I think I changed my mind on Midir. Huh? There wasn't even a tell that time. He was literally just turning. What the hell? Okay, I think running... How? Like, what? Okay. It's impossible to hit his head, I guess. That's awesome. That's so cool. I have completely changed my mind on Udyr. He moves way too much. Or rather, his head moves way too much. Oh my god. For it to be fun to specifically have to attack his head. Because, like, Jesus Christ. Come on. Stop moving around so much. Ow. Especially for how much health he has? Like, what? Like, you do get a few good opportunities, but they only come after specific, apparently relatively rare attacks. Like, some attacks are really good, but then others, you know, he can immediately follow up on. And of course I say that as I'm getting a string of good attacks. Okay, I'm pressing the roll button game. Come on. Of course. I think what's throwing me off in terms of, like, having definitely pressed the roll button is that it doesn't actually go until you release the button. And, like, I should be used to that by now. I feel like I should. But all my other intuition from every other game I played, where the action happens as soon as you press the button rather than when you let go, because it's not, like, checking to see if you're going to run. Like, that's just throwing me off, and I have no idea why. So I will concede that those deaths were my fault and not the game's, but... Oh, okay. See, like, that's not a good attack. And then after the long combo, where you would think would be a good opportunity to attack, he just stands up and breathes fire and then immediately does something else. I don't know why I thought I liked this boss. I think it's because last time I fought him, I didn't have this issue. I was able to attack him a lot more consistently. But this time, I'm just not able to attack him ever. He just moves around way too much. Like, even when I run in immediately. Also, this one attack where he's breathing fire, so it looks like you should run away. But actually, the best way to dodge it is by getting under him. Great attack. Oh my god. Camera. Okay, and I'm getting hit by the fire. Because he charged towards me and then used a fire attack that I had to be far away from in front of him for. Okay, my dear sucks. I have come to a conclusion. As annoyed as I am, though, I am still enjoying playing the game, because Dark Souls 3 feels good to play, right? Significantly more so, in my opinion, than the other games. I don't know. I don't think that's true. Dark Souls 1 does feel good to play, but Dark Souls 3 feels, like, viscerally, I don't know, intense. It feels good to just, like, attack an enemy, right? The sound design is incredible in this game. So despite not really enjoying this boss particularly, I'm not hating my time with it. I'm not, I don't know. Dark Souls 3 is still fun, regardless of me disliking this boss. And never, ever being able to attack him. At least the fight still takes a long time. But at least it doesn't take as long as the health bar would seem to show. Oh my god. Camera. I don't believe in those. Why would the camera need to be good in a boss fight? Just don't get hit. That's all you need. I believe this is an AoE, so I'm gonna take off a bit. Extremely cinematic. It looks very cool, at the very least, but I don't think that really makes up for everything else. Okay. Wow, I love how long this lasts. I was completely under him and that hit me? Also, my health was nearly full. I have 50 vitality, and that killed me? Huh? What the f I still think that tell is god-awful, too. Despite my qualms with this fight, I do think it's significantly better than Elden Ring dragon fights. Though I suppose that's not really saying much. That time it genuinely didn't even look like it was priming an attack. What the hell? Once again, that did not look like it was using an attack at all. I really wish you wouldn't just use this attack over and over too. That's not very fun. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be the laser, but it was worse. Homing magic. That's never fun. Oh god. Even worse when they use it up close. Stop. There we go. I didn't get a chance to use the big laser this time. Used a small laser in the first phase, but... Oh, it's not dead. I thought it would die, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Jesus, finally. I am gonna die of a heat stroke. I'm gonna take a break. I have mostly recovered from the quickly encroaching heat stroke because my apartment doesn't have AC, and I am hopefully ready to finish up this game. God, I am kind of disappointed in Midir, to be honest. I remember liking that fight so much more, even the last time I played it. Like, I praise it in the Scythe playthrough, right? I don't know why. I don't know why I disliked it this time either. Is it just the weapon? I don't think so, because the Scythe wasn't that much faster. Whatever. Okay, so we basically just have Halflight and Gale, and then this guy. I think this guy drops his swords, right? Cool weapon. If a bit excessive, especially for a normal enemy. Okay, excessive might be an understatement. Okay, this guy has more health, so I guess he's not just a normal enemy, but... Oh god. Oh good. No, wait, please! Ouchie. He's not that bad, though. Usually just run past him, and he's extremely aggressive, which makes running past him not the best option, I don't think. Now, as much as this series... Yeah, okay, it does drop the swords. As much as the series primarily focuses on the level design, and it's kind of just been like fighting the bosses once and moving on, the rest of this is just 2 bosses. So I don't know how interesting this will be. Especially because the level design is what I'm more interested in right now, because that's what I didn't like about Dark Souls 3. The bosses are generally fine, if not kind of fun. Though, you know, some of them just I do not like. Hopefully, Gale and especially Halflight don't end up being too terrible. Can you kill the Adjudicator guy? Is that what they're called? I don't even know if that's what they're called. Can you kill the giant guy? Does it do anything? I actually have no idea. I know he can attack you before the fight actually starts, so there's not really any reason to. But since there's nothing I can do prior to the fight anyway... Owie. Skill issue. Suffering. Ow, that was way faster than I was expecting. Jeez. I'm sure you can kill him, right? Yeah. Okay, does that do anything at all? No, it doesn't. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. I don't know why that second backstab happened. I also don't like that this guy shows up at all. The Painting Guardian guy. Just makes us annoying. Okay, it is not a person. Ouch. Ow! Rude, first of all. I think he can heal. This is just an annoying NPC fight. Oh my god. He tried to parry me. Why did that hit me? I'm so confused. I have no idea why I got hit by the spears. Hey. No healing. I assume that's a heal anyway. least this guy doesn't have very much health. And doesn't stagger you. Could be worse. Okay. As much as I don't like Halflight, kind of inconsequential more than anything. He's gonna heal, I think. No, please. Don't heal. Okay. I'm pretty sure he can heal. I'm not entirely positive on that. I'm glad that went by quickly and I didn't have to deal with it too much. Just a bad NPC fight with an annoying... Also, no bonfire spawn? That's, I think, unique. I think that's the only boss in the game that doesn't have a bonfire spawn. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, just a normal annoying NPC fight with an annoying infinitely respawning ad. Nothing too special. I mean, you know, you can get a player, but that's even worse because, you know, the PvP already isn't balanced. And then you add an extra NPC ad onto that. It's just not fun. I think Halflight might be the worst boss in this game for me. There are some pretty bad. There are some ones that I would consider pretty bad, but Halflight might just be the worst. I said Gale was the worst. Well, I don't know, because Halflight doesn't last very long, and it's not, like, particularly difficult. It's just kind of annoying. Gale is one that I specifically do not like. Just because of how long the fight is. Not just because of how long the fight is. There are other things to it. His aggression, his changing combos, his, like, weird hitbox. He has a couple really strange hitboxes. Kind of just the culmination of Dark Souls 3. Or the things that I don't like about Dark Souls 3 especially. I suppose we shall see how I feel about it after doing this fight, though. I can't imagine I'm going to love it. But I don't think I hate it as much as I said I did in the Scythe video, especially saying, you know, it's my least favorite boss in the game. Oh my god. Immediately horrible timing on my part. And see how little damage I do? Like, that's another huge problem. Or that's like the main huge problem. How stupidly long this fight is. Like, I know it's 3 phases, but it's all on 1 health bar, so it feels terrible. Oh my god. I love not being able to see the enemy. Huh? What the hell is a hitbox? Okay. Okay. What? He just did a 360 in midair. Awesome. Huh. That looked like it was going to be a stab. Not a good tell. In my humble opinion. Like, it looked like that was going to happen. Okay, I shouldn't be trying to stagger him at all. That basically never happens. I say as he immediately staggers. Oh my god. Okay, so never, ever, ever let your stamina get below half. At any time ever. Got it. Okay. Wait. Weird delays, of course. The best part about Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, though, Dark Souls 3 doesn't do it too often. No idea how I was supposed to dodge some of that without just like being behind him, which would have been difficult after that attack had started. There we go. Next phase. I think also the third phase is probably the worst one, partly because of the changing combos, but also because he uses his stupid... Ouch. His stupid, like, crossbow more, which is really frustrating more than anything. See, that makes sense as, like, picking up the weapon being an attack for that one, because, like, he swings it, right? He swings the sword up. So it's not like he's swinging a hammer down and then picking up the hammer and that causes a shockwave or whatever. Okay. Spamming roll definitely feels like the correct decision there. Okay, I think this is AoE. At the very least, those hurt you, so. Jesus. The random lightning strikes feel not fun. Also, why is he staggering so much now? What? Let's see, extending combo that, you know, has never happened before. There was no tell for it. The combo just went longer, and it's impossible to know that that's going to happen without pure trial and error. I very much do not enjoy that. Howie? Oh my god. I'm so glad that range didn't hit me. Why did that stagger him? What? Okay, that one was... Getting hit that one... Or for that one was pure skill issue. I fully am willing to admit that most of my... most of the times I get hit are down to skill issue. But if I get hit by, like, combo extensions, that's just not my fault. I couldn't have possibly known that that combo was going to extend. Okay, I need to get back. Don't get greedy. It's an important lesson. Oh god. Can he get hurt by the lightning? Because he was like... He had the particle effect. Oh god. Just needs to not get greedy. There we go. First try. I don't know. It's fine. It's definitely not my least favorite boss in the game. Midir is worse. Halflight is worse, obviously. But certainly not my favorite. This probably sounds terrible because I am a fan on because heat. But I want to interject this before the conclusion. I think I like Gale more than I did simply because... Or not more than I did, but I think I like Gale primarily because Dark Souls 3 feels so good, right? Like, I had fun fighting Gale because Dark Souls 3 is a fun game. The movement and the sound design and the feel of the game makes it feel so incredibly fun. However, obviously I pointed out a lot of flaws with Gale that make him significantly less fun than a lot of other bosses in the game. Though, you know, other bosses have even more of those. So it's more like how many bosses detract from the inherent quality of the gameplay in Dark Souls 3 as opposed to how many bosses, or the good bosses, add to it. Outside of, like, the dancer, maybe, but even then, I don't know. I think that's how I would describe it. Bad bosses detract from Dark Souls 3's quality. Good bosses keep it where it is. Wow, okay. That went much quicker than I was expecting it to. I guess that's Dark Souls 3. I guess there's not really any point in coming to a conclusion because you just watched, you know, assuming that you watched the whole thing. That was, let me think, like 7-8 hours of, I don't know how long this is going to be. It's probably going to be closer to 2 hours and 2.5, but still, like 6 or 7 hours of Dark Souls 3 content, me just spewing my thoughts on the game as I played. So not really any point in giving a conclusion, but that's Dark Souls 3. I hope you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun recording the series. If you want me to do the other games, please let me know. I would love to do this with Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2. I would love to do it with Bloodborne, Elden Ring, even Sekiro maybe. Let me know if you want me to do more of this. If you hated this, also please let me know, because I would, you know, I don't want to make content that nobody wants to see, but I can't imagine you watched to the end of this if you didn't enjoy it. But thank you for watching. I love you, and I love you all. I hope you enjoyed, and I don't know how to end this.